Thank you for the introduction. My name is Jacob Tingen. I'm here with my partner, James Williams.
Hello, everyone.
We are with Tingen Law. We're a law firm based out of Richmond, Virginia, and we're going to be talking today about immigration law in the gaming industry. So we are on Twitch. Our handle is Team Gavel, and James streams pretty regularly. Sometimes I'll pop in as well, and we've played a variety of games and talked about a bunch of different legal topics. I started my law firm in 2012 after graduating law school, kind of as a general practice firm, but today we focus primarily on immigration and business and IP issues, and our clients include companies and professional athletes, among many other types of entities. Let's see. So this is me. I'm the managing partner of the firm. I also teach a class as adjunct faculty at the University of Richmond Law School called the Immigrant Rights Practicum. It's a pretty neat opportunity to get law students involved on real clients' cases. Sometimes we even get to represent with the students, clients in immigration court, keep them in the country. It's pretty neat. My practice areas of focus are immigration, business law, and intellectual property.
And hello again, my name is James. I've been practicing for 2 years. As listed on the screen, I do IP, like copyright and trademark consultations. I also cover business entity formation, entertainment, and I do local Virginia family law. So what are we going to talk about? Well, the title is Immigration Law in the Gaming Industry. So we're going to talk about places where you have immigration intersecting with the gaming industry, whether you're an athlete, an esports athlete, you're a company trying to hire talent, or somewhere else in between. We've got examples of various cases, we've got situations and types of visas that we're going to try to explain and see what we can do.
James, what happened?
Did it crash?
I don't, what's happening? Who are you?
Oh, blindfold?
Well, what's your game? PAX Port Edition.
All right, well, I guess we have no choice. We have to play the game. Everybody grab your PAX port and let's do this.
All right, let's see what happens. I guess we'll start with level 1.
Okay, well, it looks like I am player 1 for level 1. So we got to figure out where we are in the industry, where we are coming from generally. So where are we?
Well, we're getting some help here from PAX Eastia. She's an angel. James, do you have a laser pointer in your pocket?
I didn't. Oh, I guess I have one.
All right. So we need you to help us point the way here, all right? So let's see what's going on.
Okay, well, at least we know we're here in PAX Eastia. We're going to be talking about the gaming industry, so let's figure out if we know what's going on or not.
Does James know the answer how we got here, or does he not? What do you guys think? B, he does not know. Let's see what he knows.
Oh, the text says I do know. Wow, this is great. Here we go. So we're going to talk about where we are in the gaming industry. Over the past 10 years, things have changed quite a bit, especially for immigration, with some of the first P visas being granted to esports athletes, League of Legends, Dota, Smash. Everything is slowly starting to change. The IP industry, or the IP practice area covering gaming, has also changed significantly with newer tech. So everything is changing. Is immigration law catching up? That's the other question.
You are super smart, James. I'm going to agree with PAX Eastia. So one of my first questions is there a visa for gamers? What do we think? Yes? No? Or maybe so? There's a visa for gamers?
Okay. Well, not specifically. It's one of those not exactly, right? So there are visas that gamers are eligible for, but there's not a visa specifically tailored to gamers. You can get a B visa for coming in tourist or business purposes. You can also get a P visa if you're coming in for a competition. We can talk about each of those a little bit more in depth, but that's just the industry where we are now.
So James, can you kind of give us a little more detail on what a P visa is? And let's see if our audience knows anything about this. What do we think? A, B, or C, everybody? A. All right.
Yeah, so the answer was correct. It's traditionally for athletes and entertainers. The idea for P visas is you're a person who has international acclaim. It's not just, hey, I'm pretty cool and I want to come hang out in the US. You have to meet certain criteria. You have to be able to show, hey, I've met international rankings. People know who I am. Maybe not the CBP, maybe not USCIS, but I have an international audience.
I'm going to jump in here and just kind of, immigration law is a bit of an alphabet soup. So CBP is Customs and Border Protection. USCIS is United States Citizenship and Immigration Service. And if we throw out any other, acronyms, just raise your hand and be like, you guys are not talking English, okay? So we know what's going on. So James, I thought, PAX has a good point. The law is supposed to be about predictability, precedent. So are there any problems because of this gap between the law and the video game industry? What do you guys think? No problems.
I mean, that definitely sounds ideal, but no, there are absolutely problems on a regular basis. Even if something seems like it's clear, you still might have issues, like people coming with a visa that's already been approved. We've got a couple examples like Leffen and Admiral Bulldog. They had visas. They showed up and CBP turned them away. So on the bottom example for Admiral Bulldog, coming to commentate on a Dota 2 competition, Valve had talked with him and a lot of people, and one of the go-to options at the time was get a B visa, you don't need permanent employment, or an employment-based visa. And, it made sense, but he was turned away. And through conversation with CBP, with Customs and Border Protection, they must have heard something to the effect of, you're coming here for work. Well, if they don't know anything about gaming, if they don't know anything about Valve, Riot, a lot of the big publisher companies, then, you kind of have to be able to be prepared and be ready to explain those situations, because otherwise you'll come here, you'll be doing exactly what you're told to do, and it might not work out.
Yeah, a lot of times when in law school and whatnot, they tell you, you need to educate the judge. And so that's not like, judges aren't idiots, right? But the law is too vast for any one person to know everything. And so it's frequent that you have to educate people about what's going on so that they understand, hey, I do qualify for this legal benefit. Okay, James, looks like we answered all the questions on this level.
All right, I think I'm done for the rest of the day, right?
We'll see. Okay, let's go back to the levels. Let's go to level 2, basic. Let's see.
Okay, Jacob, this one is you. I get to take a little backseat. Here we go. Okay, so it looks like we're going to talk about the basic concepts for immigration law.
All right, what do we do?
Well, it looks like PAX is going to have some questions. So, first question, do we think Jacob is ready?
Am I ready? We'll see. I was born ready. Check it out. Yes.
All right.
You go ahead.
So PAX is definitely getting onto something here. Immigration law is very complicated, very slow to change, like most types of law. So we do have two types of visas that we could talk about specifically for immigration in the gaming context. But let's first ask, Jacob, what are the differences between immigrant and non-immigrant visas?
So the answer is C. The answer is long and complicated, okay? So there are two primary categories of visas in U.S. immigration law generally, okay? And those categories are immigrant visas versus non-immigrant visas. An immigrant visa means I'm going to come to the U.S. permanently, to live as a permanent resident. A non-immigrant visa is everything else. I'm coming to visit, to learn, to study, to work temporarily, but I'm not coming for forever. So examples include, student visas, those kinds of things. But in particular to the gaming industry, we're seeing non-immigrant visas like B1, B2 visitor visas, P visas, O visas, and then also just visa waiver entrance, which is kind of silly that, we have all these visas you have to get, but then you can always just waive it, So sometimes it just depends what you need.
Okay, so PAX is bringing up another point. You're coming for a temporary purpose. You're going to get a visa, potentially. So does it really matter if you're only going to be here for a limited amount of time? What does the audience think?
B, yes, it matters. C, it depends. So it depends on what you plan to do, right? So it depends on if you're going to be here for a long time, how long you plan to be here, what you plan to do while you're here. The visa you get does matter. So, but most visa issues related to the gaming industry that you've seen in headlines that are most relevant to us today are non-immigrant visas. So that's where Blindfold's game is going to focus.
All right, so we talked about a few different types of visas. We also mentioned the visa waiver program. What do we think that the visa waiver program is? The C?
There's not a C on this slide, man. What?
Oh gosh, he's getting into the hidden tapes.
Okay. A, the visa waiver program, it just lets people from participating countries enter the U.S. without the need for a visa. Okay, so we have relationships with certain countries. They're on similar socioeconomic status with the U.S. We're not worried about people coming and staying forever. And so we just waive the need for them to get a specific visa in their passport before they come in. So that's how that works.
Okay, so we've just learned that you can come in on a visa waiver. Why would we want to look at a B1 or B2 visa for somebody like Admiral Bulldog who got turned away?
Yeah. So not every country participates in the visa waiver program, right? So it's not something that we let everybody do. And then also you can stay longer. So on a visa waiver, you can enter for up to 90 days at a time. On a B1, B2 visa, you can come in and stay for up to 6 months at a given time. And then additionally, there's some nuances in the law that matter occasionally for visa waiver people. We're not going to get into that today. It's too nuanced. But just be aware that even though we're covering some broad things, there are some details that get very specific, very nitty-gritty on some of these kinds of visas. That's my slide that explains all of that. Oh, I guess it's also important, this is important, for B visas and the visa waiver entrance, you can't come to work, okay? So you can get prize winnings, that doesn't count, that's an exception to the income rule, but you can't come to work on a B visa. Okay, you can only come to visit. You can come for some limited business purposes, negotiate contracts, attend PAX, do some other cool things, but you cannot be a W-2 on a visitor's visa. You don't have work authorization.
If you're gonna come and you're working with the studio here in the United States, you gotta look at either H-1B visas or other types of visas that are more heavily employment focused. And frankly, they're just a little bit more nuanced than what we're going to talk about here. Okay, so now PAX ECU wants to know, you mentioned other types of visas, the P and the O visas. What are those? What do we think? B, all right.
Right. So they are visas for people who are internationally recognized, internationally acclaimed. You can work on a P visa, right? You can get W-2 status. And I'm talking about IRS tax status, right? They can pay you traditionally. But the thing to recognize is that, again, the gaming as an industry, particularly for competitors or esports athletes, is still kind of new. And so the immigration official who's looking at these applications may not have a clue, right? And so it takes some convincing. P visas can be issued for individuals or teams. O visas are only for individuals. The way that I like to explain it is like your O visa is Michael Jordan and the P visa is everybody else on his team, right? So, and ideally when you submit this application, you submit it with evidence of serious international acclaim. People definitely know who you are in your industry and what you do. And so you want to make sure, particularly in a gaming visa application, that you put enough evidence in for the guy on the immigration side to say, whoa, and compare to traditional industries as well and say, wow, this person is better known than Michael Jordan, right, worldwide.
And one thing I'd like to add really quickly on P visas and just P and O visas in general. If we're thinking about it in the traditional sports context, let's think about it in an Olympics event, right? So you've got somebody who is potentially coming for a very big, groundbreaking athletic event. Well, realistically, you're going to want to potentially come in and train, exercise, get acclimated if the climate's different, the altitude, all of those things. So with the P visa, you can come in and as long as you have your route planned, you have the date of the competition, you have the date of whatever the event is, and you say, hey, I've got a trainer, I've got all of this stuff worked out, then that's how you get to stay for the lengths of time within the visas.
Yeah, so P visas can be approved for periods up to 5 years, can be renewed once for an additional 5 years. O visas can be granted for 3 years and then renewed infinitely. Let's see if PAX Eastia has anything else.
Okay, so now PAX East is saying, hey, what about those immigrant visas?
Well, they're not attacking us right now, James. So I think we'll move on and move from the basic level. All right. What should we do now? Level 3 or the secret bonus round?
Let's do the secret round. Why not?
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
The land of pitfalls.
Hey, we get to co-op this one. This is great.
Multiplayer mode. All right. So I didn't know Blindfold had a castle, but let's keep moving.
Okay, so we've been answering these questions. So far, it's nothing that we haven't felt like we can handle.
But we only have a staff and a sword. Okay, so PAX Eastia is telling us about Team Gavel. So just to plug us a minute, shamelessly. So come visit us on Twitch sometime after the conference, okay? We'll keep talking about different issues on the law and video games. But it's not so important right now. Let's keep moving.
Okay,
right.
so now PAX Eastia has another question.
What do you guys think? Do immigrants coming into the country have constitutional rights?
There we go. All right.
I see a future lawyer out here. Somebody shouted, "It depends," right? So,
Okay. Well, okay. So for immigrants or people who are not citizens, who are not permanent residents, we're going to talk about a very specific time period. We're talking about you're on the plane, you land in the airport or the port of entry. In that very limited context, you don't have a lot of status. You don't have a lot of these rights. So there are some limited rights. There are certain privileges. I mean, you are a human being. However, when we're talking about immigration, coming to the United States, a lot of it is discretionary.
yeah, so there are a number of lawyer groups out there that are very upset about this, and for good reason. You know, the Constitution talks about rights for people, not citizens, and so presumably all of the rights should be afforded to everybody, right? But our courts and our government have found that we have a strong national interest in regulating who comes in and out. And so if a CBP official stops you and you're an immigrant, you have very limited rights. And so a lot of people think, okay, if they stop you for an interview, like one of the people from the earlier slides that was stopped, one of the gamers, 7-hour interview before his visa was denied. 7 hours, right? So you're stuck in a room, can't go anywhere. Do you have a right to an attorney? No, you do not have a right to an attorney. And so what do? You're on your own. You can't have a lawyer. You call one, they're not gonna let them stay on the phone. They show up at the airport, they're not gonna let them in the interview room with you. So that's something that you should be aware of.
Yeah, so we've kind of already touched on this. We just want to have a little summary again here to say, immigrating to the United States, it's not always easy. It's not always something that you can expect on a regular basis to happen exactly how it's happened before. And more importantly, as we're talking about the gaming industry, just know that the first P visa, the first visa that was granted to a player, was done within the last 10 years. So we're not talking about something that has happened with regularity or that's established, not only within USCIS, but just generally speaking. So, we have to, as attorneys, as gamers, as companies who are all in this industry, we all have to work together to advocate and to shift the culture, to say, hey, esports is real, it's here. All of the companies who are working within the gaming industry, whether it's specifically in the sub-niche of esports or not, we need something that's gonna work so that we can have these people. Because, these competitions, hundreds of thousands of dollars can be on the line. You've got players who are on a lot of top-notch teams that are competing. So we're starting to see a little bit more maturity in the industry. And with that, we need some change.
Right. So it's interesting that border officials in particular, they have tons of discretion. And so one of the jobs that you might have to do as a lawyer, educating clients, or as a client coming in, or if you work with people who are in these scenarios, is make sure that they know how to explain to that border official, hey, I am coming for a Super Smash Brothers competition. So PAX East has a good question. Can you be denied entry into the US even if you got a visa? Yes, you can, and it does kind of depend on a bunch of things. They can absolutely deny you. They have all this discretion in the world, and it's kind of crazy that you can go through the process, you can create a completely intense application, get that visa, that P1 visa that was originally designed for athletes and world entertainers, and get it for a gamer, and then still be denied at your entry to the US. So what do you do if Customs and Border Protection stops you and wants to interview you for 7 hours? What do you do? Cry?
Yeah.
We should have put that as an answer. Sorry. We'll call you next time. Do none of those things.
All right, yeah. So basically, as we mentioned, you don't have the same type of rights immediately at the point of entry at the border. So you're working with somebody who's got a very shifted power dynamic, right? They're in all of the power to say, no, get back on a plane, goodbye. And what do we do in those alternate power distribution situations? Well, I mean, the unfortunate part is you just kind of have to play ball. You need to come in, know what you're doing, have your script ready, so to speak, be polite, and just try to do as much as you can, because otherwise it's discretionary. They will send you on your way.
Right, so you can't refuse to answer. That's one of the interesting things. So typically when we advise clients and they talk about an interaction with law enforcement, my gut as a lawyer is to say nothing, be quiet, wait for me to show up. But in this scenario, nobody's coming. The lawyer cannot come. You are literally on your own. And if you refuse to answer any questions, they're just going to put you back on the plane. You know, there's nothing you can do. And so you have to answer questions. And so in this scenario, I think the best approach is to make sure that your visa and your purpose for coming match up before you get here. And then probably if you have like that P1 visa, don't just bring the visa in your passport, like bring a copy of the application and be like, no, dude, look, I sent all this stuff in. The other thing you can do is, so you want to explain to them with your evidence, like, look, you can compete in a Settlers of Catan competition. The other thing you want to do is make sure that you don't use words that are going to get you denied, right? So if you're coming on a B1 visa, it is totally allowed to compete and take your prize winnings home. That doesn't count as, it's an exception to the income, the no income requirement of the B1 visa, right? But if you come in and you're competing in a competition and you say, oh yeah, I do this for work, then they'll look at you and say, oh, you're working, huh? And then off you go. You don't get to come in. And so as a client, as somebody who's trying to get in, you need to know, like, okay, I can't say the word work. I can't say the word money at all, but you can say prize winnings. And then when they Google it in their manual of policies and procedures, they'll be like, oh yeah, prize winnings, you can do that. But you need to just kind of have that in your brain before you go into the interview. So you have to be prepared, and you have to kind of be able to educate the officer because they may not be educated. I guess I can say that, yeah, there you go.
I mean, to be fair, they might not be educated on your specific reason for coming to the US. Okay, so PAX East is coming back, and, they're agreeing with all of the sentiments that we've said. It sounds hard. So what do we need to do? Well, lobbying, Riot Games, a lot of the publishers have been lobbying and trying to push USCIS and others to make more effective policies. I mean, that's partly how we got those initial P visas that were granted. So, a culture shift, it's not only gonna be USCIS, but in general, people. We need people to understand gaming is not just for kids. It's not just something that people do as a hobby, but it is a real business, and there are sponsors, there are big companies and teams and people who are ready to drop a lot of money on this. So we need to change it, and we need to change hearts and minds, so to speak.
Right. So, frankly, just more of a cultural acceptance of games generally, as we're seeing and viewing it as an industry is coming. It's happening, right? But in terms of like legal acceptance, we're still a long ways off. I mean, we don't know of any kinds of laws or lobbying efforts or those kinds of things. But we expect that as the industry matures, literally every major league sports organization has lobbied Congress at some time or another, right? That's just how things get done. All right, back to our levels. Okay, we level 3?
Yeah, we are at level 3 now. Okay, Jacob, it looks like it's a solo level.
They are shark-infested waters.
Okay.
So, fun fact, I have a brother who always says that. We visit the beach, he's all like, I'm not stepping foot in the ocean. I'm all like, dude, chill, it'll be all right. So,
okay, so now Paxis is saying Jacob has to get in the ocean?
okay, now I'm wet. All right, so, let's see here.
Okay, we got another question. All right, what does everybody think? When you're recommending somebody to come in, what should you do?
A, just roll up.
Just go into the ocean with the sword?
So I wouldn't actually, I want to make sure, and this is something you do sometimes when you present legal information, right? So I don't want you guys walking out of this presentation and be like, that lawyer said come in on a P, right? Like, that's just not how this works, okay? So I can't make any specific recommendations. Typically, though, most people probably fine on a visitor's visa. But again, there's that education piece. Like, if you do get pulled aside, make sure you don't say, oh, this is what I do for a living. Say, well, I'm visiting at PAX, I'm coming for a competition, or I'm going to take home prize winnings. But don't say things about income or that kind of thing.
As players are competing on teams more often, they're going to be treated more like employees. So P visas are more relevant than a B visa. But it's always going to depend on your specific circumstances. So that's why we say, hey, it depends. We'll talk to you. We're happy to consult with you about it. So we got another question. All right, so you know that you're coming in, you're going to get some money, and it's not just prize winnings. What should you do?
B, probably a P visa, right? So if it's not just prize money, if you are going to be paid, if you're going to be employed, we've already seen some P visa successes, but we've also seen some P visa failures. So one of the examples that we cited in the earlier slide, somebody had the P visa, they'd gone through the effort of putting together the packet, they'd got an immigration bureaucrat to approve a visa traditionally for athletes, for an esports gamer, right? And then still got denied, right? So you want to make sure that you do consult with a lawyer during the process, and then as you're coming to the country, say, okay, we're all set. And that means building the most compelling application possible, making sure that you understand what's going to happen, what could potentially happen at the border. And again, we don't want to say that it's broken all the time. Of course, we have tons of international commerce. We have tons of immigrants legally coming in with non-immigrant visas day in and day out. But the specific problems that could arise if you're coming in for something related to the gaming industry is just frankly being taken seriously. Literally, I think the PV's example was somebody who was coming for a Super Smash Brothers competition.
One of them was.
Right. And the border official said, yeah, there's no such thing, right? Like, it just doesn't exist. You are lying to me, get on the plane, right? And so that is one of the problems that you might face as you look at this.
I mean, this is, again, that culture shift of, yeah, so what? You play Smash. I play Smash with my buddies and eat some pizza on the weekends. Like, why would there be a big competition that deserves having a visa to come in? If you're just going to hang out with your friends, no, I'm sorry, you got the wrong visa.
Right.
So, PAX ECA has another question. What all actually goes into a P1 visa application?
What do we think? We've got all of the above over here. So you definitely do need a contract with a major U.S. sports league team or international sporting event. So that is typical for P1 visas. But in the context of gaming, there's not like an MLB yet, right? There's nothing like that that is recognized in the same way by border officials or those kinds of people. So you're going to need something that's a parallel to that. And then the attorney, and you'd have to work with the attorney. If it's not us or somebody else in the industry, and you hire some other attorney, they're going to need to recognize, okay, I have to educate the border official, the USCIS bureaucrat. So I'm going to need to compare this game competition with this sport, right? And there are a lot of niche sports out there that you could make that comparison to, right? Like there's baseball and football and basketball, but there's also, and soccer, but there's also, like water polo, and there's all sorts of niche areas, niche sports, CrossFit, that you'd have to explain to a USCIS official more in depth.
And one thing that we can say here, if you are one of the fortunate souls to be competing in a game competition that is actually sponsored by the publisher, like being sponsored by Riot or Valve, then you might be able to coordinate with them to get that documentation that you need. That's going to be as close as we can get right now. You might be able to get, as we've seen more player associations pop up, like LCS and Counter-Strike now, all those union groups that are organizing, that might give it a little bit more weight, but you just want to do as much as you can to try to build your packet.
Right, and so in addition to that initial contract, you're also going to need at least 2 other pieces of evidence to indicate like the scope of the acclaim, the international draw of what you're doing. And so that evidence can vary a lot. We listed some of the evidences, letters from authorities in the sport, in the esport, or in the game, and other kinds of rankings listings. Those are also very helpful. But you need at least 2 of those to support your application. If we're doing an application for a gaming visa, we're going to look for 3 or 4. And the reason for that is, well, what if the USCIS official discounts one of them, right? So you don't want to look for the minimum when you're applying this kind of visa. You want to go for the maximum. One of my approaches to many immigration applications is just drown them in paper and see what happens. And so I would like to fill out as many of those options as possible. Frequently, we're discovering that when you work with somebody who excels in any area, it can be difficult to get them to do anything other than play the game or practice for the sport. And so, but it's so very important that if competing in the U.S., practicing in the U.S., preparing in the U.S. is something they want to do, they have to devote at least some mental energy to getting some of these documents together. And if they don't do it, maybe they have an assistant who will do it for them. But you have to think through, okay, how am I going to get as much evidence as possible to prove this? And that's going to help you at 2 stages. 1, when you apply and you get approved, and 2, when you come through and show that border official, if they do pull you aside, you can say, hey, look, this is what I did, and that will give them time and room to say, okay, come on in, right? So that's why that's important.
Okay, so we've talked about what goes in. So how does it actually work? What do you have to do? That's the next question.
What do you do?
I mean, A sounds pretty specific. There's a form number.
So most of those, right? So there's some quirks about how the immigration process works. So you do fill out Form I-129. It's the petition for a non-immigrant worker, and it can be applied to a bunch of different visa types, okay? Including, in this case, for the purposes of this presentation, a gaming visa, right? You file the application, you wait anywhere between 5 weeks and 4 months. Now, that's from like last night. We checked last night. USCIS lists processing timelines for their visa, and if it's in Vermont, it's like 5 weeks to 3 months, and if it's being done in California, it's like 2 to 4 months, right? But we've seen processing times go up to 8 months for P visas, and then currently, because of COVID and other concerns, you'll see other visas go on much, much longer. I literally have a client that we filed for asylum for when I first started practicing in 2013, and they still have not had their asylum interview, right? And that is common. You need to know that that is common. So it's like a 9-year delay.
We haven't really talked about asylum. I mean, the idea of somebody coming for fear of persecution in their home country. That's definitely a different process, different calculation. It doesn't always come up. It realistically wouldn't come up in most situations, maybe outside of some of the current events that are going on right now.
Right.
But yeah, just keep in mind that when we're trying to schedule for these competitions and things, we have not only the competition deadline, your training, your practice, everything that you personally need to do to get ready, or your company needs to do, but you also have to do that against the timeline and the deadlines with USCIS.
So even though some humanitarian family-based visas tend to drag on quite a bit, I think currently for green cards based on family membership, it can take up to a year or more. But with employment visas, you typically have an out. You can pay for premium processing. It's an extra $2,500 for P visas, and you'll get a decision in 15 days. That does not mean you'll get an approval in 15 days. You're not paying extra money to get approved. You're just paying extra money for them to hurry up. And so for many clients who have a tight deadline or who, just want it done now, it's totally worth it to pay an extra 25K, not 25K, 2K, 2.5K, to have this figured out quickly. And so that's a tool that's available to use if you've got it dragging on and you need it done now.
But you also do want to keep in mind, $2,500 bucks. For a lot of people, that is not nothing.
Right.
That's the only way that you can really expedite it. I mean, we've been working on humanitarian parole applications for people who are coming from Afghanistan, and there's a specific process to go through for that. We have been told, you can work on it, put expedite on there, put multicolored pages so that it stands out. But at the end of the day, USCIS will decide, are we going to expedite this, or are we going to put it with all of the other papers and no organization, just in an empty room?
Right. That's one of the things you need to recognize is that our immigration system is, frankly, it's just overloaded. So people love here. It's a party in the USA, right? Okay. Well, there are no more questions about P visas in the water, so we're going to catch up with James at the next level.
Okay, it looks like this is the final question. So, thank you, everybody. Okay. Now, I guess this is the Castle of Blindfold. We finally made it, which means we're on the final level. Let's see what we need to do now.
You have to answer all of the questions, James.
I mean, the internet's asking me to answer all of the questions all of the time.
All of the questions.
I can't answer every question.
Well, let's answer as many as we can. So PAX East just says there's a big one near the castle. Let's take a look.
All right, let's see what the first question is.
What do we say, people? It depends. Do you have an immigration problem, or do you have? No, it's not the only issue you're going to come up with.
Yeah, no. So, I mean, that's the short and sweet. If we're talking about immigration in the gaming context, immigration is one factor, but if you're an athlete, if you're coming over to commentate, whatever your reason is, you've got a contract that you have to worry about and the legal requirements and obligations there. If you're dealing with sponsorships, then maybe you have to deal with those aspects of the law. If you're a studio, you're hiring talent, employment law, intellectual property. Do you control the rights that you're trying to license? If you are, your trademarks, your branding, all of that is stuff that comes up in gaming, and it's also, within our very small niche of immigration law too.
So I know I'm off screen, but I thought I'd pitch in here. There's a lot that comes up that's outside of immigration law when somebody comes into the country, or frankly, that you encounter every day. When you go to law school and they talk about like property rights and things like that, you go through 5 or 6 legal processes each morning, right? When you come in here to PAX, is a bailment created because I have my bag here? Who's legally liable if it goes missing? There are all these things that just happen in the background. If you start selling products without registering a business, well, you're still a sole proprietorship in the eyes of the IRS, right? And that just magically happened, and you have a business. The same thing with copyright and intellectual property. You take a picture, literally every photo on your phone, you own the copyright to. It's yours. That is your intellectual property, right? And so all these legal things happen. But when you have a business, when you're making a career in an industry that is arguably still very new, and the laws are 20 years behind where the industry itself is, what do you do? And so that's where a good lawyer does come in handy. And so if you're starting to make an income, if you're starting to have success as a professional in this gaming space, in this gaming industry, it makes sense to have a lawyer on hand in the way that you would think of, okay, I need to have my accountant on hand, and I talk to them once a year at tax time and a couple times throughout the year. You need a lawyer to help you get organized with your business organization, your contracts. You can absolutely hire a lawyer one-off for an immigration issue, one-off for a contract issue. But we've worked with a company or two, and they'll come to us and say, I really need a contract, and then eventually it leads to a conversation where we say, hey, how about we work on you with your contract strategy? We'll draft one kind of master agreement that you use, and then we're going to make this easier for you moving forward, and you need to file all of these so that you can, and so there are some intellectual property strategies and some business strategies that you can really take advantage of if you do talk to a lawyer and say, okay, I'm going to get squared away on this topic, I'm going to stay organized. And so that's important for companies and individuals.
And so one other thing, just because I haven't explicitly said it, we're dealing with games. It's very different than traditional sports and dealing with immigration, because ultimately at the end of the day, your publishing company owns the rights to those IPs, right? So if they say, hey, we're going to cut this, or no, we're not going to officially license this tournament, then you could show up, you have your visa that's validly approved, you're in the United States, and then, COVID, we decided we're not going to do this. Now you have to get out of the United States. There's so many other things that pop up that are very local just in the gaming space. So you have to kind of respect and understand that with the publishing companies, you're going to have to really be organized, is the short of it.
Right, and so, the gaming industry keeps evolving. Like we've already said, there's this gap. That was level one, the gap between where the law ends and where the video game industry begins. And so a lot of times when you have a legal question, there may not be a good legal answer, right? It just may not have happened yet. There may not be a law on it. I think the average age of Congress is like 63 or 64, and the average age of federal judges is also up there. And there just aren't a lot of federal judges who kick back in their chambers and, put up Super Smash Brothers, right? So, although I would love to know that judge if there is one. So a lot of legal questions don't have great answers, and so the best an attorney can do is look at parallels in different industries and try to apply those answers to your situation. But you'd want somebody to do that. And I'll share one quick story. I had a client recently who came back to me, and at the beginning of their immigration process, I said, okay, you've got these problems, and they can be overcome, but it's a three-step process. We're going to do A, B, and C, and these are my costs for each step. And we got done with A, and we got A approved, and then the husband did some research online and just went and did D on his own, and that got denied. So then they called me back, and I explained everything to them again, and then he went and did C on his own. And then they called me up and said, hey, I'm about to leave the country. I'm like, you can't leave the country. They won't let you back in. You didn't do B, And so $2,000 in government fees later, they're back to me, and we're starting over, right? And so it's kind of rough, right? And so sometimes you think, well, I don't have the money to hire a lawyer. I think that if you step back in your gaming profession or gaming career, you might realize, I can't afford to not have a lawyer. I'll save more money this way. And so, again, that's the power of strategy, particularly in the wild west of the law, which is what gaming is.
And just one final thing. I mean, we're talking about filing fees. If you've got some of these processes, you're going to have filing fees from anywhere to a couple $100 up to a couple $1,000 just with USCIS. If you are coming with family and you're trying to get visas for them, you don't always get to include them in with your one single filing fee. You have to add in potentially for other ones. So that's not necessarily applicable to some of the visas that we're talking about, but something where you're like, oh, I'm just gonna go hang out in this other country, or I'm gonna come to the United States for this one competition can easily rack up all of the government filing fees, plus legal, plus your just general expected expenses.
Yeah, so to kind of summarize what we're at here in this last level, the final question, right, is that there are going to be infinite questions on legal topics, and as you know, I think that there will be times when the law will catch up, but then it just doesn't change fast enough to keep up. There will always be a gap between where the laws are and where the industry is. And so the best way to get a solid answer is not Googling online. You can absolutely, you know, find lots of good information out there. We're not saying that, we're online, we're on Twitch, right?
Yeah.
So there's stuff there, but you want somebody talking to you at a certain point in your career, it becomes a good idea. All right. We did it, James.
There we go. There's a big relief right there.
All right, so.
Oh, we've got an outgoing threat from Blindfold.
So maybe he'll be back next year, guys. Who knows? All right. Thank you for playing our game with us. PAX Port Edition. We did license all of the images and audio from Adobe Stock, and we just want to remind you that legal information is not legal advice. But we wanted to open up the panel for questions from you. We've got some minutes. If there was anything we went over too quick, now's a chance to let us know. I believe the microphone back there is live. Is that
In the middle towards the cameras.
In the middle towards the camera.
Please feel free to line up, and
We'll take your
do what we can.
burning legal questions and see what we can do.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hi, my question is, what advice would you have for undergraduates looking to go to law school who really want to work in this type of law? Like, what type of internships do you think would be really helpful, and what type of experience and things like that?
Do you want to?
I'll let James
Okay.
answer that one.
All right, so here's the thing. There are definitely firms out there that are very established, ESG. They are, you know, a great example of what could happen, right? So when you're an undergrad, this is a little bit different than being in law school, but, you know, think about what all you're trying to accomplish, and then think about what tools you can equip yourself with. If you want to go to law school, then it's possible that you're going to think about something that's more writing-oriented, organization-oriented, and outside of getting ready for law school, that's not all undergrad is. I just want to make that very clear. You don't have to spend your whole time saying, I'm going to do political science, I'm going to do an English major. That's not what you have to do. So you can also take things if you're interested in a specific industry. I was interested in working with artists and creators, so I also did a couple courses there. Stay in tune with your industry. Figure out what's happening. If I had known at the time that gaming would go into the metaverse, then maybe I would have took some more like computer science classes or things. But you know, enjoy your time, and by the time that you get to law school, for each undergrad and law school, you're not going to know everything. So you just kind of have to be very patient with yourself and try to make it a good experience, because by the time that you get out and you start practicing, you're not going to have the institutional support in a lot of cases. And if you do clinics and things in your courses, then you'll have people who can say, oh, well, you messed up, that's not a big deal. But once you pass the bar, you're the attorney, you have to worry about your own ethical obligations and other things. So, do what you need to. If you feel like you're struggling with writing or organizational skills, things that might help as an attorney, then work on those, but also just stay tuned with whatever the industry you're wanting to dive into.
I want to tackle this one a little bit too. So I started my own firm after graduating law school. It happened kind of by accident. I mean, I always knew when I was in law school I wanted to have my own firm, but it happened much sooner than I expected, because I literally just could not find a job in the 2012 economy. It was still one of the worst years to graduate as a lawyer. And I wanted to do a focus on intellectual property, but I was fluent in Spanish, and immigration clients kept coming out of the woodwork, right? So for me and for us, I don't want to imply that we're veterans in this industry. We're still kind of new. We've gotten some streaming-related clients as of about 2 years ago, and we've been working in this space. The whole time I've been doing some business clientele, and so we feel competent to advise clients. I definitely feel super competent in the immigration space. But I don't want you to walk away and be like, oh, those guys only do video game law. We do a bunch of things, primarily immigration, and we're growing into the space and loving every minute. The other thing I would say is, don't be afraid to be a gamer. I actually have someone who helps me with the firm admin back at the office. And when he came in for his interview, he didn't have anything on the resume that indicated gaming. And the interview was okay. It wasn't anything stand out. And then I said, well, but do you have anything where, like, you manage a lot of pieces, because it can get kind of difficult in the office? And he stopped, and I could see him looking at me and calculating what to say next. And he goes, well, I manage a group on WoW. And he just dove into this explanation about World of Warcraft. And I'm thinking in my head, this is the guy. This is the guy, right? And so, people list on their resume all the time, they'll put like interests, like kayaking and reading books, like put like League of Legends, like put down gaming on your resume and say, hey, look, I do devote 2 hours a day to this, and I'm not ashamed of it. The exciting thing about wanting to do this in law is that it's still a new industry. So even by the time you graduate from law school, it might still be a new fledgling industry, and so there's probably room for you, right? So that's what I would say is just keep gaming and keep your dreams going. Go to law school.
And I do want to make sure we say this. Thank you for asking the question. One last little point here is that even if you can't work at a firm like ESG right out of law school, do what you need to do.
Right.
Get some experience. When I first started, I was doing document review. I wasn't working with the firm. Then in January 2020, I got hired to work with Tingen Law, and I've been doing everything since. We're trying to, like he said, we're trying to build the practice. If you don't have somebody who's as open to building a new practice area, then work at a litigation firm if you want to do contract litigation or other things, so that you can get the experience and exposure. So many people that I've heard from in the esports industry, a couple of attorneys who are going to do a presentation later, they talk about transitioning in. So I'm an employment lawyer, and now I'm going to help athletes. That's like Ryan Fairchild's story. You can ask the other attorneys how they transition. So for me, that's kind of been my experience too, trying to slowly tiptoe in. But yeah. All right, so.
There are more questions,
Yeah.
but we'll be at the other legal presentation tonight as well, and we'll be available after. You can ask us more questions.
All right.
Thank you guys so much. It was really helpful advice.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm curious as to what you gentlemen think is the sort of desirable end state for a lot of this video game related immigration law. Is it that you have sort of an ecosystem of acknowledged leagues who essentially take care of all of the filing processes and fees and whatnot on behalf of the athletes? Or is it going to have to remain sort of an every person for themselves, trying to get into a tournament that they may or may not eventually be able to attend? It seems like the chaos is unsustainable somehow.
Yeah, so let's talk about some of that chaos. Immigration is chaotic no matter the industry, so I don't think that's going anywhere. What I would say about where I think it'll actually land, there are some laws that prevent like employers from making the employee pay for the immigration fees. So there are some kinds of applications in that vein. Where I think we'll land is, where I'd like to see us land is, you know how the P1 visa says you have to have a contract with a major league sports team or union or whatever? We'll have some recognized major league esports groups that you can have a contract signed with, so that that's like evidence of it. I think that that's one place we'll head. And then I think that it would be nice if there literally is a set aside, I think in the H-1B visas, for fashion models. And so if there was a set aside for esports gamers, that's what I think is feasible today. I don't see any big lobbying movement to make any of this happen. But if a gaming company or group were to ask me, hey, what do you think's possible, Jacob? Those would be the first two things that I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Morning. I was wondering if you all had any experience with with employees dealing with like remote work and like the potential like law or like tax implications of that, and what your experience has been.
Remote work out of the country or?
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, we see 5 minutes. Well, so if you've got somebody working internationally and you're just paying them,
Yeah.
all right, and, I mean, there's nothing to stop that. I mean, you can pay them like as a contractor is probably the simplest way. I'm not sure if that's the question, though.
Actually, I'll just ask you after.
Okay, all right, so
Yeah.
more details? That
Yeah.
seems fair.
Hello. Just hold on a second. I have some notes. Okay, so you talked about, law as a precedent, right? I'm not very literate with law, so I don't know many of these terms. But
That's all
have
right.
you used any of international, cases to present in the U.S.? I mean, as far as I know, Korea, or at least South Korea and China are the biggest ones with esports, and they recognize players, right? Have you used any of that on the court, to show it as some kind of precedent or something like that?
I mean, I think when it comes to gaming visas, it's always helpful to pull out what's available and say, hey, look, this has been done before. We're not treading new ground. Precedent is always persuasive. To be honest, most of our clientele is not from Asia, though, so I wouldn't necessarily, know the answer to that specific
I
question.
mean,
Okay.
this just kind of goes back to, we're slowly tiptoeing our way in. We do have a lot of our clients who are from Central American countries. So if we're working with people who, and Europe, we're dealing with a lot of similar types of things. And as we get into it, like we said, you just need to be able to explain, hey, Super Smash Bros., Dota 2, all of these things are legitimate. And the more paperwork, the more evidence that you have, you're going to put yourself in the best position.
Can I ask one more?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
You talked about South America. What's the biggest esport there? Because I'm just curious. What's the biggest thing that from South America that many esports players come to ask for a visa or something?
Probably Brazil, right?
Yeah.
Most of our esports stuff doesn't come out of South America, though. Most of that's humanitarian work is what we're doing. So we do a lot of asylum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That was it. Thank
Right.
you.
So the resources that we presented on the slide presentation are available on our website here. And we want to thank you for attending our presentation. We very much are very, very grateful.
And this link, thank you, everybody. This link or QR code does take you to the website. So if you didn't see that, you can check it out there.
Thanks.
That's my man throwing down.
to PAX. Well, you know what? PAX has been going on for a little bit now, hasn't it? Who, me? It's a stair supposed to be loud. Do you need like little ear things for yourself, child? Jeez, some people. Anyway, hi, welcome. If you're watching us on PAX 2, twitch.tv/PAX 2, welcome. If you're here in the audience, welcome. Let's get a little the hype or whatever.
Raise your hand if this is your first PAX East. Is this anybody's first PAX East?
Yeah, I see a lot of hands here.
Newbies.
Boy, it's been a while, hasn't it? We had 2 years of, digital PAX East, and then now we're finally back here over in the Boston Convention Center. It's been a long time coming, but it's good to be back. I hope everyone has a really good time. And now that the ASMR bit of this panel is over, we're gonna go ahead and talk about Zelda for about an hour. So I hope you're ready. Take notes, there's a quiz at the end. Actually, there really is a
There
quiz.
actually is kind of a quiz.
I was making a joke, but we actually do have some questions so that you can win some fabulous prizes. So I hope you're ready for that. I'm going to go ahead and start doing introductions. In case you are wondering who this idiot here has been talking to for the last minute and a half, I am Andrew. I also go by Laughing Boy LP on the internet. Branding, it's important, I think. You can also find me on Zelda Universe. I'm the YouTube director. I do a lot of stuff with Zelda Universe, including panels, Zeathon. It's a good time. Next, I'm going to go over to Amanda, who can probably speak more articulately than I can.
Hi, everybody. My name is Amanda Van Heil, and I host Zelda News at Zelda Universe. And then I also just show up different places with Zelda Universe talking about Zelda. I'm the news editor, and I do the ZU-thons as well. Peyton.
Hello, everybody. My name is Peyton Garrett. I go by Emperor P on the internet, and I'm ZU Special Events Coordinator. I primarily do ZU-thon and PAX. And I'm mostly here to represent people born after the year 2000, so.
That's what I thought.
If that made any of you feel old, I'm doing my job right.
Anyway, representing the 90s gang, my name is Mary Stowe. Yeah, 90s kids!
See, that's how you appeal to the crowd, Peyton.
So my name is Mary Stowe. I am the social media director for Zelda Universe, so I am behind all the social media pages, making sure everything runs smoothly on our platforms.
Hi, I don't do things for Zelda-thon, or is that, sorry, ZU. Sorry,
Wait, no, that is the thing you do
I
things
ran here. I got here 1 minute before this started, but I'm a composer. I do video game music stuff. I did covers for like 8.5 years, but I've done a lot of Zelda music. So yeah, I teach and I do music things.
What's your name?
Sab. Did I forget to say my name? I'm so sorry.
First slide down. All right.
All right.
We're already off to a great start.
I will be representing those born in the 80s, because I'm old. Older than Zelda by 2 weeks to the dot. All right, so we are talking about the characters in the Legend of Zelda series. So I have a background in theater and performance and all that, so if there's anything I know how to do, it's analyze a character. So we're gonna be looking at Link and why he does the different things. And I just love this meme of, I did it to save my friends. I did it to save my sister. I did it to save the girl I love. I did it because a tree told me to. And poor Breath of the Wild Link, he just woke up naked and got told he needed to do something, didn't even have his coffee yet, and he's already having to run around saving the world.
The millennial experience.
What's that like?
So when analyzing a character, you want to look at who he is. So who is Link? Well, we find that out by finding out what is his goal and why is that his goal. How do the other characters help him achieve what he needs? How does Link help the other characters? What is his relationship with the others? And what is at stake for him? So, spoiler alert, we're going to be talking about a lot of Zelda games and a lot of characters, and we might end up revealing something you may not know. You've been warned. So we're going to start it off with the very beginning, the original Legend of Zelda that came out on February 21st, 1986. And this is where we first learned that it is dangerous to go alone. Take this, when the old man gave him his sword. So in this game, he basically gets a bet. It's something so funny you'd like to share with the rest of the class.
Nope, I'm good. Keep going.
All right. Well, we get a crash course, basically, of what's going on between Link and Zelda and Ganon. Oh gosh, that's a new shipping, Xanon, lordy. All right, well,
That's not for another 20 years. We'll get there.
Zelda and Ganon from Impa. That's how he finds out what's going on. So what inspires him to go on this journey? And that is his own personal sense of justice. The area is completely just barren. It's crawling around with monsters. There's very few humanoid characters, and the ones that are there are more hidden away. So you don't really get to know them very much. You just know you're exploring this world, and you just kind of have to make it all up along the way as to why things are happening and who people are. But you don't really have that strong of a relationship with Zelda. It's just a fun exploration game. And as the games go along, we start to meet more characters. So Zelda 2 comes along with the adventure of Link. It is very different from previous games. It is the same Link, but it's a different Zelda. Once again, Impa is here to instruct Link on what to do. Now this has expanded. This is the big difference here is aside from like the weird like side scroller style to whatever that was, it's expanded to include towns. There's more NPCs. There's I Am Error, which we all know. There's the old lady, the lady who heals Link in mysterious ways.
And only that.
And what, I'm sorry?
And only that.
And only that. I said he healed. She's a healer. That's all there is to it. But we start to get to know these people and kind of giving you as a player a reason to want to do more in the game to succeed because you've got your own personal, like you're becoming personally invested in it. Now, Link to the Past is where a lot of you guys got started, I believe. How many of you here, we've all played Link to the Past here?
Unfortunately.
No.
You haven't played it?
I played A Link Between Worlds, though, so I played, like,
Okay,
the modern
so it's close
version.
enough.
Yeah.
The skills
Good
transfer.
enough.
The skills transfer.
It's the same concept. And y'all feel free to pop in while I'm talking. I don't mean to take it over.
90s kids, yay!
Do you want me to say that this game is vastly inferior to all the other future games?
Okay, only if
Not
you
for
want
this
to
panel,
get-
we're not.
Only if you want to get busted in the face. So this is the first turning point in the series, and that is because this is when Zelda comes directly to Link in a dream, and he lives with his uncle. So rather than just going through his own sense of justice, like this is the right thing to do, he's told by his uncle to go save the princess. So he has all of a sudden a familial bond with the princess, even though he may not know her personally. She's important to a family member of him. So that drives the stakes much higher. If he doesn't find her, it's not going to just disappoint the world. It's going to disappoint the people close to him. And that makes it more important for him. That's where it becomes more, this keeps slipping, I'm so sorry. Keeps just becoming more emotionally invested. We get a greater variety of characters. This is where we get the Zora, we get the lumberjacks, we've got that dwarven swordsmith, and you start to help out other characters. So you start to get to know anybody. Does anybody have a favorite character up here from Link to the Past? Any of you guys?
Link.
Link.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Always a good
yeah.
answer.
I always forgot about that guy.
Yeah.
Well, you always, you have Saraswala, so like you have characters that are more directly leading the player along. I think that's like a big deal in terms of that narrative storytelling where in earlier games, especially in NES games, a lot of the story was written in the manual, right? So there wasn't a lot to go on until maybe the early 90s when people started like getting more expressive with NES tech. But then you start seeing more obtuse games like Link to the Past where it's now able to lead the player along by using NPCs as a way to tell story. And that becomes way more important later on considering that you are still a voiceless character.
So that gets taken a step further in Link's Awakening. Now I'm doing the Switch version because it's prettier. That's the only reason I picked it.
Big.
So this one, Link starts to really get to know characters. That's where we first meet Marin, who is just adorable. Who loves Marin? I love Marin. Anybody else love Marin? I adore her. So Marin saves Link after a shipwreck. So she goes all Little Mermaid on him, and all of a sudden he's got to help her. Then we've got, confesses her hopes and dreams to Link. So Link starts getting to know somebody on a one-on-one basis who is close to his age. So this time it's not even an instruction from like an authority figure. This is somebody that this is a peer. So Link is starting to get to know others. Then there's the owl, who provides guidance throughout. So he may not have his own personal traveling companion, but he does have the owl here who goes along and tells him things, and then we learn, spoiler, that he's part of the Windfish. And there's whole bunch of the characters. There's Madam Meow Meow, I love her, Bow Wow, and Yip Yip, Crazy Tracy. I'm telling you, the ghost, I got very attached to that ghost. It made me tear up on that quest.
It's very attached to-
And that is one of the big things that's different about Link's Awakening is you really start to get to know the characters. You really want
It's a
them to
very
do well.
quirky cast too, so I
Yeah.
think that's really nice from like the very serious nature of the earlier Zelda games that Amanda's talked about versus this is very quirky, even in the original, just like their distinct personalities and just building the relationships.
Well, and I think again, like earlier, as the NPCs are used to lead Link from point A to B, this is, I think, probably one of the earliest moments where characters are just there to exist, and they get to, like you were talking about with Marion, like they share their hopes and dreams. You find out these very strange things about these characters through side questing, and you're actually like, they're not just there to be video game people, it's much more alive, which is very ironic given the nature of the island. So these are very lively characters for the first time in a Zelda series that I think gets more elaborated on in Majora's Mask.
And the actions that you take with these characters have actual consequences with the whatever he's called, the shopkeeper being the thief.
Yep.
Did anybody steal the shovel? Who all stole the shovel? Me.
No.
Really? I'm the only delinquent here?
Yep. I saved up all my money.
Well, I'm a delinquent, and I went in and kept stealing stuff because that was more fun.
Cut grass.
Says a lot about the panelists here, doesn't it?
Spoiler, Amanda's a delinquent.
Yeah.
So we're going to come into the first trivia question. Dan, where are you, babe? There you are. Okay, so we've got my dear husband, Dan Van Heil. He's here with the prizes. Why don't you show us the first prize that we are going with? That's the Skyward Sword poster. Skyward Sword poster, is that it?
No.
All right, I'll just do it this way. Hello.
Flip it around. Yes. So the question for all of you, and Dan, you're just gonna run to the first person you see who has their hand up, gonna have them answer the question in the mic, and then if they win, then they get the prize. So the question is,
Oh, it's working now.
in Link's Awakening, where can you find the Yoshi doll? Hand in
Okay.
the very center, far back, babe.
Yep, light blue shirt.
Yep.
Hey,
You can find it in the claw crane game, correct?
That is correct. I will take claw machine, crane machine, trendy game, it's all the
I
same.
was gonna have you walk up and hand you the poster up there, but I carried it with me, so.
Saves a lot of time.
That's true. Good job! Yay! First try. So now we are moving on to the Nintendo 64 era. The time that revolutionized gaming. Woo! Was this anybody's first Zelda? Ocarina of Time, anybody's first Zelda? It was my first Zelda.
Played it on the GameCube.
Nice.
Link to the Past. Link to the Past was a lot. This was my first. I remember reading about it in Nintendo Power, and I got in trouble at school for reading my Ocarina. Again, I'm a delinquent, so I just read my Ocarina of Time books instead of like Little Women because that was way better. Which is funny because there's a Little Women reference in Ocarina of Time. With the pose. With the pose. They're named after the girls of Little Women.
Okay.
I know what that is.
It's a book, Peyton.
He's completely lost in time. He doesn't read books,
Just
but he
let-
also doesn't know how to use Uber.
Just let me know when we get to Wind Waker.
All right, well, aside from revolutionizing gaming, this was the next big turning point because this brought us Navi.
Yeah.
We love Navi.
Yeah.
She just wants to help.
She really just wants to help. She is a very sweet fairy. She may be irritating, but you know what? That's okay. I
She
can
gets
be
the
irritating,
job
but I want to be
done,
helpful.
you know?
She does.
She gets the job
She
done.
understood
does.
the
I
assignment.
think the only thing that really bugs me about Navi, like first time playing through, her tips are helpful, but genuinely, other than the Great Decorator being like, yeah, go ahead, go with him, she has no narrative real purpose.
She assists with the Z targeting, and she helps out at the very end, so she's very
So
important.
true.
Yeah, that's the only.
Why? Why does she have that ability? Why is that?
Because it's the first 3D.
Oh my gosh, Peyton.
Deal with this child.
We know when we get to L targeting.
But here's what made
Anyway.
it different is Link finally had a companion. He was no longer alone because we all know it's dangerous to go alone. Take a fairy, why not? Because he was the boy without a fairy. And we also learn more about Link in this game because he's bullied by Mido. So then we find out he's kind of a little bit of an outcast. He's a little nerd boy that lives in the village that everybody's just like, oh, he's that weird kid. But he is best friends with Saria, who is a sage, and she's kind of the best one. So,
Yup.
you know, good for her. Now, did you get all that? Get all that? No? Okay, well, we'll just keep going.
What?
So this is where we also meet Epona, because not only does he have a fairy to travel with him, he also has a horse. So he's got lots of friends now. What were you gonna say?
Did you say Epona?
I said Epona, and I got tongue-tied and said Epona. I get tongue-tied sometimes, Peyton.
You're not coming back to the next PAX East.
I have a funny story about Epona, actually. So, little me did not know I was playing Ocarina of Time. I saw my older cousin playing it, and they had a horse. And I, being a child, was like, it's a horse game. I have to play this.
Oh my God.
So, they would just hand me the controller and let me ride the horse around the ranch.
Oh.
I never left the ranch.
Ingo didn't want you to leave either, so.
Part of it is because I couldn't. And then you found the spiders.
But the unique thing with Ocarina of Time, sorry to change the subject there because we're running out of time. The unique thing about Ocarina is not only do you meet Malin as a child who teaches you a song, which is necessary for the game, you see the character grow when you come back 7 years later. And so then all of a sudden, like, here's this person you knew as a child, here she is as an adult. Or, you know, whatever you want to consider adult. 17 is child, but that's beside
You know what? He's legally allowed to ride a horse.
That's true. If Pokemon trainers can go out on their own at 10, I consider that going around saving the world at 17 an adult. That's fine. So not only does he grow, his friends grow too. He also gets to know the princess. And the princess directly helps him. Spoiler, Zelda and Sheik are the same person.
Unfortunately, Emperor P did not understand that plot thread, and that's why he doesn't really like Ocarina of Time so much.
But she is there throughout to guide him on his way from the very beginning of giving him the first assignment with the letter saying, hey, I need your help. But again, he's not going it alone. He has all of these people watching over him. Even if he doesn't know it, he's got these that are going around doing what they have to do. And then there's, Peyton, what is so funny?
It was,
Okay.
you said something funny. I
Okay.
laughed.
Okay. That's fine.
Not everything's a snip at you.
No, it wasn't a snip. I thought you had something funny to like say that everybody would enjoy. I apologize.
So the sages.
So the sages. Ocarina of Time.
There's 7 of them.
Yep, here they are. We all get to know them, and you have different interactions with them. You've got, what's up?
6. There's 6 of them. I counted.
You know, you've got Ruto, who, good for her, she knows what she wants. She tells Link to carry her around, and he does it. Good for Ruto. And then meets her again later.
Hey, that's his
Engaged. Engaged. We've got the Gerudo.
It's not on paper yet.
We've got the Goron. We've got some really great characters here, and it's just starting to get really fleshed out. Now, I'm not going over Majora's Mask because that whole entire panel is a character study, or that game is an entire character study.
Kind of.
Yep.
And so that would take up a whole panel. So
I
we're
will
just
say
skipping
before we
that
move
one.
on to Wind Waker, I feel like this is like the first game where all of a sudden, like most of the female characters are like strangely thirsty for you. What? It's weird, right?
It
You're
is,
not in
yeah.
your head because you know. But like all the characters are just kind of like, I mean, you're kind of cute. Whatever. Thank you for saving me.
No, Ocarina.
In Ocarina.
Ocarina, yeah.
Before we move on to Wind Waker, Peyton.
Yeah, not
Thanks for paying
everything's about
attention.
Wind Waker.
Link has a harem, essentially, in Ocarina.
I can't deal with him
What game did I
sometimes.
play?
I can't. Wind Waker. Let's talk about that.
All right.
Played a knockoff.
It's for the GameCube.
So once again, Link had a personal reason to go on his journey. This time, it involved his sister, his sweet little sister Ariel, kidnapped by the Helmer King. He wasn't even planning on saving the world. He just wanted to help his sister. And next thing you know, he's riding around on the King of Red Lions, having to leave his poor granny behind.
No.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was
Oh,
hard to do.
that one. Who teared up at Granny, like being depressed? I can't handle that. Like, I have to get her that fairy immediately because I don't like making my grandma sad. We also have the King of Red Lions, who is a father figure to Link instead of just a companion who just yells tips in his ear. This is somebody who constantly provides guidance. So instead of the people that are providing guidance around that he may not know about, he's right here giving you help the whole time. He's wise, helps him reach his personal goal, and he's a chauffeur. Can't go wrong there.
And I think this is a very big step up because you did just go through like 2 games on the N64 where your companion is a fairy, which is mostly meant to help you navigate through a 3D space, as this is like an early days of 3D gaming. But now you're kind of having companions that are maybe not fleshed out because he's wood, but fleshed out figuratively speaking.
Pretty good.
He becomes flesh at some point, I guess. I don't know.
To extend on that a little bit, I think what I really like about the King of Red Lions is that he felt more interactive with the world. You saw him interacting with the spirits, with the mermen, with other NPCs. Like, every time like you interacted with him, he had this little bit of information. He knew people. Like, he knew the right steps to take in order to get Link farther along on his journey.
Damn, thank you for joining us, Peyton.
That was great.
He's trying his
We're in
best.
2003.
He's just
We're in
doing his
2003.
best, just like Navi.
True.
All right, so next we are going to go to the princess herself, Zelda/Tetra. Rescuing Tetra leads to Errol's kidnapping, helps Link by allowing him to use the pirate ship, protects Errol, helps Link defeat Ganondorf as Zelda. She is a less refined Zelda than the ones we've seen before. She's, a little rough around the edges, because good for her, she's a pirate, she's out in the sun. She keeps her guard up, so her softness and vulnerability don't come out until she is the princess. She's also very independent. She worked with Link to fight, got to use the light arrows with the mirror shield, but neither she nor Link knew of their true identity. So none of this quest had anything to do with, I am the hero of time, I'm the princess, I've got the wisdom, Goddess Hylia. This was just them, just being regular kids, essentially.
It's like a cool 90s movie with like the kids going on an adventure, and it's like way bigger than they were supposed to be. So.
Yep.
So Goonies?
Goonies too.
Kind of, yeah. Very similar to it, actually.
Yeah.
It's also different
find gold,
compared
that's
to, we just looked at Ocarina of Time where, it's very clearly, Zelda and Sheik being that connection where Zelda knows that identity versus Tetra and Zelda, you don't know that. And it still steps place where Ocarina of Time, they're just kids to start. So to see the contrast between the very I am the hero of time, I know that even as a child, versus they're just exploring and they're like, oh, we're not just on a pirate ship. There's stuff happening here. So it's very cool to see that with the same kind of environment, how they were able to twist it to make a totally different story.
So it's very much the world's gonna end, but how is this gonna affect me here?
Yeah.
And of course, Grandma. Another fan, I know I mentioned her earlier, but she raises Link, and you get to see her the whole time. So you have Link's caretaker, provides Link with what he needs for his journey. Link helps cure her depression with a fairy. So, they've got a mutual respect for one another. They help each other. She is a wonderful character. Who doesn't love Granny? And that music, it's just beautiful. Yes. And then finally, Ganondorf.
Probably one of the best Ganondorfs.
Yeah, of all the Ganondorf iterations, this one is the most humanized. You almost empathize with Ganon, because he's just sitting there minding his own business, and then all of a sudden he's got to come out and deal with all this stuff with Link getting in his way. He was just enjoying the comfortable lifestyle for the Gerudo.
I'm going to give my hot take here. I think this Ganondorf was right. I think he was in the right. He didn't even want to kill Zelda and Link until the King of It was the King of Hyrule's fault, actually, that even final battle happened.
That's a very good webcomic, actually, about that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, genuinely, like, he just knocked Zelda out and Link out. He wasn't even going to kill them until his chances of a new old Hyrule was gone. And I think that really just humanizes him as a person, that his goal isn't just to destroy and kill, it's just to recover his homeland.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to go into our next trivia question. In the Wind Waker on the GameCube, the Game Boy Advance is compatible using what in-game item?
I think I saw this man's go up.
Oh, did you show the prize?
I did not show the prize. Would you like to see the prize before you answer? Okay.
Mystery prize.
It'll be a mystery prize for you. Okay.
It's the Tingle Tuner.
Very good. Yay,
Yay!
Tingle Tuner.
Oh, I did it wrong last time. Come on up.
Come on up and collect your prize.
And what do we have for him?
Who here used
It's
the
a
Tingle
mystery to
Tuner?
everyone.
Anybody? Did anybody actually use the Tingle Tuner? I don't think I ever actually did it.
Wow.
Oh, there you go. It's a Link. Well, it's a Wind Waker Link.
No, unfortunately, I never got to use, because you had to buy the Game Boy Advance cable.
Okay, that's fine.
And here's the bag it came in.
Yeah. All right.
This bag is not a toy.
No, but it's good for collecting cat litter. That's what I use them for. All right. So now we are going to the GameCube/Wii era.
Let's go! Sorry about that.
You good?
Anyways,
So
I do
think we have
enjoy
a few
wangling
Twilight
sheep.
Princess fans here. Just a few.
a couple.
So Peyton, I understand you like Twilight Princess.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Is there something you'd like to share with the class?
So once again, Link has a companion, but she's a little different than the past few.
I love her.
She's Nate.
You know, the last two were pretty supportive, and they were all about Link doing his best. Twilight Princess is really Midna's story. Link is really the companion here. Midna's the one that she just needs Link to carry her around. She has her own character arc. The other ones, we really didn't get to see that. We got to see Navi show a little bit of bravery at the very end, and then we found out like more about the King of Red Lions, but not like a full like growth. Because at first, Midna's just like, you'll do. I need you to do this for me. And then you started to get to know her. She started to get to know Link. They started to actually care about each other. They needed one another. And so Link's relationship changed once again with this companion. And then he was also a little farm boy. There's the kids of the village. There's the one character we don't like. And then there's the...
I mean, realistically, there's like 4 in there I don't even
Amanda,
like.
people don't know.
The character that Amanda doesn't like.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
Amanda
sure.
doesn't like.
There's lore there.
Yeah, there's a character that I really can't stand, and then the other 4 kids.
Let's go Malamart!
You know, Colin really looks up to Link, so Link is not only just the little farm boy, he is a role model to some, but then he has also those that he can look up to, like the mayor in town, and then there's that girl with the short hair on the left that we don't like, that she seems to further the plot at the beginning, and then doesn't, and then loses her memory,
May I introduce a fun fact?
Sure.
So in the game, you don't actually have to recover Ilya's memory.
Yeah.
Like, you can start the quest, but as soon as you get to the hidden village, you don't actually have to complete the quest finishing Ilya's memory if you know to just show Imp has the Dominion Rod. So you can just leave her permanently amnesic.
That's
the rest of the
horrible.
game.
That's so bad.
And for the
Which
record,
one's worse, stealing the shovel or whatever he just said?
Yeah.
I speedrun the game.
And for the record, for those of you that love Ilya, good for you. I'm glad you have somebody you like. I just dislike her for personal petty reasons. All right. So let's go on. Now, Peyton, wait, you had some stuff you wanted to talk about with Twilight Princess, didn't you, with the Resistance?
Yeah, so I think one of the... I think one of the most underrated parts of the game is really the resistance, and it's further expanded upon in the manga, which if you haven't read the Twilight Princess manga, it's fantastic. It really adds a lot of characterization to everyone that isn't there in sometimes the game. But the resistance that Telma forms with Shad and Ashi and Russell and Aru, it's really interesting. You only see them for these small moments throughout the game, but you really get the sense that they care about Hyrule and they really want to uncover both the mysteries and stop Ganondorf. And my favorite cutscene in the entire game, and it's unskippable, which is brilliant, is in Ganondorf's, in the final Hyrule Castle, you're going to get the boss key, and you see this basically horde of monsters coming at Link. The Bokoblins are shooting down arrows, and it just feels like it's probably a possible battle. Link's basically unstoppable. But then you see the resistance come in and just completely annihilate the enemies. And it's this just really nice moment seeing them come together to actually help you in your final quest against Ganon at the end of the game.
I would honestly love to see just a spin-off game of the Resistance because there's so much lore there that we don't know, especially if you haven't read the manga, because I've only like kind of I've looked through the manga at some of the pictures that are really cool, that's about it. But just to know more about it, I would love to know that backstory. I think that would be really interesting just to see like how they got to where they are and more about the Resistance and what was going on like before Link got involved, just to see everything that was happening.
At the very least with Russell, I think it's interesting because at the beginning of the game, Link looks up to Russell. Russell is almost like a father figure to him. It's someone who Link counts on and supports, and Russell treats Link with respect and almost like a father. And to see them become like almost equals at the end of the game, it's really interesting.
And I do like how Link has, you know, the father figure, and he also has like the little brother figure. So he has different roles that he himself plays. All right, so now we'll move on to Skyward Sword.
Yay!
All right. So this one, at this point in the series, Link is more or less a little high schooler. He struggles just like regular 17-year-olds, has a hard time getting out of bed, has to deal with bullies, has the friend that may or may be more, we don't know. She stands up for Link, though. We get to know Zelda as a character instead of just the refined Twilight Princess stoic character that she was, or Wind Waker, where Zelda didn't know she was Zelda. She knows who she is and gives Link a personal reason to be the hero. This isn't just some princess that he was told to go save. This is his best friend for life, who, you know, he may or may not have a thing for. And her dad is counting on him. But at the same time, he has a rival that's not just the real big bad. We've got the one and only Groose! The one with the best hair in the series, Link's rival.
We love Groose.
But what's so wonderful about him is he has that great redemption arc.
I mean, the thing for me, especially with Skyward Sword, and why I like Skyward Sword a lot is because it does a lot of things where, one of my main drawbacks with Twilight Princess is that there's so much that they try to accomplish with characterization, but then there's so much missing. But with Skyward Sword, there really is a lot of fleshing out and characters, not just Groose. Groose is just the most obvious because he's, you know, the bully character. But a lot of these characters are not the same from when they started. And if you go out and do a lot of the side questing, and I think this is just them learning from Majora's Mask and other past games as well, is that they took a lot of that past experience and molded it into a game that really focuses on the emotional aspects of the characters rather than just gameplay and game. There's issues there, but the thing is that I feel like this one really focused on characterization and letting characters tell a story and not just immediately drag the player from point A to B in a most obvious fashion. Like everyone has their own thing, everyone has their own story, and it's all leading the player along to the end point.
I think Fledge is a great example of that.
Oh, yeah, Fletcher, yeah.
Dude gets like a six-pack.
1,000 push-ups in a night.
Yeah.
And Link helps him on his way, just as like, basically just like, here's some stamina potion, this might help you out. And good for you, kid.
I mean, a lot of the side questions can be tedious, but it does, like, for me who really enjoys, you know, character growth and just reading it as a story, I get that reward of like seeing what Link is helping them along with. So again, you know, like with Fledge, he becomes like a stronger, both physically and emotionally. You have the gratitude demon, you have all these different people that are in town. I mean, just the shopkeeper's story arc for itself and her dad is just like, it's great. Like, you get to see all these things happen, and it permanently changes how you interact with those characters after the side quest is done. It's a good game.
It really is, and it's, you know, it's personally rewarding. It's like, yeah, gratitude crystal, sure, whatever, 100%ing the game, but you know, it's again, you want to do it because you are emotionally invested with the characters.
Well, and it's the first time where a lot of the NPCs, including Impa, aren't just like sitting here going like, you're the hero, you're like the coolest guy ever, you're gonna save everybody, and Impa's just like, you were 20 minutes late, what the hell, dude? You gotta get better. So I feel like in Link's standpoint, it becomes even more emotional because not only is he failing his friends, but he's also failing this ideal of what everyone is telling him to be. No one's calling him like the hero of anything. There is no thing where everyone's just like, well, you're the hero, but thou must. Like, you just have to do it. Like you were saying before, it's emotional. My friend is gone. Her dad is like, you have to go, like, please, like, do something.
Although, can we just point out how he just sits and takes a bath the entire time while Link is down there?
Only at nights.
Please, Link, I can't. I can't.
My back pain.
Oh, the pain.
Like,
Can
hey,
you warm up the water, please?
My daughter just got whisked away in a tornado. Link, go do something about it.
My
I'm gonna
back
go take a
hurts from
bath.
carrying out my massive unibrow.
Yeah, but then just the idea that you have characters that are just kind of like not treating you the same way as in past Zelda games is just fantastic to me.
And he's, once again, just treated like a regular kid.
Yeah. Kind of like in Minish Cap as well, I think. So.
Now, once again, we have another companion. Now, this is very different from Midna, very different from Navi, very different from the King of Red Lion. She's very cold, but she also gets a character arc at the very end. And I don't know about you guys, but I felt really bad for being really annoyed by her the whole time when she said that when she finally experienced emotion for the first time, thanks to Link. And this was just thanks to Link just being himself.
Yeah.
And just being just an overall just good guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's that companion that I didn't realize was growing on me until the end of the game, and it was like, you know, the final farewell, and then the music like set the tone. It was so beautiful, and it was like, oh no, like I'm really gonna miss this character. Like, what do you mean this is goodbye? Like, I didn't realize how attached I'd gotten to having her along for the journey until that moment. I was like, oh, it's ending. This is the end of the game.
And this is getting a little far ahead. I think that goodbye made what happens in the next game that was released even more emotional when you get those like little hints about Fi's eventual future. Is it Fi or Fi?
Honestly, I think it can go either way.
It's Fi.
I think it's technically Fi, but I always called it Fi at first until I was told that it was Fi, but that kind of got stuck in my head.
You do you.
You know, Arceus, Arceus, that sort of thing.
Rayquaza.
No.
Just no.
Ouch!
You can't hide the truth forever. Just accept it and move on.
I like Mary's point. Like, sorry, I'm the musician, so I'm gonna mention the music because that's just what I do. But with like Fi's theme versus like Groos's theme, I feel like this is one of the first games where we're getting to see very fleshed out themes for the characters aside from Link, because so much of the Zelda music is about the areas you're going to or the songs that you're playing, and I feel like the character themes really represent these distinct personalities where like Fi's is like this beautiful ethereal piano tune, and like, you know, getting to experience emotion, like her theme is so emotional, and then I think like the driving point of like the very end really helps, so you're like, oh my god. Versus like Groos's, it's this very like kind of like pompous kind of thing, and you got like the trombone, which makes it a little like dopey and silly with blah, 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 blah. So I just feel like it's a very good encapsulation of like making these characters more detailed in the story. The music does a good job of serving that to give them these personalities to contrast Link.
I agree, and to even extend a little further, I'd say even the themes of the 4 different goddesses also have that. And these are characters that we have other than the Oracle's Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons games, we have almost zero context for who these people were as goddesses, but all of their themes feel very fitting for what little we do know about them as humans, or at least semi-mortals.
And it did a good job at, like, if you had not played the Oracle games, kind of get a feel for who they were.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we've gushed on Skyward Sword enough, although I think we could keep gushing on the
Yeah,
characters.
I was like, I could do a whole panel on
yeah.
Skyward Sword.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a good game.
it did, you know, say what you will about the motion controls, it did the story and characters just, like, spot on. I think that's what they were going for previous games, and they finally, they nailed it. They
Hey.
absolutely nailed it.
But we got buttons now.
That's true.
Yep.
Get the Switch version.
Yeah.
All right. And here we are today.
And now the game with no story.
Breath of the Wild. Now, this one goes back to its roots in multiple ways. First of all, it's all about the exploration. But once again, Link no longer has a companion. He meets other characters on his way, but he doesn't have anybody just like helping him through. He's got the old man king at the very beginning
I
telling
have
him.
my iPad. I don't need anything else.
I don't need friends, Mom.
You don't need friends.
They're all in line. Jeez. I'm on Twitch. Leave me alone.
They're real, I promise.
I may pay them a lot in bits, and then they talk to me. That's the only time. But it's whatever. They'll eventually will build a rapport.
They said my name.
Poor Link.
I know. You can't help it.
The
Like,
true millennial experience, Breath of the Wild.
what's really neat about Breath of the Wild is not only do you go back to being alone, the characters know who Link is, but you're having to learn who Link is also, and Link is having to discover himself based on the memories that other characters had of him. So he's like, he doesn't really have the actual relationship that he knows of with the characters. The others already know him. So like, you find out from the champions and from the champions' descendants, like they're like, oh, you're Link, I know who you are. And you're just slowly like, oh, okay. And so everybody's telling you about yourself.
Well, I think the big thing about almost every character, almost every main character in the plot, is that they are trying to fill in somebody's shoes. Link is trying to fill the shoes of who people think he is. Zelda's trying to fill the shoes of who her father wants her to be, but then all the champions are trying to fulfill fill in the shoes of the shadows of the champions from 100 years ago. And so everybody has some kind of personal stake in what's going on, because they're all trying to be the person that they're shown to be, or who their ancestors kind of led them to be. And by the actions that you take in the game and clearing through the story, they're able to do that.
And so quick show of hands, we're gonna see everybody's favorite champion. Whose favorite champion is Mifa?
Okay.
All right, whose favorite champion is Lady Urbosa? Yeah!
Pretty good.
Who likes Daruk?
Yes, sir.
Good choice.
Yeah.
Ready to roll. And Falco,
Bird Bruce.
Yeah.
Ravioli,
ravioli.
What's in the formioli?
So we're gonna look at these champions themselves and how they knew Link and how they knew Zelda and, their own personalities. So we'll start with our favorite bird boy. We've got Mr. Cocky Rito here who, he doesn't quite have the same redemption that Groose has, because he's dead.
So Bruce was better.
What? Only in one universe.
But
Rest in
it's
pepperoni.
really interesting to read, Rivali's diary, where he's talking about, the villagers want me to do this task for them, but it's kind of below me, so I don't really want to do that. And on one hand, you're like, dude, just do it. But at the same time, you realize he understands his own self-worth, and realizes that if he keeps doing everything for everybody all the time just because he is the best, then nobody's gonna do anything in that town and he's just gonna be stuck doing it. So he's like, no, save the hard stuff for me. And even then, I'm gonna say, I don't really wanna do this because I'm too good for it. And then he's gonna go ahead and do it anyways and may pull through, or, when it has to do that with that divine beast.
I think the real thing that separates both Rivali and Teba from the other 6 champions except champion descendants is that he's just a guy. Like, he's not royalty, he's no chief. They're literally just people that just happen to be Rito. Like, all the others are royalty or descendants of royalty in some kind, but not Rivali and Teba.
And the thing with Rivali is, yeah, he's very jealous of Link because Rivali has worked so hard all this time. And here's just this weird little, nerdy boy who's not, all buffed up. He doesn't really have any special powers. He didn't create Rivali's Gale to fly up like the others can't. He's just Zelda's little caretaker. What makes this guy so good? And, Rivali wants him to prove himself. Is Rivali overly arrogant? Absolutely. Does he have reason to be? Also, yes. I think he does. I think he's earned it. And, I don't blame him for being like that.
Yeah, it's like you kind of see his point of view. It's like maybe tone it down a little bit every now and then, my guy. But he's put in so much work to get to that skill level. And like you said, he sees Link, he sees other people who people are praising and saying how strong they are, and he's like, well, you haven't proved it, you're strong. You have to show your worth to me, sort of thing.
Right. It's like, hey, look at this wonderful strong guy. And it's like, okay, and they have me just doing menial tasks all the time, and they don't realize how good I am. I think we could all take a lesson from Rivali of learning our own self-worth, of being like, no, I'm not going to do this for free. All right. So good for him.
You don't get anything out of this panel, get that at least.
Yeah.
Don't work for exposure. What am I doing?
So now we've got Daruk protection and Yunobo. That scene was so sweet when he finally saw the ghost of Daruk. Oh my goodness, it was so precious.
I think he's the only one that winds up being able to kind of do that.
Yeah, I think so.
Sidon gets a moment, I thought, with Mipha.
I just know she's over, she's just watching over.
She's just watching,
Yeah.
So Daruk is another one who's he's very strong, and then you find out he's terrified of sweet little doggies. So that's his weakness. And then, you've got Yunobo, who's he's a little shy, he's a little dorky, but he wants to be good, and he wants to be strong like Daruk. But how do you compare to Daruk, of all people?
I've always seen Daruk as kind of the leader of the champions. They don't really characterize that too well, but I think they do it a lot better in Age of Calamity. He always felt like kind of the ringleader, he's always the one calling the rest of them to action and get to their stations and do what they need to do. At least that's my opinion. But
I mean, it's even alluded to it's technically the first memory in the order where they're doing the ceremony, and he makes a comment about how he's like, this is uplifting, and Rivali's like, it was your idea to do this. Daruk was kind of the one rallying everyone to really adopt the mentality of the ancestors and following through with everything. They're like, well, this is what they did, so we have to do it.
I think he's also probably the most positive force of the four, so kind of lends to that.
Yeah, it's you feel comfortable around Daruk. He's not gonna make you feel
He's very
inferior.
extroverted.
Yeah.
he's your buddy.
He's very welcoming.
He's a giant teddy bear, only he's less
Made out of rocks.
squishy.
Made of-
Yeah. It's when you go to Build-A-Bear and you stuff it way too hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Gives a
Daruk.
mean hug
Yeah.
to your spine.
So now we're gonna look at Lady Urbosa. She's my favorite. I love her so much. She was kind of a mother figure to Zelda, because Zelda's mom wasn't there anymore, and so she was Zelda's mentor. And we'll get into Zelda in just a moment, but Urbosa knew how strong she was. She wasn't as cocky as Rivali, but she wasn't going to take crap from anybody either. So good for her. I love everything about her, and I just love her fury and how she just gets out there and she just fights with the sword. She doesn't it's her fighting seems to be the most raw of all of it, I feel like.
I really like Riju and how you read Riju's diaries, and she struggles a lot with living up to not only her mother, but how Lady Urbosa is. As, being the chief of the Gerudo at such a young age, I'd be terrified to have to follow up Urbosa.
Oh my gosh, me too.
Yeah.
I think that's something that all of like the champions struggle with too, is like they have these expectations put on them from their predecessors of like, you have some very, very big shoes to fill, so you better do it, and you better do it soon, sort of thing.
And then we've got Mifa, who's got the love triangle going on, and she's so sweet. She loves Link, and she's always there for him, no matter what. And then the sweet, wonderful friend Sidon as the baby brother. Who doesn't love little baby Sidon? He's so precious. Oh my goodness. But what's great about the Descendants is they're all, and the Champions, is every single character is flawed somehow. None of them are perfect. And, previously, like with previous games, they all seem just so hard and perfect. These you really, what?
One note.
Yeah, they're very one note. These are very dynamic characters, and you understand you find out their struggles, what they're scared of, what their personal struggles are of not being able to live up to the expectations of the Descendants, scared they can't live up to the predecessors' expectations. The Champions, they literally fight to the death. And so they all have different relationships with Link. You've got Sidon, who just encourages and encourages and encourages. Link has to encourage Teba. So the dynamic shifts there. So
Are we allowed to talk about Age of Calamity?
Yes, of course.
Cool. So spoilers for Age of Calamity. I think one of the best parts of that is when you actually get to see the Descendants directly interact with the Champions, and how that nervousness is there. They're like, for example, Yunobo and Daruk. Yunobo is literally meeting Daruk, he's got his own giant statue in Goron Village in Yunobo's time. And it's really empowering to see Daruk inspire Yunobo to have that confidence. And same with, Mifa and Sidon, seeing their sibling relationship that you don't get to see in the main game. It adds just a lot of characterization, not only to themselves, but to the Link and Zelda relationship between all of them. It's great.
And they've all had just so much taken away from them that was unfairly taken away from them.
Yeah.
All these experiences and relationships they should have had, they didn't get to have it because unfortunately the Champions, they did their job, but they lost them. Now we're gonna look at another flawed character, and that is Zelda. And that's what I love about this Zelda so much, is that she has conflict between the characters. She doubts herself, and she works directly with Link. Does she, get a little rude and snippy with Link? Absolutely, because she has so much put on her. Things she doesn't even want put on her. She doesn't want to be this warrior goddess. She loves research. She loves learning things. She loves finding out how to do different things, and she doesn't feel that she can measure up to the Hylia powers. And Link represents all of her weaknesses because he was assigned to her specifically to protect her. So she's so this guy is just here because you don't think I can do it. It's kind of like when you have if you're working on a project and we're okay, Amanda, we're gonna get you this backup character. If I was playing a role in anytime I've been cast in a show, and then all of a sudden halfway through, Amanda, we're gonna get you an understudy. I'm what, you think I can't do the show? Is this what you're saying? And so that's, you get that built up resentment, and it may have nothing to do with it whatsoever. It might just be, hey, we know you might have some health issues, so we're gonna have a backup just in case. Nothing personal. And it's, Zelda, you're the princess. Yes, you need to have your secret service, essentially. And she needed Link, but she did not want to admit it because that would admit her own personal weaknesses. And then, of course, there's the whole full-on shipping wars between Mifa and Link and Zelda and all that, which is a lot of fun.
Ilia.
Oh, hush, Peyton. And then we've got the friends all over Hyrule.
Yes.
Pyrrha and Paya, I said called Pyra.
Pyra.
Wrong game. Pyrrha, Paya, Robbie, and Cass. I love Robbie. Robbie's my favorite.
Yeah, I'm so happy we got to see more of them in Age of Calamity, Robbie and Pyrrha. I'm really happy.
Me too. It was so great getting to learn more about them. But, Cass acts as kind of the Greek chorus in this game. He's the one that kind of tells you the background, kind of gives you an idea as to where to go. So you learn, he's the closest thing, aside from the Sheikah Slate itself, he's the closest thing Link has to a companion, because you find him throughout Hyrule, and he kind of gives Link some advice through song.
Yeah, he fulfills that K-Pora
Yeah.
character in this.
Without making you repeat everything, or
Yeah.
without repeating everything.
Unless you talk to him again by accident, like I did 20,000 times.
Yeah, no, I've done that too.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
No.
Cool thing about Cass is like when you hear the music and you know he's here, you're like, oh, Cass is here. Okay, this is gonna give me an idea as to where to go. And that's really neat. And then, you've got Paya, who ages down, and Pura, and I like getting to read their diaries, because that's where you really get to learn more about the characters, and that's where you get to learn more about Link, because by learning about the characters, you learn about him, because that's the people he hung out with. So who of these four do you guys like the best?
Cass, I'm a musician.
Cass.
Boy.
Yeah, who likes Cass best?
Can't play the accordion, but like A+.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Cass, definitely.
He has a cute side quest.
Pura.
Yeah.
Pura, 100%.
I love Robbie. He and Paya have just the ultimate friendship. Like, their friendship is just so precious. I love it so much.
I thought Paya was Impa's granddaughter.
She is.
You mean Pura?
No, I thought.
No, Pura
Pura's
is
the girl.
The
Yeah.
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 That's not it. Yeah.
What did I say?
Yeah,
What did
Paya is.
I said
but she has
Paya?
the-
Okay.
She has
Yeah.
the birthmark.
Oh, I meant to say Pura. I'm sorry. I said the
In
wrong
an
word.
undisclosed location.
Yeah. I said the wrong name. I apologize.
Very thirsty game.
It is. It's another very thirsty
Very,
game.
very thirsty game.
Ocarina of Time was a turning point in multiple ways. That's when all the characters became thirsty for Link, and then just brought it even way higher once we got to Breath of the Wild. All right, we have time, because we have 4 minutes remaining, so we have time for one final trivia question.
Yeah.
Shall I show them what they're competing for?
You sure can.
So cool.
This is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah! Oh, no. I wanted the cardboard so bad. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah. All right, so the question is, in Breath of the Wild, what is the name of Riju's sand seal?
Oh, got this
You
guy
got
right down
there.
center.
Middle, yeah.
All right. Oop, sorry. Thank you.
Patricia.
Patricia, yay!
Patricia is correct. Would you like to come on down? Oh, thank you.
I think we've timed this perfectly. It's 1:27.
Yeah, we should be good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Patricia!
Yeah,
I love the little bow. It's so cute. It's such a nice detail.
I know,
Just
I
with
just love
everything
Patricia. Sweet Patricia. I just love her so much. She's so great.
makes
I like that it's just Riju's main weapon in Age of Calamity.
Yeah.
It's just riding
Yeah.
a seal and just mowing over enemies.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So what is next for Breath of the Wild 2? What do we think is going to happen in the next one?
We're going back to the sky, and as a Skyward Sword fan, I'm very excited.
Me too. And I got to know what's happening with Zelda and why she cut her hair. She didn't cut her bangs, so I'm thinking there was no nasty breakup. But, she had to have had something.
I just want to see more Fee.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty interesting. But everybody, thank you so much for joining us today. We have like 2 more meetings. Let's go now. All right, Andrew, let's start with you. If we're
That's my man going down.
this where we talk? Oh, yeah.
Hey, hey, welcome.
I was rocking out to that music.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Hi, welcome. My name is Steve. I'm here with Abdallah.
Hello, hello. And I think you guys are still asleep. So can we try that again? But like, I'm gonna record it. Okay, welcome to PAX. Hi. Yep.
Better.
That's way better. That's a lot more energy. You guys are awesome. Congrats.
Abdallah's only here because he has the energy that I don't because I'm too old for that. But Greg is also here.
Yeah, I'm also here. I have more energy than both of you. What are you talking about?
All right.
This is true.
Okay,
I'm born alive.
This is probably the simplest panel you've ever been to, and it will probably be both the funniest panel you've ever been to, and also you will leave angry.
Yes.
So I am just laying that out there that no one is going to leave here happy except the one person who got their Pokemon to number 1.
That was me 1 year.
What? That's rigged, man.
Look, I am not saying that I put out a Twitter call to make sure that my Pokemon was covered.
Okay.
I'm not saying that did or didn't happen, but it did happen. I may have rigged 1 year.
Okay.
So what's going to happen is you guys will come up. There's 2 microphones, so pick a microphone, and then you will pitch to us which Pokemon you think is the best Pokemon. And then we will try to put that on a list, but we'll also use your guys' feedback, whether there's like cheers or boos, to adjust that on the list. I only have one rule, because this is being broadcast on Twitch and because I see some younger people here. Let's keep our mind out of the gutter when it comes to maybe voting for specific Pokemon. I mean, if you come up and you say Sylveon's cute, I'm down with that. You say Gardevoir's cute, I'm down with that. You go a little bit further.
We are not down with that.
We're not down with that.
We are not.
So let's just, think of everyone in the room for now. Yeah, that's pretty much it. This is the slide is over. Now I just open a.
Goodbye, slide.
Yay. Look at how easy that is.
What happened to the old list?
Okay. Let's this, and because again I have the eyesight of an 80-year-old, let me just crank that up.
Nice. Okay, can we change the font to Comic Sans?
Please.
No, I was joking.
No.
Don't do it.
No,
don't.
You did not download the Pokemon. Come on. There we go. That's
better.
Okay,
That's
Papyrus.
classy.
Let's fight over the best font. Is
Yeah.
that the actual
What is
panel?
the best? Okay, first we have to decide the best font.
Okay, good.
All right.
Comic Sans.
No, not Helvetica.
All right.
Everybody says Helvetica.
There we go.
This is a little zany.
Okay, that's good. It's nice. and blocky.
Little zany. All right.
Zany, bold.
Okay. I think I'm ready.
Well, as we debate over the best font, which we all tricked you into, if you
Welcome.
would like to, the first 3 are always tough because everyone's shy. No one wants to go up there and pitch, but.
All right, go.
Line up.
There are microphones.
Yeah, you just line up
go
with the
to your
microphone.
microphones.
And then
gonna start
what has
off.
happened in past years is, lines just form and we try to get through as many people as fast as possible, but.
It's going to be great. Now,
To
at
the microphone.
At the very end, we'll crown the top winner, and we got a pretty awesome prize. I don't know if you guys saw this, but we got a pretty awesome little Legends Arceus adventure pack for the person who wins first place. And their
Where's
Pokemon
mine?
gets that. I don't know. You don't get it.
What?
All right, let's do it. Class, you guys ready? Okay, let's keep all of our discussions to a low. We want to really focus on all of the people that are at the mics. So everyone, calm it down a little bit. We're trying to listen up here.
All right.
All right, great. Good job.
Let's start with my left side.
You.
I was not expecting to go first. See, my personal pick is Blaziken.
Okay.
All right.
And we're done. Thank you guys
And
for
we're-
coming.
That's
What?
it?
That was it.
Wait.
What are you
Wait, hold
writing?
on. He's not going to sell why Blaziken?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right, so one.
Sell it.
Go.
Sell it.
All right, so,
you know, everyone knows Torchic First Evolution. Pokedex entry explicitly says it's great to hug. I imagine that continues with Blaziken. Just one thing makes it great. Blaziken just seems like the kind of Pokemon where no matter what you did, they would always stick by you, like way more loyal and stoic than any other. They just seem like the best kind of friend.
Okay, a best friend, loyal, and...
I can't spell
okay.
stoic, so
Okay.
we're just going to go
Correct
loyal.
me if I'm wrong, but Blaziken seems very spiky.
And probably hot. Like
Very spiky and very hot. And as a person who
Temperature-wise.
lives...
I thought you wanted this to be the clean one.
Yeah, temperature-wise.
As
All
a
right.
person who lives with a person who radiates 10,000 degrees at all times, it can be a bit much. I'm just putting it out there.
Okay.
Yeah, but did you see the episode of the anime where Blaziken wouldn't eat the little...
Yeah, I did see that. That was actually very, very good.
Okay, cool.
All right.
All right, well, Blaziken's number
Blaziken
one right
number
now.
one right
Thank you
now.
for your-
All right,
Way to go, look at that.
All right.
Blaziken number 1. Good job, dude.
We're going to your right.
All right.
Hate to say the winner at number 2, but we're going Sylveon.
Sylveon.
Okay, Sylveon's
All right, we're
great.
done.
All right, what are the reasons for Sylveon?
Yeah, you gotta
First
sell it.
off, it's pink. Everyone loves pink.
Correct.
It's cute. Everyone thinks it's cute. You already said
I don't know how to
that,
spell
so we already
Sylveon.
got a point. We got ribbons. That's like if you're gonna go for a hug, more hug. Or if you're not into hugs, 5 high fives. You know, multiple amount of high
5.
fives all at once. Also, it evolves from Eevee, so you know. Yeah, everyone loves Eevee unless you're a mean person.
Uh-huh.
But speaking of mean people, you wouldn't get a Sylveon anyway because they evolve from love because they are the friendliest friend of all time. The first fairy.
These are good reasons.
Wow, that's some tough competition.
Here's what I'll do. Do we think that Sylveon is better than Blaziken?
All right.
I mean, I think that speaks for itself, really.
Wait a second. We didn't let them cheer for Blaziken, though.
Well, Blaziken was the first.
Yeah, but
We
do
all
we
knew
have
that everybody would
where,
only
where
have
the
one
Blaziken
choice.
people at?
Blaziken hype in the crowd? Oh, yeah, that's gone.
All right.
There's no
Pop 'em.
energy, dude. You're gone. Goodbye. Good job.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Oh, cool.
Isn't it supposed to? There it is. Just got to get the list started, that's why. All right, left side. Thank you, Sylveon.
So starting out with the contentious one, which I've never had anyone agree with ever. Here at Pokemon is Darmanitan, who's just a big friend-shaped rascal who can destroy a dump truck with one punch. And I think that's all you really need to argue for him.
Dump truck one punch.
I mean,
Why? Like, what do we have against
Fair.
dump trucks that we need that service?
occasionally dump trucks just get in the way.
They do.
I don't think so,
They're
man.
very
We-
large. It
happens.
Someone's gotta take care of all the trash.
That is Darmanitan.
No, he's destroying the dump trucks.
And the trash inside. It's fire.
Darmanitan just looks like that friend that will like get into trouble and cause fun
Now-
shenanigans, and like that's about it.
Are we also including regional forms or not in
No.
this submission?
You're doing fire one or?
I would assume you'd have to speculate the regional. Because Alola Ninetales is way cooler than regular Ninetales.
Galarian
You're not wrong.
Darmanitan does have a sick afro, so that also helps.
Choose
but I'm
one.
But
arguing
we
for
are
the,
picking one. So
I'm
we're
arguing
picking
for black and white.
non-Galarian. All right.
Okay, the
Non-Galarian.
regular.
Pick Afro off there.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Dump truck. Just dump truck.
Just put dump truck. All right.
Oh.
All right, audience, how do we feel about Darmanitan?
I mean, that's more than you probably expected to get.
Yeah, that's
Probably.
yeah. That's,
I've never had anyone even agree with like.
That's a solid.
that's
acknowledging
good.
it's
No.
That's a solid 3 right
He's
now.
got his friends
Absolutely.
here.
All right.
His friends are here to cheer for him. Okay, so that's not so hard.
I'll take the clap in consideration when we add more, but that was actually
All right.
way more than I thought for Darmanitan. Right side.
Hi, I'm going to throw into the ring Kartana. Because
Yes.
kind of in contrast to Darmanitan, he's just a little guy, but he's also very dangerous, and I think that very much encapsulates Pokemon in a nutshell. They're very small, but very dangerous.
Yes.
It's Grass Steel, which implies that it's kind of a combination of, nature and technology, which are both things very important to Pokemon as a franchise. And, I mean, he's just folded up origami paper that's as sharp as knives. What more do you want from a Pokemon?
I fully support this addition.
These are good reasons.
These are good reasons. All right. So, but is it? All right. Is it a number 1 crowd? Is it a number 1 show of applause? Did it go to the top of the list?
Well,
Yeah, that's
All right. Pretty all right.
Sylveon. I don't.
Sylveon's tough
I
to
think
beat.
Sylveon
Tough to beat, tough to beat.
Is it better than Blaziken? All right, you're getting there.
That doesn't sound better than Blaziken.
I think everyone's sleeping still.
Yeah. Is it better than Darmanitan?
All right.
We have a solid contender for 3.
I'll take it.
You gotta wake
All right.
them up. All right, that's exciting. All right, here we go. Ash Ketchum over here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so there have been a lot of Pikachu clones over the years, but I think unquestionably the best one, because it actually does something interesting with the concept, is Mimikyu.
Wow.
We knew it would come up.
Okay. That's a really good one. Okay, so why? Why do you like Mimikyu?
Why?
It is a very cute Pokemon. It's like, it's trying its best. It's trying to copy what's popular, but at the same time, it is kind of an existential nightmare, and that's intriguing to me.
These are valid points. Put up existential.
I don't know how to spell that.
I know, but put it up anyways because we want to see you trying to spend it.
Essential.
Yeah.
Wow. There we go.
That's
exactly
No,
right.
that's extensional, but whatever.
It's very extendable.
It's a very corny Pokemon.
Yeah. You don't know what's under there.
You don't. Well, if you do, you die.
Yeah.
It's in the Pokedex.
But like Detective Pikachu saw underneath the Mimikyu. How did he survive?
He didn't. The rest of that is all a fever dream.
Mimikyu sounds pretty high here. Is Mimikyu higher than Sylveon?
Okay. Wow. Okay.
All right. We're making choices already, people.
That extensional Mimikyu is
Yeah.
gonna win, man.
My favorite,
It's all
really.
about them chords.
Good job. Way to go, Ash.
We're on right side, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do it. Who are you?
Wait, is this left or right?
You. You.
Right. Our right.
All right. So, Gen 5 water starter. Give it a gun. And there you go, Revolver Oshawott.
Give it a gun. Is that legal? Can we do that here?
We cannot add cool weapons
Cool weapons.
and to move them up the list.
Well, I mean, we
Because
didn't-
I would come up with Rosalia in a tank and you would all cry how cool that is.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty good. Okay,
Jet
so
Fighter, Voltron, Rosalia.
all right.
My next tattoo.
Okay, let's do the Jet Fighter, but let's put Mimikyu in there instead. And I think I'd beat you.
No.
How many chords?
Okay, anyway.
How many cards? All right, Oshawott. What else?
Oshawott.
Apart from a gun that doesn't exist.
Can you say no to this little guy?
Yes, because we can't see
We
it.
can't see it.
Sorry, buddy.
We
Try
can't.
again. Hey, yo, sell it though. Oshawott without a gun. Go.
Water starter,
Starter. Water.
water,
Shell.
shell.
Boo.
Gun.
Boo. He
Extra
didn't.
cheese?
That did not
Extra
get the-
cheese.
What? See,
Pepperoni.
disarmed. Oh my gosh. Disarmed Oshawott did not work. I don't think so.
Confusing evolution. Put that up there.
Ooh.
What's confusing about Oshawott?
Explain Samurai.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a
okay.
confusing ending
Yeah, a little sword.
It is
to
a
a
confusing ending.
proud start. It's like a lot of movies.
All right, well, we got Oshawott on the list.
All right, so is Oshawott better than Mimikyu?
No way.
No, that's not going to happen.
Where are we even putting?
Is
We could maybe put it like maybe Oshawott better than Kartana. All right.
Wow.
Is Oshawott better than another starter, Blaziken?
Zero.
Zero.
Wow.
Not better than Blaziken.
Okay.
All right.
Oshawott getting.
Hey, it's four. Left side, thank you.
Good
Left
job.
side.
Yeah, so I want to nominate Braviary because it's a symbol of America and capitalism. And,
Got you.
and I think America's the greatest country in the world, so it should be up there.
Wow. Okay.
All right, same question. Are we?
Why are you here then?
Are we?
America.
Are we going with regular or regional?
Original.
All right,
probably.
original bird.
Yeah.
Red, white, and blue.
American bird is a turkey. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I mean, if you want like other reasons for like, I don't know, its viability, it gets access to bulk up and stuff, so it's pretty good. And like lower tiers too.
Competitive.
Put bulk up. I want you to see
It
next
boosts
to American Bird.
attack ×1 and defense ×1.
Yeah,
I mean, it does get Defiant. That's pretty good.
it's pretty good. It's defiant, like America should be.
Exactly.
Is Bravery better than Oshawott? Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that, honestly. What about better than Sylveon?
Whoa. Hold on.
Is it better than Blaziken? It's a bird versus bird battle.
One of them can't fly.
Not with that attitude.
All right, well,
Yeah. Blaziken.
Hear me out. Blaziken and a jet fighter.
Blaziken a jet fighter. He's got that blaze kick. I'm sure he can fly
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Well,
right.
Thank you.
Good
Right
job.
side, we got Bravery at 4.
Yes.
All right. Bulbasaur. And it's very simple.
All right.
Put pandering on the list.
I was gonna say Gen 1 pandering.
Pandering next to that one.
Any?
Wow.
I was gonna say, do we have any Gen 1ers in the audience? Hands up, yeah. People started with Generation 1. Wow. Okay. Wow. Cool.
All right.
Awesome.
Other than Bulbasaur being super cute, what else? Fight.
I mean, I feel like that applause spoke for itself a little bit, but #1 in the decks, #1 in our hearts, OG dual type starter, awesome mega form, best to go through the games with.
#1.
I could keep going, but I'm going to leave it there.
All right.
That's actually really good.
Is Bulbasaur better than Sylveon?
Okay. All right.
Is Bulbasaur better than Mimikyu?
That's tough.
Hold on. So that's like, you guys are rivaling for first place. We need to hear the Mimikyu.
Yeah, all right. Support for Mimikyu is #1.
Yeah, I think that wins. I think that wins.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
Support for Bulbasaur is #1. All right, that's that.
Wow. So out of all the people that are here on the left and the right side, who is going to beat Bulbasaur? That was huge. You guys actually woke up. That was awesome.
I mean, no one's nominated Bruxus yet, so.
Or Cramorant.
Bruxus.
Bruxus
Yeah,
is outstanding.
easily
and
a
I will
#1.
not have
Yeah.
this happen.
Okay.
All right.
Can I introduce you to Clamperl?
No.
Okay. Left side.
Okay, I remember real quick. I didn't know this was a thing till like an hour ago, so I don't know what the hell y'all doing, but this is pretty cool.
They're all spelled.
But I guess if I had to pick somebody off the top of my head, let's go with Quagsire, because no one ever likes it.
Oh, Quagsire.
Wait, I don't know how to spell that one either.
Hold on. I'm unaware of what Pokemon that is. No. Okay, some people got it. Okay, fine.
I mean, I got it. It just wasn't funny.
Okay, fine. Quagsire. Okay, so why Quagsire?
All right,
what's
more
the deal?
Quagsire.
What's the deal?
All right, so the reason why I'm choosing Quagsire is because, I mean, I'll just look at it by itself. It's a fucking unit.
Whoa,
by itself.
whoa. DQ, man.
All
Get
right,
to the
my
back
bad,
of the
my
line,
bad.
man.
I'm sorry.
Back
I'm
of the
sorry.
line, bro. No, I'm kidding. Go.
It is a tankish Pokemon, yes.
Yep, and I guess also it's type alone. Water ground is really good. It's a little more grass type, pretty much.
Yeah, okay.
What?
That was it.
Water
Okay.
ground.
Water
And-
ground.
All right.
Water ground.
I guess one more
Quagsire.
thing. This guy behind me just mentioned that he sounds like a character from Family Guy. That was his words, not mine. But can that be added?
He sounds like which character from Family Guy?
I'm guessing Quagmire is what he means, but.
That's right, Cleveland.
Oh, okay. So the name is
The
similar.
name is similar.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
All
do
right.
we have Quagsire above, let's try Kartana.
All right.
It's Quagsire above Oshawott.
That was a little weak.
Yeah.
Is Quagsire better than Braviary America Bird?
Oh, weird. All right, we'll put him here for now.
All right.
Sure.
We're right side.
Hi.
Hello.
I would like to bring you Scyther.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Ooh.
I think I can spell this one.
Yeah,
got
there
this.
we go.
And the reason is?
So many reasons. So, first gen, best gen. Pokedex number 1, 2, 3 just looks cool. You can teach him false swipe. He's hot.
Okay.
Just have to start disqualifying
I mean,
people here.
these are.
You're not convincing me. What else? Why is he cool?
Why is he cool?
Yeah, let's go.
Screams his name.
I think all Pokemon do that.
But like,
That's like the
better than
definition
the
of a
rest.
Pokemon,
Okay, I will say, of the Pokemon, Scyther does scream the most.
He does it the best too.
He does it. Yeah. Scyther! Like,
Good Japanese name, too.
yeah.
Strike.
It is a good Japanese name.
I think you guys are selling Scyther more than this guy.
Look! It's our job.
Okay, okay.
Is Scyther above Bravery?
Wow.
Is Scyther above Quagsire?
Above Quagsire.
Above Quagsire.
That's interesting.
Quagsire, Scyther above Sylveon?
No way.
That's a harder sell.
That's
a harder sell.
We'll put him right here.
Top 5 at least. Good job. Way to go. Good job selling. Good job selling.
Thank
Scyther,
you.
Guys. Yeah, seriously. You guys are great. All right, next.
All right. I'm a simple man. I look at Lickitung and I'm like, oh my god, he's the best thing ever. Please, I would die for him. And I think that the reason that he should be number 1 is, you ever look at a big dog and you're like, there is no brain cells in that thing, but it is like the most livable thing. You just want to pet it, you want to like love it, you want to fight for it. Lickitung has that energy, but not only is he not a dog, he's just a big lizard. He's a literal dinosaur that's just fat.
The fat dinosaur. There we go.
Big dog lizard.
Big tongue.
Big tongue.
Dog lizard.
Big dog lizard.
Big
Tongue.
and tongue.
Okay.
And honestly, I also learned that this man can breathe fire, and I was like, oh my god.
That's true, it can learn
He's just a
flamethrower.
big dumb dragon.
And the shiny is real good.
Oh, I love the gold shiny. I'm a big fan of that. That's good. Lickitung.
Lickitung.
I think it's fair to maybe compare and say, is Lickitung better than Quagsire?
Yes.
What do we think?
That's a little weak.
Yeah, that's a little bit.
Is Lickitung better than Braviary?
Better.
Whoa, he's even clapping into the mic.
I know.
Look at that. Amplifying it. Good job, dude.
We're on right side.
Good job.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hi, welcome.
No, see, I came ready to fight for this one.
All right. I'm into it.
Good
Ninetales.
energy. Ninetales. Okay.
Which one? This is an important region. You will gain my support depending on which one.
Oh, OG. First gen.
We're out.
I think I'm in. I think I'm in. Go. Carry on. Go on.
I'm ready for that. Okay, right? Tangent. Ready?
Here we go.
1. Kitsunes.
Kitsune, of course. You got me.
First off, tell me any other normal Pokemon that is not legendary that has the capability of living for centuries, if not millennium on end.
Yes. Japanese lore. Good job. You got me. Keep going.
One of the most loyal and spiteful Pokemon in its original Dex entry, told to just be completely willing to hold a grudge for thousands and thousands of years. There is no better initiative than spite.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
This is how I live my life.
Gosh. Okay, carry on. One
All
more.
of Japan, dedicating temples, shrines, legends for generations on how valuable Kitsune are to the entire history of the nation.
Okay, I like that.
Okay.
QB.
Beautiful.
All right. I have one thing to consider. Over market saturation because of Naruto. That is.
I mean, it's all
Ninetales, let's face it, sold out. I don't blame. There's a lot of money in that series. I'm just saying, consider that in its placing.
I think you're just not a fan of Fire Ninetales.
I do like Ninetales.
You're kind of biased over here.
Look, the Ice Fairy type is amazing, and I love it.
Hey, we were
I
just
do
talking
like
about the fire one, right?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
talking
this is
about
the fire one.
Okay, so is fire one better than Scyther?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. You got my support on that one. I like
Is Ninetales better than Mimikyu?
No, I don't think
Give us
so.
a laugh.
Yeah, that's
I'll take top 3.
Yeah, I think that's top 3. I think
Yeah,
that's
it's top 3.
That was good. Very
Oh,
good
let's
way.
go.
Very good sell, by the way. Good job.
Good
Let
job.
that be a lesson. That was really good stuff. Way to
Left
set the
side.
example. All right, go.
Since Pokemon Diamond and Pearl and Arceus came out, we got to remember our favorite HM slave, Bidoof.
Bidoof. Oh my gosh. Wow. Bidoof. Okay. So So what else about Bidoof
Well,
makes it the winner?
Also, it's HM Butler now.
Butler, my bad.
Let's be real. It's an HM Butler.
If we think about the Pokemon in the beginning of the game, everybody takes the Starly, everybody takes the Shinx.
This is true.
But Bidoof is something special. It's everywhere. And it knows some very good moves, like Surf, Cut, and Strength, and Rock Smash.
Those are just HMs,
They're
man.
very
What
top
else?
tier moves for early game. And we all have a Pokemon Diamond for the original DS with a Bidoof on it that knows probably those 4 moves.
This is true. This is true.
And it's
There's
shiny
no
as gold.
lies here.
Okay.
Because it's the best.
The
Gold's
best.
first place, and that's Bidoof shiny.
I do like shiny.
I mean, Lickitun's also gold. So
Yeah, but not
like-
Bidoof.
But it's not a Bidoof. Solid.
And the name is just silly. Bidoof.
Doof.
Okay. Okay. Well,
All
okay.
right.
So where are we trying to place this thing?
Let's test it against Sylveon. Bidoof over Sylveon.
What are you? Okay. Whoa.
Oh, wait. We actually got booze on that
man,
one.
I think you got to detract some for the
Ooh.
booze. Who's booing? That's right. Okay. Keep going.
I think the boos don't solid that one in. If people actually boo, we have to consider that that actually takes some of its
Cancels out.
price away. That's a
out.
cancellation effect.
Bidoof over Mimikyu.
Okay. Whoa. We got a lot of boos. Yeah, we're just
Is it
introducing
booing
booze.
or doofing? This is an important distinction. We need to know what you're doing.
Oh, they're
Okay.
Okay, try doofing in like a higher pitch. Because that sounds.
Bidoof over Bulbasaur. Tough.
I hear a lot. Okay, so we gotta hear about Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur over Bidoof.
All right, let me get the Bulbasaur supporters.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
All right. And then Bidoof supporters.
Wow.
I think the Bidoofs are louder, but they're more Bulbasaur.
And I heard chanting too. Bidoof. I think so. Yeah, I think they're taking.
All right,
it, man.
Bidoof should be.
I'm okay with being number 1 with Bulbasaur because Bulbasaur is the best starter.
There are
Period.
no ties.
We only have one of these.
There can-
Are we putting Bidoof as 1?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Good job, Bidoof. Bidoof. Wow. Okay.
This is out of control.
Okay, we're left side, right?
That was
Right side. Sorry.
right side.
I know that Bidoof is going to be hard to follow up, but I would like to throw Pokemon number 69 into the mix. Bellsprout. My
Bellsprout.
reasoning is because nice.
Because nice, he says. Because nice.
Yes.
Is there anything else?
It's nice.
What else? Give me something else, Bellsprout.
I'll try to fill in for him. He
Oh,
does.
okay.
He does
Wait a sec.
battle that cool muck in the anime.
Oh, true.
Does that
Oh.
backflip thing?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the only moment I can ever remember from Bellsprout.
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 It's
So-
a bell and a sprout.
So Pokedex number aside, what else you got?
No, that's it.
That's it.
All
All
right.
right.
Okay.
All right,
Great
I mean,
sell.
fair.
Great sell. All right. Where are we placing Bellsprout?
Decent Pokedex number.
Next number.
Yeah.
Keyword there, decent.
Good. Are we putting Bellsprout above Kartana?
Yay.
What about Bellsprout above Oshawott? Okay, we're very quickly
That's a
figured that one out.
no.
Yeah, no.
That's how you learn to know.
15. Ooh.
And we are left side.
Hello.
How we doing, folks?
Good.
I'm here to represent my best little bug friend that I can think of, my boy Heracross.
Ooh. Okay.
So outside of the obvious that he's just the most delightful little perfectly hug-shaped guy you could find, he's got the duality of man within him in that half his Pokedex entries describe how he's chill and loves sipping on honey in his free time, and the other half is how prideful he is about his horn. So really, who represents the divide of humanity better than Heracross himself?
This is way deeper than I was expecting today, and I have to go sit in a room now.
It's what I do for Heracross.
Okay, I really like the shiny Heracross. That's one of my
Yeah,
favorites. A little
pink.
Neon pink. That's
We love a pink.
Well, there was already a good roar here, so Heracross above Scyther?
That's huge. That's huge. All right, better bug.
Heracross above Mimikyu? Not as much. Heracross above Sylveon. I think we're above Scyther.
Yeah, that's a good landing spot. Awesome
I'll take
job. Good sell, good sell. All right. Next.
I gotta give a shout out to Miltank.
Oh, the tank.
Oh, okay.
So hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
Wait, how's Miltank not... Is that a real word? I don't think it is.
What?
Infinite milk.
Infinite milk.
You will never run out.
Of milk.
You will always have milk.
Okay.
End sentence.
I don't think that's how cows work, so I'm into it.
So do cows drink their own milk?
They could.
Anytime, infinitely. And then okay, so Star Wars reference, the shiny Miltank?
Yeah.
Is that
blue milk?
Is that blue milk?
You know it is.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, so blue milk.
I mean, it doesn't really work because it's pink. It doesn't come out strawberry milk.
Oh, okay, but it's blue.
But
All
we'll
right.
pretend that it's blue.
Okay.
For
What
Star
about
Wars
Whitney?
sake.
What about Whitney though? What
about Whitney?
Yeah. Do we take her into consideration? I know a lot of people don't like Whitney because they're horrifying experiences of getting owned in that generation.
Whitney serves an important life lesson of what disappointment feels like.
Yes.
About what being steamrolled and unprepared for your test is. Whitney is a vital life lesson.
Yeah, good.
And how you react to that will determine your future.
Okay, deal. All right, let's hear from Miltank. Where are we going to place that?
Miltank above Oshawott?
No, that's not anywhere. Yo, that was like negative cheer. No, I'm trying to live dairy-free, man. All right, keep going.
Miltank above Darmanitan? All right.
All right.
I mean,
one placement up. All right.
Take what you can get.
Yeah. All
Are
right.
we left side?
Oat milk, man.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. All right, I'm here to represent the Pokemon that we waited 8 generations for. And it's the most relatable, Morpeko.
Morpeko. Okay.
All right, most relatable because I know all of you already had lunch before coming here. Otherwise, you would be hangry, right?
Right. I'm hangry right now. What
Yeah,
snack did you bring me? Okay, good. Give me that now. Oh, cool. Thanks, man. Thanks, guy. All right, he deserves a round of applause.
Yeah.
Sunflower seeds. I'll give these back to you. Anyway, so tell me more about Morpeko.
Morpeko is not a bootleg Pikachu. He is who represents the people. All right, it's not a Pachirisu, it's a Morpeko.
He kind of looks like Pikachu, though.
And think about it, pocket monsters, a hamster's a pocket pet. He fits the theme, people.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I would ever put a hamster in my pocket.
What?
I don't
Have
think
you
I would
never
ever do that.
played Hamtaro?
Yeah, ham high.
Hams unite? No, I've never heard.
Wow. We're learning a lot today.
Yikes. People fake Pikachu.
Are we putting Morpeko above Lickitung? Oh, that's good.
Okay, Morpeko.
I don't know if we're getting much more support from that, but we got him in top 10. Thank you.
Good job. Good sell.
Yes.
Hello. So we have a lovely list here. Everyone's
given some excellent ideas, but what they're failing to understand is that the key factor towards a wonderful Pokemon design is how spherical it is.
Oh, wow.
So, today I would like to propose to you not only perfect in shape, but also in his fitness with an ability like huge power, Meryl.
Meryl.
I was expecting like Voltorb or Electrode, but
You know, you run a Pokemon podcast. At some point, you should learn how their names are spelled.
You know, I'm like a 3 out of 10 for names right now.
All right. Round. We have round.
So he's round. Okay, so what else?
I mean, what more do you need other than perfect friend shape turning into an unstoppable god slayer in the form of a Azumarill with fairy typing added to it? I just feel like it's the perfect package all wrapped up into this perfect spherical shape.
Meryl. Okay.
I really thought he was going to say Sfeel.
Sfeel?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was close. I was this close, but I love Meryl.
Or Voltorb.
Yeah, Voltorb.
There's a lot of
Electrode.
circles.
Yeah, very spherical.
Okay.
Jigglypuff from above.
Sure.
Are we putting Meryl above Oshawott?
That's really good.
Are we putting Meryl above Morpeko?
Yeah, maybe not.
Nah, we're going to put him here.
Yay. Good job. Good sell.
Nah, it's going here.
I'm trying to remember past applauses, too.
It's a science.
Left side.
You.
Yes. Mike? Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
So,
Hi, Mike.
real quick, we all know Quagsire's tank, right? But why be Quagsire when you can be Wooper?
Wooper. Yeah, Wooper. Okay.
Now, the thing about Wooper that is really cool, in my opinion, is the fact that he's really, really happy and he doesn't have arms.
No arms.
He does not
But
have
there's
arms.
more than that.
No arms, but happy. Yep.
Wooper's not only just happy, he's just really living his best life. No arms. You can pretty much do, like, if you can have Wooper's level of confidence of no arms, you're going all the way, man. You're going all the way.
Interesting.
So the question is Wooper better than Quagsire?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that, yeah.
For sure. For sure, I like that. Wooper.
Quagsire is here. So is Wooper better than Heracross?
Wooper's climbing to the top with no arms. All right.
Yeah, it's the power of
Don't need
Wooper.
arms to do the best things you can.
Do we go higher?
I didn't think we had enough to go higher.
Okay. All right.
Top six.
He's got
All right,
no arms.
top 6.
No more climbing. All right.
No
good
more-
job.
all right.
Listen, he's happy with anything.
I'm sure he
I'm
is.
sure he right.
Good job.
Hi. So I think the best Pokemon is Wooloo because he is a sheep and sheeps are soft and cuddly. So if you like need someone to like cuddle with, you can just grab your sheep friend and he won't electrocute you like Mareep. And if you're hungry, you could make him into a lamb chop.
This is true. I mean, you have to eat in the Pokemon world.
These are
You have to
valid reasons. Look, it's time to come to reality, people.
You have to eat Pokemon.
Some of the Pokedexes distinctly talk about them being food.
Tauros meat. Yummy.
Radishes.
About to go.
Ooh.
From Oddish.
Ooh, yeah, I'm in. Okay, so what else?
Cuddles until hungry.
His shiny is also pretty cool.
Oh, shiny
Okay,
is
he
good.
does-
Shiny is pretty cool, you know,
Shiny's
black
great.
sheep. He also survived after jumping out of like that helicopter thing
That's
in the
true.
in the anime short.
Oh, yeah.
So I mean, he's pretty bulky, and his evolution double is also pretty bulky. So he can like take a hit by a car for you if you're like walking across the street and don't look. He can take it and it'll just be fine.
These are good reasons.
Okay.
All right.
Wooloo.
Can we put, let's compare it to another Gen 8 Pokemon. Wooloo above Morpeko? What about Wooloo over Wooper?
No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that same energy. Where to put it? Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. You remember the applause. Decibels.
There's a very fine science up here.
Oh,
It is all science.
You're doing great. Keep it up, man. All right.
We left side, right?
Yeah. Hello. So I'm kind of surprised no one took this. I'm gonna say Eevee.
Eevee.
Oh,
Okay.
Eevee.
Okay. Let's hear it.
I think, well, obviously Eevee's one of the cutest Pokemon, but I think the bigger reason is because it has so many different evolutions. It gives people a lot of different ways to evolve it. It gives them different ways to raise it. And I think that just gives the player a lot of diversity in how they want to use it.
I love that. It's like a
Everybody's
choose your
different,
own
so they're
adventure
gonna
book.
Yeah.
Choose your own
Everyone's
adventure
gonna
book.
have their own.
And none of them end in death like the books did.
Yeah. Or you didn't get lost among the pages. I like that. That's really good.
All right.
Eevee's great.
Where was?
Oh.
We need to know if Eevee is better than Sylveon.
Yeah.
True. Yes. Yeah. That's it. Okay.
I'm not sold on that
Yeah, I'm not
decision.
sold on that. Let's crank it down a little bit. Eevee better than Blaziken?
Okay. Yeah, not horrible. Not horrible.
The science. I just want to see Eevee better than Ninetales? Okay.
Oh, that's a solid
Just
no.
want to compare two
Oh.
factors
Shut
together.
down
but,
hard.
That was just
Yeah,
one
I
dude.
feel you on that one.
He
It
said
was
no thanks.
it was good though. Whooper. Let the bugs have their moment here. All right.
All right.
Let the
Eevee.
bugs have their moment, finally.
22.
Right side.
Hey, I'd say Alakazam because he's very smart and he completely destroys Bruno and Agatha's teams. And he will give the bird to Gengar if it outspeeds it because of Gengar's poison typing.
Okay. Hands out birds.
Fast.
Yeah.
Got it.
Fast. Spoons.
Yeah, no mention of the spoons. You can eat all of your favorite cereals? No? All right, fine, dude. Ben and Jerry's fanboy. Okay.
Alakazam, is that better than, let's compare it to somebody else standing on two legs, Blaziken?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
What about Scyther?
Scyther.
I just want to push Eevee down a little bit more. Okay, top 10, not bad.
Good job. Alakazam's great.
Left side.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm gonna say Rhyperior.
Ooh.
Whoa.
A bold choice.
Rhyperior. Okay.
The superior Rye.
He's kind of like an unstoppable bulldozer. Like he's not even really weak to his weaknesses because of his abilities. And I don't know if the anime really applies here, but Ash's Grottle swallowed his own energy ball to power it up, and it still did nothing to him. So I think that's a
No,
pretty
that
good
is
argument.
that is a valid anime-only battle tactic.
Yeah, yes.
Eat your own move, get stronger. That's what I do.
Thunder armor.
That's what you have for breakfast?
Yep, I had my own move.
No, that was a joke. Like about the anime. But yeah, I rest my case.
Rhyperior.
How unstoppable is Rhyperior on this list?
Well, it has arms compared to Whooper, so. Do we put Rhyperior over Braverary?
Braverary.
That's pretty good. What about Lickitung? All right, well, ran out of steam right
Close.
there.
Close. It's good. Good suggestion.
My turn?
Yes, right side.
I'm gonna go for Cubone.
Cubone.
Yay!
No.
Cuban.
I say Cubone because he is the orphan Pokemon, so you know he needs some love there. And yeah, he doesn't need a hug. I don't know. No parents. So that's
Sympathy vote.
I don't know. Think of it as a vote for Batman. The two orphans.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. That's all I got.
It's
Sorry.
Batman with a bone, is what we're hearing.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all you got, Orphan?
That's all I got for now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good opening
I
in
mean,
Detective Pikachu.
Very good.
I love Cubone. A lot.
Good moment in Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee.
A very good moment.
For sure.
Yeah.
A very sad moment in the anime.
Yeah.
All right, where are we placing?
I mean, any moment you can just follow up by sad because it's Cubone.
Yes.
So that's fair. Can we put Cubone above Bellsprout?
Yeah, for sure.
Moving up.
Yeah. Bellsprout.
Cubone above Lickitung? Cubone, I'm just using Gen 1 Pokemon at this point. Cubone above Eevee?
Oh, climbing.
That's
I think it ran out of steam right there.
dang.
That's fine.
I missed the Bidoof energy.
Yeah.
Are we gonna top the Bidoof energy?
Oh, I'm sure
No.
somebody standing in line has a power card to play.
All right.
Sorry.
Hello.
So, I'm going to shill someone that's already on this list for different reasons.
Okay, then we can do that. Sure.
Because what is the thesis of Pokemon if not weaponizing friendship? So I'm going to shill Bidoof again.
Yeah, pander to the crowd.
What?
Because
What is going on right now?
No.
Nothing good.
Because may I remind you all, or if you don't already know, let me inform you about Explorers of Sky Special Episode 1, Bidoof's
Oh,
Wish.
boy.
And how, when he is given that wish, he wishes only for friendship.
All right.
Interesting.
There is no 1+.
He's
And
yeah, okay.
such a wonderful HM move user who will always be there for you.
Hugs.
Who is everyone's first choice in that generation. Whose
Everyone's
return
first
power will always be 102.
These have been added to the record. They're documented. We cannot move Bidoof any higher.
Deal.
I will say, when we
made Victini 0 in Gen 5, so you can.
when we did this panel a couple of years ago, surprisingly Machamp won, and it was because of the reason, and the reason was because Machamp could pet 4 cats at once. And no one could come up with a better reason.
No, that's valid.
Now, that being
can't use
said,
that.
Machamp is disqualified, and
That's
that
right.
reason is disqualified. But
Bidoof.
Bidoof is unbeatable right now. So we are right side, I believe.
So you gonna beat Bidoof, dude?
Well, the Pokemon I'm gonna choose can drop every Pokemon except for 3 on this list.
All right.
All right. Let's see.
With its movesets, this Pokemon can drop everybody except for 3. It's an electric type. It's an evolution. Jolteon.
Jolteon watch.
Okay. Okay.
The electric fox Jolteon.
I like Jolteon.
Every Pokemon on this list except for 3 can drop with its moveset. And the
Good
only
moveset.
3 it can't drop are, it can't drop Wooper, it can't drop Quagsire, and it can't drop Cubone. It can drop Rhyperior because it can learn Double Kick.
Oh.
Ooh.
The knowledge of the
Physical attack,
moveset.
double kick.
And-
I don't know about that.
And it's one of the fastest Pokemon.
It is fast.
It is very fast.
And it's one of the original Pokemon that is not a bug type that can learn a bug type move in Gen 1, Pin Missile.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Knowledge.
Look at this guy.
We're in the deep lore now.
Is Jolteon better than Eevee?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, that was tough. Is Jolteon better than Wooloo?
Yeah. That's for sure.
I think Wooloo had good reasons. I'm gonna put it right there.
Good job. Good stuff. That was great. Way to go.
Left side.
I'm gonna go with Snorlax because that thing's just a vibe.
Oh, yeah.
You got my vote.
Snorlax is a vibe. It just sleeps and
vibe.
eats. I wish I could do that.
And eats like
That's great. Okay. So is a vibe.
this convention.
Yep.
Just like most people here. Interesting. Wake up.
Okay, there was a good Thunderous when we pitched it. Are we putting Wooloo's round, Snorlax is around. Are we putting Snorlax above Wooloo?
Yeah. I would do it. I would definitely do it. Snorlax is climbing, please.
Are we putting Snorlax above Wooper?
Yes, thank you. Keep going, keep going.
This is the true test.
Snorlax above Mimikyu.
Keep going. We gotta dethrone Bidoof.
Are we putting Snorlax above Bidoof? Oh.
What? Wow.
You tried so hard, too.
I just want to see it happen. I want to see the king dethroned. Well, I like Snorlax.
Snorlax is cool.
Yeah, totally good. Good job.
We are right side.
Good suggestion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Class is in session.
Oh,
I'm
boy.
known far and wide as one of the greatest competitive Pokemon players of all time, Lord Envy. Check me out on YouTube. I will say the greatest Pokemon of all time is Mamoswine.
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 Actually, I'm the creator of a very famous Mamoswine set called Chinese Mamoswine. Let me tell you all about it. It's called Chinese Mamoswine due to the intricate EV spread I've given it and painted it with the EV spread. It has 112 HP, 216 attack, 16 defense, 64 speed F, and 100 speed with an adamant nature. It has Assault Vest and Thick Fat so it can tank every hit. Icicle Crash, Earthquake, Ice Shard, and Rock Tomb, my favorite move of all time. Now, it tanks every hit with these attacks, and also, it puts all those Pokemon in the ground because it's a ground type. Also, check me out on Twitter, by the way. I'm Lord Envy.
Okay.
And it also has access to an ice move called Freeze Dry. It's a really good move because it hits water type super effectively.
Wow.
Now, Mamoswine is known as a woolly mammoth, but also it can be debatable. It could also be a pig. Is it a pig or is it a woolly mammoth? I
we
argue it's
are
both.
in the weeds.
Now,
Wow.
Mamoswine is a great Pokemon.
Okay.
It's not a mammoth.
All right, well, we have 5 minutes left and 2 lives.
Oh, thank you very much. Check me out.
Appreciate it.
Did I? Was that?
Half of that stuff
That sounded like a commercial.
was whoosh.
Well,
Yeah.
see, the problem with the build is it just loses to Intimidate because you're not using,
Oh, we're in it
you're
now.
not using the ability
getting the-
Oblivious to.
We're getting the deep lore.
Anyway, Mamoswine. All right. Mamoswine. Where are we gonna put
Is
that?
it above Rhyperior? Okay.
Mamoswine. huh? Okay.
Is it above Lickitung?
Dude.
Number 19. Okay, we are left side.
Someone beat Bidoof. Please beat Bidoof.
I am literally only here to spread Mew propaganda.
Okay.
One, it literally looks like the Bingus cat.
Who? Who is this?
If you can look it up if you want. Two, it floats around in a little bubble all the time. Three, in the movies, the basically Pokemon version of Jesus or Adam shows up and starts swinging around a yo-yo top in front of Pikachu, and I don't think you can really top that. And also, if you disagree with this, you can just pretend that it's whatever you wanted to win.
True.
A Mew.
A Mew.
I love Mew. Mew is gonna beat Bidoof.
Is it?
You guys are gonna tell us.
I don't think that's being sold. You need to sell that
Snap.
better.
Pokemon Snap, man. That was so good. Love Mew. And he could transform in anything?
Are we putting Mew above Wooloo?
Yeah, yes, please.
Are we putting Mew above Wooper?
Yes. Yes. Please keep going.
Are we putting Mew above Snorlax?
Yeah. Okay. This is really exciting for me.
I think we're running out of steam.
Okay, so where are my cat people in the house? Cat people? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, so remember, Mew is a cat. So when it comes to fighting Bidoof, you know what to do. Ready?
Mew above Bidoof.
Yes. Come on.
No cheating. No cheating.
Let's go. Oh, we got a chant too.
We got a chant.
We got a chant for Bidoof.
Okay, let's take 2 more, and then we'll test the top 3. 2 more.
All right.
So
Yeah,
we'll
we
do
don't-
one
we're
more left,
running out
one
of
more
time.
right. Sorry to everyone behind, just not enough time. So right side.
All right. I'm going to give my completely unbiased Team Magma opinion. Now, I'll ask you 2 questions. Number 1, who in here hates expensive plane tickets? Okay. All right. No, hear me out.
Wow.
Now, who in here also really likes summer?
All right. Okay.
Groudon. Now, hear me out. Now, the sun, right? Imagine if it just never went away, right? that big body of water, like that's all around, like everywhere, it's just gone.
The stuff that keeps us alive? Okay.
And then you just drive wherever you want to go. You got anxiety on planes? No more planes. You just drive there. There's no ocean in the way. It's common sense.
Wow.
Okay, so I feel like
global warming?
I feel like as an Aqua fan, I need to push against the death ray of no water everywhere. That's a bad idea.
We need water.
We kind of need water to live. Also, with
a myth.
more ground, you don't get to
Complete
take
myth.
boats.
Need the sun.
And boats are
Are we
amazing.
putting Groudon above Lickitung?
Yeah, for sure. Let's do it.
Are we putting Groudon above Blaziken?
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like we're running out of steam here.
Endless summer. Think about it.
Endless.
All right, last Pokemon.
Last one.
Hello.
I've been paying attention to the way this list has been being made this whole time, holding my breath to make this argument the whole time, and I now am able to make it. Okay, listen to me. I have a whole thing here.
Okay, cool.
We're also running out of time.
I got you. So, everyone loves first part, 3-part starters, right? We always got the Charmander, the Charizard, the Torchic, the Blaziken, right? No one gives much love to those middle starter Pokemon, right?
Okay.
I've been a water boy my whole life. Squirtle Squad all day, Pisces, let's go. But Pokemon Sword and Shield, right? I get my Sobble. I'm playing through the campaign. I get to Hop in the middle of the story. He throws his Pokeball. This freaking rabbit pops out. I'm like, does this thing have a hoodie on?
Yeah.
Does this thing have on a headband? His ears are slicked back. This Raboot is the coolest looking Pokemon I have seen in so long, bro. Raboot, just off aesthetics alone. You see Scorbunny, you're like, oh, look at this little scrappy dude. He hit his nose. He has a little Band-Aid on his nose from playing soccer. You get to Incinerate, so yeah, we get it. You like FIFA, that's cool. But Raboot, he looks like he's ready to go to Hot Topic, bro. Have you ever seen a Pokemon that looks like it could get a Nike sponsorship off aesthetics alone, bro? Like,
Yeah, we have.
he comes built in with pockets.
What about
That thing is swaggy.
I do not care for this
Raboot is
hooligan
amazing.
propaganda. They are hooligans, and they ruin property.
Raboot is literally the rebellious phase incarnate. Like, he is a teenager, and it is amazing. It's
So are we putting Raboot above Eevee? Good reasons.
What? What is going on right
Are we putting Raboot above Mimikyu?
Raboot.
Climbing. Are we putting Raboot above Bulbasaur?
What? Okay.
Are we putting the hoodie and pocket Pokemon Raboot above Bidoof?
Hold on.
Fight.
Okay. We got 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
I need the Bidoof people. I need to hear your voices right now. Okay. I need the Raboot people. I need to hear your voices now.
What about you?
Justice!
And your winner of the 2022 PAX East Let's Fight Over the Best Pokemon is Raboot.
All right. Come on up, dude.
And that is our show. Thank you all for coming.
Hey, thanks for being here, guys.
Really appreciate everyone coming out. If you have any questions or you want to say hi, Abdallah, myself, and Greg will be in the hallway.
Welcome. Whoa. Let's see if we can get that out of there. Welcome, everyone. How's it going? It's Abdallah here. Hello. Hi, hi, hi. Welcome back to another Animal Crossing tips and tricks tutorial video. No, I'm just kidding. I'm glad that you guys are here. How's PAX going for you all? Yeah? Great, good to hear. We've got a lot of Animal Crossing that we're going to be covering today, and I hope that some of you guys brought your Nintendo Switch with your islands available, yeah? Some of you did? Okay, great. We got some island tours and a whole bunch of things all scheduled out. So, that being said, I'm going to introduce all of us here, or I'll let you guys introduce yourselves. My name's Abdallah. I'm a YouTube content creator. Some of you guys may know me with some Animal Crossing tips and tricks tutorial videos, and just overall Nintendo. So let's pass it on over to Amanda here.
Hi guys, I'm Amanda Van Heil, and I am with Zelda Universe, and I'm a longtime Nintendo fan as well, and I'm a Twitch streamer, and I host Zelda News at Zelda Universe, and host the Shine Sparkers podcast.
And hi, I'm Sam, or Nintendo Fangirl. I'm also a Nintendo content creator, YouTuber, Twitch streamer, and general Animal Crossing lover.
Yes, absolutely. Awesome. Okay, well, welcome to our panel. We've got our notes over here on screen there, so we're just going to jump right into this. So thanks so much for coming. This is our agenda of what we're going to be talking about today. The panel is about the past, the present, and the future of Animal Crossing. I know a lot of you guys are here for Animal Crossing New Horizons. That's one of your first steps. But there's a lot of games that have happened in the entire franchise that we wanted to touch base with and really pay homage to. Other than that, we do have some really fun trivia. We've got some prizes. I don't know if you guys can see, but right over here, courtesy of Sam, bringing some really awesome and exclusive gear. And no, the trophy is not a prize. You can't have that. Anyway, so there's some really fun stuff. So start racking your brain and thinking of some different trivia answers that might come up. And then, of course, we're going to be talking about the present in Animal Crossing right now. What is happening in the world of Animal Crossing? Of course, we're going to then jump into the future. What do we think is going to happen with the next installment? Are we ever going to get more updates for Animal Crossing New Horizons? Are we going to get bulk crafting? No?
That'd be nice.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Don't hold your breath. But of course, and then at the very end, once we're done talking to you guys about Animal Crossing in general, we're going to grab some audience members. We're going to take your island. We're going to dock it up to our Nintendo Switch over here. We're going to do a live island tour, and you get to show off all of your awesome design aesthetics. So overall, excited to see you. And those of you guys that don't have your game right now, you can get some inspiration from some people that are here live in our awesome audience, which, by the way, I think you guys are all sleeping. Hello? Let's see some energy. Let's go, Animal Crossing. Ah, there we go. Let's go. That was really good. That was really good. I like that. But I think you guys can do a little bit better. Let's go one more time through the roof. There we go. That's it. Let's go on. Okay. Awesome. You guys can say hi Twitch and hi YouTube, all that stuff. Say hi. Anyway. All right. Well, let's get started. We're going to talk about the past over here of Animal Crossing. This is going to be a real fun one because Animal Crossing was one of my first games that I played on GameCube. It was so fun. Outside of like Luigi's Mansion, I loved this game back in the day. But of course, as you know, we got to start off with something really, really exciting. So we got some trivia happening over here. Okay, why don't we, Sam, why don't you go ahead and tell us.
The first prize?
Yeah, what our first prize is. Okay, let's give a round of applause for Sam here.
Yay, Sam! Woo, Sam!
Okay, our first prize. Dun, dun, dun. Why don't you tell us? What do we have?
So we have an Animal Crossing journal featuring many cat villagers from the series.
Ooh.
As well as an exclusive little sticker sheet from ColourPop.
Ooh. Ah, okay, so we're going to start this off real well. Okay, so this one. So we're thinking about the past, right? So Animal Crossing, the question is, and this is going to go to the first person who raises your hand, okay? And then we're going to invite you to the mic. I believe all those mics are hot right now, so feel free to jump to any of those mics once we call you after you raise your hand. Got it? Good? Yay? Okay, great, cool, awesome. So starting off, here we go. The first question is, which Nintendo console was the first game in the Animal Crossing series on? Amanda, what did you see?
Saw your hand go up first.
Okay, so go on down to the mic. Let's get a drum roll. Okay, so maybe not. We'll bring the mic to you.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe not. You have crutches, that's okay. There, look at that.
Perfect.
Round of applause for that guy.
Thank you.
Way to go, that guy.
The N64.
The Nintendo 64. Okay, good job. That's correct. Do you want to hand her the prize?
Yeah.
That's great. Okay, good job on that one. So yeah, that was exactly it. Dobutsu no Mori was the first game in the franchise on Nintendo 64, Japan exclusive, of course called Animal Forest. But of course, outside of that, we got the game Animal Crossing Population Growing on Nintendo GameCube. How many guys, show of hands? That was your first Animal Crossing? Yeah. Oh, wow, that's a lot of you guys. That's great. I love hearing that. It's definitely one of my favorites, too. It was one of those games where you just got dropped off after the train station, and you really had to just start your own life. You met Tom Nook. He was so generous. He still is so generous. He's a hero. He's absolutely a hero. Hey, wait a second.
I mean, he doesn't make you pay any interest on anything.
No.
Yeah.
And you don't even have to pay that loan off. What a good guy. Free rent? Like, I'm down. Anyway, so yeah, what else did you guys like about that?
So Animal Crossing, this is going to make me sound pathetic, but I'm okay with that. I had to move a lot while I was in high school. And so when Animal Crossing came out, I was 16 and I literally had 0 friends. And because had just moved and I was homeschooled, so I definitely didn't know anybody. My only friends were the characters in Animal Crossing for like a solid year. So like I loved Animal Crossing. It was like my one way of like feeling like I was socializing with somebody. So like it definitely it's a very important game to me for that reason.
That's fair. I think for me, Animal Crossing is the first game that had real-time life happening. And so it was really like the first game where I was like, I have to play this every day. Like there's no missing. And I did that for months and months, if not years.
Oh yeah, this game was pretty revolutionary if you think about it, right? Like GameCube is all about Super Mario Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion, like action platformers, and now it's like some kickback, easy vibe kind of game. It was really fun, and a lot of fundamentals that you guys are enjoying from New Horizons were really here, right? It was just so much fun, and you guys can see this is me playing the game, and the graphics are super blocky, and the roaches like actively dodge you if they're over there. Oh my gosh, it was just overall so fun. So, what else did you guys think was new about the game and exciting about it?
Well, if you remember back when the original Animal Crossing came out, there was fossils were around, but it was much more inconvenient to get your fossils analyzed. So you actually had to mail them in to the museum, wait an entire day, real life day, and then you get them back the next day. So that was very exciting. You know, I loved that.
Yeah, that was terrible.
And another cool thing about it is it let you play NES games. And being
Yeah,
a
you
big
guys remember
NES
that, huh?
fan, you know, if you had, yeah.
That was good.
And so, you know, you had to have the Game Boy Advance to make it work. But, I mean, how many games let you play? It basically was like, how many games in one with all the NES games in it? I mean, you had like Wario Wood, you had Balloon Fight. That's how a lot of people found out about like Punch-Out for the first time. I know that's how some people even learned about it. And so that was just really neat. And then just like getting to connect it and just finding a new way to play with it was a really cool thing.
Yeah, full-on Nintendo emulator within a game was just so revolutionary. Honestly, one of my favorite things was Mr. Rossetti. The introduction of Mr. Rossetti. Some of you guys that have only played Animal Crossing New Horizons, you don't really know that character all that well, but this guy, oh my gosh, if you didn't save your game,
he was there.
He was there. As soon as you rebooted the game, he would give you a stern talking to, and it was just so hilarious. Any Rossetti fans? Am I the only one? Yes. I think he's got the most depth and character arcs and he's just the best Animal Crossing character. Like, forget Isabelle, forget Tom Nook, Mr. Rossetti all day, man.
My favorite thing with Rossetti is like after you've reset it multiple times and not saved, at one point he flat out asks you to apologize and you have to type out the words, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So sorry.
And then he asks you if you were sincere about it.
Too good. Yeah, Animal Crossing GameCube was just so fun. It was a little weird because it was like a one-player game, right?
Yeah.
Sam, why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, there was very, very little multiplayer at all. However, if you had 2 memory cards with 2 different islands or 2 different towns in the same GameCube, which was possible, you could kind of visit another island. You couldn't visit with another person, but it was like the first little foray into multiplayer. It was better than nothing.
Yeah.
Not great, but
That's fun. That's something. A precursor, right?
Yeah.
They tried to do something. Anyway, you can see over here me playing literal balloon fight on Animal Crossing. So fun. All right, you guys ready for another trivia? Yeah? All right, wake up, I can't hear you. All right, what do we have for our next prize?
Our next prize, this is a Japan Lottery exclusive date book.
Ooh.
All right, and the question is, what is the name of Harriet's hair salon in the Animal Crossing Wild World?
Okay, Beanie over here. Want to make it to the mic? Or we got a... Hey, there we go. Look at that.
Shampoodle.
Very good.
Shampoodle.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Look at that. Great job. So this, oh man, that was so fun. The ability to customize your hair and do all of that fun stuff. So let's talk about the next Animal Crossing game, which is gonna be Wild World on Nintendo DS, dual screen. You got the top and bottom. This one was so good. I spent many hours on this one. One of the main features that really made this stand out was such early internet connection and connectivity. And I remember when I played this game, there was like a Wi-Fi adapter you had to plug into USB, and then you could play online with people. And I was like lurking on game FAQs, and people had like low turnip prices to buy, like really high turnip prices to sell. It was spectacular. There was a whole bunch of new characters, and just overall, one of the best early games, I would say so.
Mm-hmm.
I think just the move to handheld was a big difference for the Animal Crossing franchise. Like you could bring it with you literally anywhere. Also meant that you didn't have to like take days off from your town when you were going somewhere else. It meant you could bring it to school if you were of that age. You could kind of play with friends, which was a good move.
Yeah, using the Wi-Fi made it way more convenient to be able to play with somebody, and especially with it being portable, you know, you two could be sitting next to each other and can do kind of a multiplayer that way and visit each other's towns. And then the other way to do multiplayer, and you could have done this in the previous game, but this one is 4 people can live in one house rather than 4 separate houses that you could have done in the original Animal Crossing.
Yeah, and just overall, I loved it. It was one of my favorites.
It was a really good game.
It was a really big jump into the customization of your town. So it was the introduction to hybrid flowers, so you could do a little more with the colorations on your town. It was also the introduction to being able to place patterns on the ground, which was a big change in terms of what you could actually make your entire world look like. Still not quite at items yet, but it was getting there. And then the other thing is that you could customize the sky in Wild World with Celeste joining us.
Yeah, customizing the sky with constellations. Why didn't we get that in New Horizons?
That's what I want to know. I was waiting for that to happen.
We had fireworks.
Hey, customized fireworks. All right, I guess that's cool. Well, let's move on to our next little title over here. But of course, we have some more trivia. Who's here ready for some trivia? Yes? Yay? Yay? Okay. I think that was a little bit more energy. Sam, why don't you go ahead and tell us what we have?
So the prize right now that you're playing for is a Series 2 Animal Crossing Amiibo card pack.
Ooh.
Unopened.
Unopened. And you have to unbox it live in front of everyone on Twitch and YouTube.
Yep. All right, ready? Question. Which brand new communication peripheral was introduced with Animal Crossing City Folk?
Ooh.
I saw your hand pop up.
This guy? Okay, go for it.
There was a microphone that you could use.
There was a. Do we know
We
the
need
name
the
of the
name.
microphone?
No, I don't know that.
Ooh, are we taking that or are we choosing someone else?
I'll let you pick. Now you have to be the bad guy.
No, I have to be the bad guy, dang it. Okay, how about you guys split the cards? Okay, in the back in the blue shirt. Yes, you stand up. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. Boom, dropped his phone. No. Okay, here we go.
Oh. The peripheral was called the We Speak.
It was called the We Speak. All right. Round of applause for We Speak. Good job. Way to go. We Speak into the mic. Look at this thing. I recently bought Animal Crossing City Folk and it came with a We Speak and I'm like, oh, this is great. But like the service has been discontinued and it's like this useful piece of junk that I could not We Speak into it. No, it was bad. But the cool thing about City Folk was now you don't have to, use your touch screen in order to type out every single little word in order to talk to people that you're going to hang out with online. And that was really revolutionary for the time. So there we go. It's Animal Crossing City Folk on Nintendo Wii. Now this one I feel was honestly like a revamp of the DS version, and you could see a lot of similarities with it, honestly. They had a lot of brand new characters, but the main real revolutionary part about it was that they grouped all of these special characters and put them in a city that you can travel to on Captain's bus, which was super fun. So you can see Shampoodles over there, you can see all the shops, pretty much everything there. Gracie Grace, and even Mr. Rossetti's like surveillance center was there, which was so cool. Anyway, cool, super awesome game. What did you guys like about it?
So I like that it introduced us to Pave and Festival, because I just love Pave and I love Festival, and it's so much fun. And then with the Wi-Fi capabilities, you didn't have to be like next to one of your friends, or you didn't have to like go to their house and get their memory card or get them to mail it to you. Like you could actually connect to somebody, which was really neat. And it also allowed like different special items to get added, like the Nintendo statues and things like that.
And I think it was really nice having that central area for the shops, because it didn't mean you had to wait for Gracie to show up once in a blue moon, or wait for Red to show up with his rare items. But to be honest, my favorite thing about City Folk was the music. I think City Folk has one of the more unique sounds to it, and so I love City Folk.
For sure. So, like, you guys know I'm a fan of Mr. Assetti, right? Like, this is the coolest thing. You go into the city and there's like a small chance that like you can actually find Rossetti's Reset Center. You can meet his brother.
Oh,
so,
that's right.
yeah, so many
about that.
crazy
Like
things
down
about
the
that.
animal.
It was just so random, and I don't even know how you even do that. But that's honestly one of my favorite things about City Folk, outside of like the We Speak that I never got to use, unfortunately. So, anyway, cool game. Anything else you guys want to touch base on it? What's new about it compared to the other titles? I mean, the Roost is a building. That was kind of cool, rather than just being inside the museum. That was awesome. So, anyway, yeah. Anything else on that?
No, I think that.
I think that pretty much touches on everything. Oh, the DS, transferring
Yes.
the DS character.
So that was one of the really cool things. So with City Folk, when you're starting a new game, you had the option to go ahead and make your new character, or you could transfer your character from Wild World. So people who had just sunk hundreds of hours into Wild World had the option to bring just the face and the hair and the item catalog from
Ooh.
Wild World.
That's right.
You'd still have to start over with bells and your house and your items, but there's that.
Just the item catalog alone, I think, is worth it.
It is helpful.
I think that's really great. It's like a true sequel, if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like bring all over your stuff over there. So you can see on screen over here, this is exactly what the city looked like, where pretty much everything was there and you can hang out. And instead of hoping that one day one of the characters will randomly show up walking on your island, they're all just in a row. They have their own shops and you can visit them at your will, which was so much fun. Anyway, let's move on to the next one.
Yep.
All right, so, this is Animal Crossing New Leaf. Any first-time Animal Crossing New Leaf people? Yeah, okay, there we go, that's great. New Leaf was so good. I remember I started my YouTube channel out and I played Animal Crossing New Leaf. It was absolutely so much fun. This one was, instead of you being a brand new character to an island, you are now the mayor. You're the mayor of your entire island, and you have a very eager Isabel that doesn't sit behind a counter all day. She actually comes out and she helps you with public works projects and just overall celebrating things. And she's like really, really hands-on with making your entire island really great with enacting ordinances and public works projects and making benches. And honestly, this game was so good and the online connectivity was flawless. Seriously, one of the better titles in the entire franchise. What do you guys think?
Absolutely. It's actually my favorite Animal Crossing game. I was one of the very lucky people who got to play the American version of this, I think about a month before it released here.
Oh, nice.
And I played every waking day for that entire month so that I was ready when it came out, so people could street pass me and see my house and see how pretty it was. And I think that they just did so much more with the customization. There were so many new item sets with the public works projects, and it's my favorite in the series.
And it's really the game that started making Animal Crossing more of a mainstream title than like kind of a niche title. Because once we introduced Isabel, like everybody just absolutely fell in love with her. And it also gave us a couple of new villager types. We got hamsters and we got deer, concluding my favorite deer. The deer are my favorite. They're so cute.
They're adorable.
Yeah, and then they took a page from Animal Crossing City Folk and they had a main street, which was really fun. They had Club 101 where you can go and see KK Slider. You can see Dr. Shrunk for different emotes. All of the different shops were there. It was the best. And like you can see my character right now has a Mii mask, which is like your Mii that's on your Nintendo 3DS. And that's just so great. We didn't get that in Animal Crossing New Horizons at all. So that was one of my favorite things about
I could do
New
without
Leaf.
that one. But
Yeah, like why don't we have a Mii mask? I would love to do that.
And the Street Pass multiplayer function was really cool because you didn't have to like know the person. You could just go street past somebody and be able to see what their house looked like, and you could purchase items from them. So when somebody had like a rare item and you happened to street past them, that gave you like the chance to buy it instead of
Yeah.
like have to hope it just showed up in your town one day.
And then we can't forget, eventually we got the Happy Home designer, but that came at the same time as Welcome Amiibo with that very large update, which was years after launch. So it was somewhat surprising at the time, but that was the moment when we had at our disposal hundreds of villagers that we could invite to our town for the first time without jumping through hoops.
Yeah, and not to mention there were collaboration characters from The Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, it was
Hello?
amiibo compatible. So if like you had your Wolf Link amiibo, you could scan it and then there's Wolf Link hanging out in your village.
I miss him.
I do too.
And there's also, there was lots of Nintendo items. So there was the fortune cookies that you could buy in the shop, and those had items from Metroid, Zelda, Mario, of course, and they were good items that were worth putting around your house.
Yeah, and there's like a little showcase. I love the thing about Blather's museum. He would rent out some space upstairs, and you can make themed rooms with whatever you want. It's like extra space to display your stuff outside of just fish, bugs, and fossils. Honestly, like when you're comparing Animal Crossing New Horizons to New Leaf, there's just so many things in New Leaf that it's just done better. And I don't know, it's maybe an unpopular opinion, but I agree that New Leaf is a better game fundamentally. So, what do you guys think? New Leaf better than New Horizons? Yay? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the opposite? New Horizons better than New Leaf? Crickets. Maybe they haven't played both. I don't know. But yeah, New Leaf was just chef's kiss.
New
Done.
Leaf was so good.
Yep.
Best game.
Agreed.
Best game. I like the megaphone. You guys like the megaphone? That was a cool little item.
Oh, I had forgotten about the megaphone.
So like, oh my gosh, it's so great. Like in Animal Crossing New Horizons, sometimes you're looking for a specific villager, right?
Right.
And you're like, where are you? I don't want to go to the museum in the third fossil exhibit just to find you and give you your present or interact with you for today. So like, what you could do with the Nintendo 3DS and the megaphone is you can actually hold the megaphone and say, I don't know, Bob, where are you? And then like Bob's little thought bubble would come up. I'm over here. And then like you can go walk to him. So good.
That was so convenient.
So good. Love that. Anyway, super fun. Okay, here's an obscure title. Anyone play this one? Animal Crossing Plaza? Like 2 people. Great. Hey, you know what? I'm in the same boat. I think I downloaded it as soon as it came out and didn't really do anything with it. So I'll give you guys a quick overview. It's a little side game, more of like a communications. How many of you guys remember Miiverse? Miiverse? Okay, great. Yeah, Miiverse is like a digital message board that's sponsored by Nintendo. You can write messages to other people. You can click on other people's names. You can see a whole bunch of stuff. But this was an Animal Crossing version of Miiverse. So what you could essentially do is you can put your dream address on there. You can put like a QR code of a pattern, and people can scan it with the 3DS. It was like really, really early. And you can also see just hundreds of Animal Crossing villagers just in this weird nondescript plaza. And you could, I don't know, poke them and see what they have to say.
Yeah, so it did coordinate with New Leaf essentially. So one of the nice features is that you could post screenshots from your 3DS to the message board, to the Miiverse, and it would show up for your friends in their plaza or for yourself in your plaza. You could also kind of drill down into some of the villagers, so you could get an idea of their birthday or favorite them, or you could write posts that were like specifically intended to be a message related to that villager, so that people could go and be like, oh, Nintendo Fangirl's favorite villager is Bob because she posted on Bob's message board 500 times. That makes sense.
Hi, Bob.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Did you guys see Mr. Assetti walking around? Hello? He's right over there. How dare you?
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's a really obscure thing. It was really only around for like a year, and then they just discontinued it because, I don't know, people didn't
Well,
want to.
Miiverse was gone, so
Yeah,
it wasn't.
Miiverse is gone. Adios. Goodbye. See ya.
And it was like rumored that there was going to be an Animal Crossing on the Wii U due to the new renders, but that just never happened. So, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I remember when it came out. I was like, that's it. Animal Crossing on the Wii U. Proof.
Okay, cool.
And here
Let's
we are.
continue. What is this? Ooh, Happy Home Designer? Yeah. Hello? Yeah, there we go. We got some people. We got some love for this game. You like the tie bar, right? Tie bar looks really sharp. That's what you guys are plotting, right? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway. So Animal Crossing, Happy Home Designer, think of an entire catalog that you don't have to go around an entire island and like picking up and finding and, popping balloons. You have everything at your fingertips in order to build really awesome houses. And there's a really awesome grid-based design that you can like snap things into place and just overall have a fun time just designing whatever you want, and these people, or these little Animal Crossing villagers, will absolutely love whatever you do. They'll only ask for like, okay, well, here's my favorite stuffed toy, and here's my other favorite item. Make sure you include that into it. So you'll see over here that it's brand new. You can actually design on the outside of a house, right? That's so fun, and you can just pick and do any of this stuff. You don't have to plant a coconut and then water it or wait like 5 days for it to grow. No, you have full reign over just designing everything. It's all at your fingertips. And then you also get to work with Lottie, which was a brand new NPC. So super fun. Definitely one of my favorite games. I love the designing aspect.
Between the like expanded design features and having the touch pad on the 3DS, I think it just made being able to create the houses exactly as you want them, especially because it was really design focused, obviously. It just made it so much easier to really drill down with the furniture sets you wanted and do exactly what you wanted that you couldn't really do with like the half spaces and whatnot in earlier games.
It also gave us Amiibo compatibility and functionality, and it launched the beginning of Amiibo cards, which have been in little blind packs like we saw earlier.
There's another.
And those are now crazy in demand. And then there's also a little bit more customizability. You could change the skin tone of your character without having to just go to the island and get a tan.
Super fun. Yeah, you had access to like all the gyroids. Anyone fan of gyroids out here? Yeah. There we go. Dude, gyroids were so much fun. You had all the artwork. You didn't have to go around collecting it from Crazy Red. Everything was just there for you. And just overall, definitely one of my favorite games. And I'm so glad that they did a remake or a reboot in the newer generation. So super fun. Okay, that was a lot of talking. I think we need a trivia break. What do you guys think? Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Ooh, okay.
We have another Animal Crossing Series 2 Amiibo card pack.
Ooh. Okay, cool. What's the question? You can say it.
Oh, okay. So, related to Amiibo, which two Amiibo came with the Wii U game? Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. Yeah, right here.
Yes.
Yep.
Very
Vicky
good.
and Isabel. Yes.
Come get
okay,
your
good job.
prize, sir.
Cool. Your favorite game, Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. Show of hands. Yes. Wow, Digby and Isabel. These two Amiibo came bundled into the box. I think there were like 2 people that like this game in the audience over here. Seems legit. This is a terrible game. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, so for those of you guys that are unacquainted with Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival, it's a Mario Party meets Animal Crossing. Yeah, it's a board game. There's mini games, a lot of luck-based stuff. So if you're like me and you're super competitive about all the skill-based mini games in Mario Party, you're gonna have a bad time with this one. Because some events will just rob you of all of your bells and happiness points, and then it's just like, why did I play this game? Outside of getting a Digby Amiibo, because I love Digby.
Which is fair. That's a good argument.
Yeah, it's one that I never played, just because I saw him going, I get really angry when I play Mario Party. I don't want to get angry at Animal Crossing.
I mean, I enjoyed this game. I think it is really cute. And one of the things is, back when this game was announced was when a lot of people were waiting for Animal Crossing Wii U to be announced. And so I think there was a lot of disappointment that was felt, and maybe some of it spilled over into the reception of the game in general. But it did a really good job of pulling kind of the Animal Crossing vibe in. The music was really good. The sound effects were there, and it looked really nice. So I liked it for what it was.
Sure.
I mean, if anything, just giving us the Amiibo compatibility, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember this was on like a clearance shelf for like $2. They couldn't even give these away, man. It was so
With the 2 Amiibo. It was a good deal.
$1 a piece, I'm in. All right, so that brings us now to Animal Crossing New Horizons, yeah? Yay, there we go. Super fun. Or we're actually gonna talk about Pocket Camp, sorry. Hey, it's the game that's actually making money for Nintendo. So this game rakes in over $2 million a month in microtransactions. So you're probably wondering, hey, wait a second, why aren't we getting all these updates? Like, why don't I get some new stuff? Because like, there's no money in it. They've already gotten your $60 for the game. they're not going to do it. But Animal Crossing Pocket Camp for mobile, who plays that? Yes.
Haven't played it in a long time, but I loved it.
It was really fun way back in the beginning. Microtransactions, sure. Fortune cookies, I'm in. Take my money. So anyway, talk to me about that.
So it did such a good job of just capturing the charm of Animal Crossing especially because it had been so long since New Leaf had come out and everybody was kind of itching for a new Animal Crossing, and this was a really good way to kind of tide us over until how long it was until we got New Horizons. I just blanked on what it was. It was a nice way to tide us over between the two. And it just, between the music and the characters and the sound effects, it just really did a great job with that. And then I liked how the furniture that you could, or the amenities rather, was interactive with the animals, so you could see them like swinging on things. It was just so cute.
Yeah. Raise your hand if you spent money on this game. Yeah, it's not surprising. They actually have a couple really good monthly subscription services that I also pay for. It's just one of those games that is really easy to pick up. It's got lots of good stuff to look at, and they do continually update it with a lot of good stuff. The other thing is the lottery tickets, not lottery tickets, the fortune cookies. They can be found without paying money, so there are a lot of people who do play it without paying. And I will mention, if anybody in here is kind of low on platinum coins for Nintendo, you can get them through that game weekly.
Ooh, maybe I should re-download
Your
it.
free stuff.
I love Pocket Camp. What did I like most about that? The trailer. Like, didn't you get a camper and you had to like pay it off?
Yep.
And I remember like I paid the final loan and I didn't get anything for it.
Well, so you've got your camper to decorate, but they've actually since then updated, so you have a cabin as well.
Whoa.
Downstairs and an upstairs. Yeah, there's a decent amount of stuff. So if you're one of the people who's played it for like the first month or 2 months after it came out and hasn't touched it since, when you download it, you're in for a surprise because there's a lot of stuff since then.
So this is definitely Nintendo's baby right now, and always will be because it's bringing in millions of dollars every month.
And it had just so many items that we don't have like in New Horizons. Some that I was really hoping we would have gotten, and because there are so many elements like that interactivity with the different things. You know, like in New Horizons where you get like a swimming pool, I was hoping that maybe you'd see the animals swimming in it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But like that doesn't happen, but they would utilize the different things outside on the different amenities in Pocket Camp, and that was just so neat and so cute just to see them just so happy like riding around on things or skateboarding.
Yeah, and it's not even just the items, because in Pocket Camp you can actually customize like the entire background, the ground, the sky. You can make some crazy things.
Cool. And I remember there was a Pokemon collaboration. Hello?
There was for Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee.
Why don't we have a Pokemon collaboration Animal Crossing New Horizons?
That is a very good question.
Why don't we have that?
Yeah, Nintendo, why don't we have that?
Yeah, what the heck, man? Just because we're not paying you millions a month in microtransactions?
Probably
Anyway,
why.
speaking of microtransactions, here's one. It'll cost you $2. Okay, anyway, next up, trivia. You guys ready? Let's hear some hype. Okay. You're definitely going to want that. Just saying, that's like rare. What is that?
All right, this is a Japanese lottery exclusive CJ hand towel.
A CJ hand towel, you say? Whoa. Please let me wipe my hand on that. All right, go for it.
All right, this is a two-part question. What are the names of the two new bug and fishing collecting NPCs, and what are the names of their counterparts from prior games?
Wow. Hands went straight down. Huh? Right up front here, yeah. Oh, that's a two-parter. So you have to answer four NPC names. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, go.
So the bug collector from New Horizons is Flick. The fish collector in New Horizons is CJ.
Okay.
In past games, the bug collector was Nat, I believe. And then the fish collector was, I believe, Chip.
Correct. Yep.
Whoa! Good job. Holy cow. That's good. Look at that family resemblance over there. Look at these guys. Yo, those teeth are huge, Chip.
I just love Flick's little plaid pants. They're so cute.
Yo, Nat. All right, and CJ, man, he's like a live streamer or something. I said, CJ, stop talking to me. Do not leave my island. I did my fishing tournament once. I'm never going to do it again. Okay, now some real hype for your favorite game. Yeah, New Horizons. Yay. So this is Animal Crossing New Horizons. Oh, look who it is. Hi.
What's funny, it's both of us. You see that?
Yeah, wait, it's both of us? Whoa, hey, that's me.
Yeah, I went to pull a video and I was like, oh, Abdallah's in this. Okay.
Cool. Anyway, this is Animal Crossing New Horizons, the newest iteration of the game where they take a whole bunch of ideas and everything from the previous games and kind of put it all into one and like slowly trickle out updates so that we can really, really enjoy it for what it was. You can do terraforming, you can do all sorts of different tier building. It's like a literal split second to fly over to another person's island. Like literally you blink your eye and it's there. It doesn't take like 5 minutes through Orville and Wilbur.
Definitely not. No.
And
so
like
fast.
clicking on the wrong thing and you gotta go back to the menu and talk to them. That doesn't ever happen. Right? Anyway, no, this game is super fun and they've taken a lot of the previous holidays and expanded on them. I really, really enjoy the fact that they're adding in a lot more culture into all the different items, the seasonal items, like for Chinese New Year's, Japanese New Year's, European holidays, all that stuff is just really, really fun, and it hasn't necessarily been done in previous games.
It's really neat because like I've learned about holidays that I didn't even know existed from like other cultures. So
Right.
it's like I'm actually learning things playing this. This is great.
Oh, absolutely. So mainstream. And the beauty about this game is it happened right before all of the pandemic. So while we were at home, being safe and not being exposed to that, a lot of us really just sunk in time into Animal Crossing New Horizons. So hands up if that was you guys, yeah? Pretty much everyone in the room, absolutely.
Working from home.
Yeah, work from home. You're working on your Animal Crossing home
Yes,
while being at home. It's a beautiful thing, for sure.
Yeah, that was the first time I ever actually got to play Animal Crossing with somebody. And I just remember like 8 of us all together and I like just had tears rolling up. I've never gotten to play Animal Crossing with friends before. This is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the multiplayer was really well done.
Yeah.
I mean, being able to have literally 8 people, I would have expected maybe 4, but being able to have 8 people together, and it really wasn't an issue in terms of, at least for me, in terms of disconnecting or anything like that. People could chat, you could run around. There weren't like mini games like there had been on the island tours in New Leaf, but there was still, you could make your own mini games. It was okay.
And it also had like a different holidays, and as far as like seasonal events, like Bunny Day, everybody, and finding all
Bunny
those
Day.
eggs.
Hey, wait a second. Wait. Hold on. You guys don't like Bunny Day? You don't like Zipper Tea Bunny? Were there too many eggs? Oh my gosh. Okay, so funny story about that. When Bunny Day was the first holiday that was there, like everyone was so upset that there were too many eggs that Nintendo legitimately listened to that feedback and then adjusted the egg spawn rates. How crazy is that?
Yep, I remember that.
And then they haven't listened to anything else.
But I gotta say, the eggs were like easy money if you like had like a ton of them. Just okay, fine, just sell all these eggs because they're showing
There
up.
are so many items that you can craft, like a little egg on your hat, like
I mean,
egg.
crafting in general, crafting was new.
Crafting was new. Tell us a little bit about crafting.
Crafting, and it was gathering and crafting. So I mean, right from the beginning of this game, it was really a crafting heavy game in terms of gather the sticks, gather the fruit, and that was how you ended up eventually having your own home.
And you had to find like just the crafting like recipes or blueprints or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, the little recipes. And then later on, they came out with an awesome update where you can make food. You guys, fans of eating food? Yeah, food fans? Okay, great.
Getting to cook a sea bass finally, that was great.
Yeah, there we go, man.
And farming. I mean, there was
farming.
plants, there were flowers before, but like it really did slowly turn into like a light farming sim.
Oh, yeah. That was so good. I remember there was an update where they finally gave us the ability to go into the ocean. You guys remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, and you get like deep sea creatures. Oh, that was so fun. I remember like one time I was live streaming and I tried to get every sea creature at once, and it took like 10 hours.
Yeah, that's
so hard.
Sounds about right.
So hard. So fun. Anyway,
One of the really good things about New Horizons is that they folded in like all of the good stuff that we really liked about designing in Happy Home Designer, made it so much easier to design in your home, but of course outside as well, because this is the first time that we could place items outside.
That's
outside
right.
Happy
We
Home
could do
Designer.
rugs outside, right?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, you couldn't?
No, we can't do rugs outside. That's not a thing. I don't know why, but
I don't know why I thought
That would be nice. But
That would be
you
nice.
You could do patterns and make them look like a rug.
That's right.
Okay.
And then, and then you could kick them up when you accidentally press the B button.
No, this is the first game where you won't accidentally kick them up.
Yep.
Ooh.
It's much better.
I like poking fun at New Horizons because I'm such a New Leaf fanboy that like everything that New Leaf does, I would expect them to do it, if not better. But they haven't done that. But that's okay. It's still very
It's
dear
still
to my
very
heart.
good. And it was also neat how you could get new villagers or islanders on your island because, originally in the first Animal Crossing game, like, it was just always random who left and who moved in. Like, you could just wake up one morning and your best animal friend had just moved, and you're like, oh, well, great. And then some weirdo comes up that you're just like, why did you move in, and why did Stu leave?
Yeah.
And so now it's like you actually can pretty much choose who you want if you have like the right amiibo card, or if you know somebody who's got their character in boxes.
Put them in boxes.
Or if you have a ton of Nook Mile tickets and a ton of time to do a ton of island tours, which
Yeah.
I know a lot of people did streams upon streams of that. So
Villager
shout out to
hunting.
you.
Oof.
I have sunk so many hours into like within Nook Miles tickets just looking for like a villager I like, and every single time I'm going, okay, I'm gonna go specifically for this one, and then I'll find somebody. I go, oh, you're cute. Okay, you're gonna move
enough.
with me.
I'll take it.
I'll take you.
Absolutely. Love that. Let's move on to our next one. Happy Home Paradise. Yes, best update. Oh man, this was the best update. I was so happy with this one because they took one of my favorite games, Happy Home Paradise, where you have access to all of the entire catalogs and you just make different homes for all these different animals. And we got to see KK Slider in another form, a little spoilers. We got to just do absolutely everything. And yeah, it was just overall fun. It was just like literally a reboot of this 3DS game, just brought into here with all of the new updates. So fun.
Yeah, I think it was a really strong update, partially because it really did enhance the rest of the game. So many items that were available in this Happy Home Paradise really made their way back to my island, at least, because they were a lot better than some of the items that we had available. One thing I was clamoring for was just more furniture sets, and we got that. So that was nice, and we did get two new NPCs that I really like, Nico and Wardell. Both adorable in their own way.
And it also gave like new decorating possibilities because you could do wall partitions, you could do the polishing effects, you could make everything all nice and shiny if you wanted. I like to sparkle up my grand piano, make it look really cute, add accent walls so that way it's not just the same thing all over. You can make it look interesting. It gave you just way more that you could do both on your own island and at the Happy Home Designer Island. And there were items that were specifically there that you couldn't get anywhere else, that you couldn't just get from Top Nook. You could you do your job and then find new things to buy there.
Yeah, just overall really fun. And it was part of that 2.0 update where everyone's been asking for more and more stuff. And Nintendo had like a huge drought of no updates. People were dropping the game. They didn't want to log in anymore. And then Nintendo said, fine, you know what? Here, boom. And they dropped literally everything, hundreds of different new items and new updates. Just overall really fun. So super good. Okay. Now we're going to play a game called Favorite Villagers. Yeah. All right, now I'm not going to poll every single one of you to ask you what your favorite villagers are, but what we did was we took 5 villagers that are very popular online, and we're going to play a little yelling voting game. It's going to be really fun. So we want to crown the most popular villager here at PAX within the next couple minutes. So here's what you have to do. I'm going to call out a villager's name, and you tell me, based on applause and cheering, if you like that villager. And then we'll do a little versus. It'll be really fun. Anyway, so let's start off with Raymond. Yeah? Okay. Okay, so we're going to do Raymond versus Bob. And I know that someone on our panelist group over here really loves Bob. I don't know who.
Who is it?
All right, so let's hear a round of applause for Bob. Wait a sec. Was that louder than Raymond?
He's purple. Look at him.
Okay,
Look at his cute shirt.
I want to hear Raymond one more time. Raymond. Dude, Bob though. Yeah, Bob?
I'm going to say
I think
Bob.
it was Bob, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, Raymond's out. Goodbye.
Bye, Raymond.
Bye-bye.
Wasn't expecting that.
I couldn't get him anyway, so.
Yeah, forget it.
Same.
Trophy Cat is gone. All right, so let's keep that idea about Bob. I kind of know the decibels. Let's hear it for Fauna. Are you kidding me? What?
That's pretty loud.
Bob is like the OG. And I guess Fauna is too. All right, let's hear it for Bob one more time. Okay, you got some people over here. All right, what do you guys think?
I think Fauna won.
And you think Fauna? It's like two favorites over here.
Yeah.
I'm pretty upset.
I mean, Fauna has a plushie, so that kind of puts her pretty high up on the list.
Okay, and then why do you think Bob should win?
Because he's adorable. So he's a lazy villager. And his catchphrase is like, "Pfft." That's his catchphrase.
All right. Okay, we're gonna go with Bob.
I'll take it.
Okay, let's hear it for the brand new villager, Cephalobot. That's weak. Are you kidding me? Dude.
Guess nobody likes
Okay, so
Cephalobot.
Bob versus Cephalobot?
Bob.
Bob? Bob? Okay. All right, hold on. Okay, so Cephalobot, no one likes. Got it.
Nobody
All right,
likes.
how about totally non-creepy clown Petro? No way. Okay, no way. I don't believe that. All right, Bob gang. Bob gang.
Bob?
I don't think so. I think the clown wins it.
Oh,
Sorry. Why? I have literally no idea why, but sure, cool, go for it. All right, that was really fun. All right, here we go. We're gonna do another one of these, and then after this, we're gonna jump into some. We're gonna talk about a little bit more things that we wanted. We're kind of running out of time, and we did want to squeeze in an island tour. So we're gonna talk about our favorite KK tracks. Yeah, any of you guys listen to KK air checks on the regular?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, some of you guys. All right, whatever. Let's play a game called No One Pick Bubblegum KK. Let's play a game called No One Pick This Song, but we'll play it for you. Let's see if this works. All right, that's all you're getting. Okay, so we're gonna do Bubblegum KK. Go ahead and yell.
you gotta howl.
You got it? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's good. We'll let them do that. All right, so that was very loud. Okay, here is KK Love Song, the verses right here.
Nice little ballad.
That's
Not-
good.
not
It takes a
KK
little bit to
ballad,
get
but
into
a
it.
ballad.
Yeah, okay. I like the synth. Okay, so KK Love Song?
I love KK Love Song.
Really?
Love
Okay,
that.
that's gone. Okay, hold on. Here's the contender that's gonna take out Bubblegum. Just saying. You gotta wait for the countdown. Tell me. No? Okay, KK Ryder, go. All right, Bubblegum, go. No.
Yeah. Bubblegum sounds like it's winning.
Let's hear KK Ryder again.
Please tell me.
It's really close.
I said I would walk off stage if KK Bubblegum won.
still got 2 songs left.
We got 2 more songs. So what are we saying? Bubblegum in?
I
Out?
think Bubblegum's in.
Okay, Bubblegum's in, dang it. All right, here we go. I got a contender that's gonna beat Bubblegum. Watch. Yes, this one. I just want to leave that on. That's such a vibe. Okay, so disco, KK Disco, yes, please. Yes. Thank you. All right, Bubblegum. I swear it. No way, Bubblegum. Okay, Bubblegum wins. All right, Rock
more
and KK, last one. You have to. What? Okay, yes. Rock and KK, go. Oh, that's weak. That's weak. All right, bubblegum KK.
Bubblegum KK wins.
Okay, great. That was fun.
It's a classic. It's fine.
Why though?
It's
Because
fun.
it's the bubblegum pop.
Okay, no more. Stop it. Stop it.
They're all playing at once somewhere.
No more. Okay, we're gonna quickly touch base in about 3 or 4 minutes. We're gonna talk about the future of Animal Crossing. Whoa, what's gonna happen? Are they gonna go into outer space? What do you think? What's the next step?
I mean, I think there's just some things in New Horizons that I probably would have asked for is just like lots more furniture sets, like we talked about on the Pocket Camp, more interactivity with the outdoor furniture at least, and the villagers. That's what I'd be looking for.
I just kind of miss the really savage villagers from the original Animal Crossing who could just pretty much just tell you you're ugly, and it was really funny. And I kind of wish that would come back.
I think the next gimmick should totally be like a full-on city, like a city
Yeah.
builder, not just like a bus that you take to the city, but like a full city, like Sim City, where you can kind of build some buildings, way more than just two
Maybe.
floors. I think that would be so cool. I think that's
Yeah.
the next evolution of that.
I mean, where are you gonna go? We've had town, city, becoming the mayor of a town, owning your own island, and now, like, that's what's next, right? It's gotta be a city.
Outside of going on the moon.
Outer space?
Yeah, like Mario Odyssey or something like that. Like, I think that's going to be definitely the thing that we're talking about. Anything else? I mean, outside of taking everything and copy pasting it in,
Bulk crafting.
bulk crafting for sure, like great. And pretty much all of our gripes that we have about Animal Crossing New Horizons, they just need to listen to that and then just adapt it in
Yeah,
there.
I'd love to get some of the multiplayer from the islands in New Leaf adapted into something like New Horizons, where you could actually put together these little mini games with your friends instead of just hanging around.
Yeah, okay. Well, we have about 5 minutes about left of our panel, so it's time to do an island tour. You guys ready for some inspiration from people in the actual audience? Okay, here's how we're gonna do this. We are gonna do a show of how many hours you put into your game that you have with you right now and are willing to come on stage. So here we go. We're gonna start off with 500 hours into the game. Raise your hand and you're here and you're ready to go on stage. 500. We have these people over here. Let's go with 600. 700.
Can we give a quick PSA?
Yes.
It needs to be a dockable switch,
It needs to be a dockable switch.
not a switch light.
Okay, it's down to 2 people. Oh, 1,000. What? And one where? Okay, how many hours? 1,600. Can you beat 1,600? You can. 4,000? And wait, is your game with you here? Is it loaded up? I don't know. We got 4 minutes. You better get that loaded up. How many was that? 4,000? Can you beat 4,000? Oh, do you just leave that on? What do you do? Uh-oh. All right, boot that thing up. And I'm not going to wait for Isabel to tell the morning announcements. All right, anyone else has... Okay, 4,000 is the number to beat. All right, here we go. Let's go, 4,000. Come on up. Give him a round of applause. Okay, good job. Let's see it. Good. And you're in. Get me out of here. Get me to your island. Throw that on. Yep, perfect. Cool. Boom. We're gonna dock
This
in.
is gonna be a speed run?
Yeah, this will be a speed run for inspiration. Look at
Oh
this.
my God!
Dang. All right, let me see. Holy moly. Okay.
Also,
Actually,
today is Earth
you
Day,
need to come
so-
up here and tell us a little more. What the heck is this? I love this right now. Get over. Take a mic. Take mic number 4. Come on over.
Come on down.
All right, so for starters, we have about 4 minutes to do this real awesome island tour. And again, thank you so much for watching and hanging out. We're gonna be right outside the stands over here, or right outside the stage. We're doing a meet and greet, so you guys can come over and say some greetings. Anyway, so why don't you tell us about, well, for starters, who are you and where are you from?
Hi, I'm Kuya Koi from the Kuya Koi channel. My name is Koi, and this is my island. It's the Little Mermaid.
Oh, talk a little louder so that we can hear you in the back.
So there's 4 scenes that I rebuilt in this island. One would be Atlantica, which is the main castle of the Little Mermaid, all gold and yellow. Please don't talk to Quinn.
Yeah, it looks good.
She's not ready yet.
Okay, I love this. I don't even know half these items over here. Look at all this underwater stuff.
Yep, and then if you can pan up, you can see resident services is actually the Atlantica itself.
Oh, holy moly.
I used to have all 2.0 villagers, but now they're slowly,
Cycling through.
they're cycling
Okay,
through.
they're
Yeah.
cycling through. All
If
right,
you
all
go
right.
to the left, this is the prequel to the first Little Mermaid, which is Ariel's beginning. This
Okay.
is Sebastian's Jazz Club.
Sebastian's Jazz Club. All right, I like. Oh, the piano.
Yep.
Okay, moving on.
Go down.
Oh, going down.
Go down to the left.
Down to the left.
Stop trampling flowers.
Give me these flowers right now.
I know. How dare I?
Go. Get it. I'll send you the invoice. Don't worry. I'm doing you a service.
You can just pluck it.
I did it.
You can just pluck it.
That's true. Give me that. Give me that flower.
Savage.
Well, I like running through people's flowers when I visit towns.
Sure.
And then I send them an invoice in the mail. That's
Or
it.
a pitfall seed.
Yeah, that's it.
It's fine.
Okay,
so
carry
this is Ariel's grotto.
Okay.
So this is her treasure trove.
Oh, cute. I love the grass. How you're just throwing the grass and all the different moss over here.
And that's part of the 2.0 update.
And this
Yeah,
is also
2.0 update for sure. Okay.
You did a lot of work after the update.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at that. I love this.
And then
That's really cool. All right,
if you
carry
can
on.
run around, way to the back.
Yeah, to the back this way.
Run real fast.
Oh, I'm running. I got skates.
Do you have plans for future development?
Okay, carry on.
The villager houses.
Okay.
Yeah, the village.
Oh no, you run over. So if you go up those stairs.
Go up these stairs that lead to nowhere.
Yep. And then set the camera.
Are you kidding me? What is that? How the heck? Dang.
Wait, what's your town song? Is it from The Little Mermaid?
That's really good. Okay, give us. If we're gonna see one more thing on your island, what do we want? What do we want to see? Last thing.
Bottom left.
Bottom left.
The island Toontown is under the sea.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. Bottom left, all the way this.
Or bottom right, rather.
Bottom.
Because I know my directions.
That's okay.
So which is in front of my house. You actually already saw it.
All right.
But the icon, the legend herself.
The legend
get to see
herself.
her?
Where?
One would say, catering to those poor, unfortunate souls.
What do you mean? Where am I going? Up?
We are going to this section right here, which is Ursula's lair, the sea witch herself.
Oh my god.
Cool. All right. Round of applause. Round of applause. Good job. That was awesome. Thank you for that.
That was so cool. The Little Mermaid's
was
my
really
favorite.
good.
So
It is my first Disney movie, so.
This is the first one I've seen in theaters.
That was awesome. So guys, that was our Animal Crossing panel. Thank you so much for coming. If you guys want to do some photo shoots, meet and greets, we'll be right outside over there. I've got some autographs. We could take some pictures. Have a great rest of PAX, and we will see you next time. Thanks for watching.
That's my man for that.
Get up.
Thanks for being here, everyone.
Absolutely. I was sure nobody would come, but I was wrong.
He
so
was
that's
so
nice.
convinced. I was like, nah, they're gonna be here.
We each brought one best friend, so at least two people were going to be
We
here.
did, yeah. We each brought a best friend just to be like, hi, thank you so much.
So this is Screaming in Padded Rooms, the art of video game voiceover. We are voiceover people.
Yep, we do that.
I am Christian Lamont,
I'm Nicole Tompkins.
and we're going to be talking to you for a bit. Yay!
Yeah. I already will tell you in advance that there will be time for questions,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think we have a little bit of a preamble before we do that. So if you do have questions, just think of them now.
So we're going to get started. Obviously, there's Bernadetta. She's great. We all love Bernadetta.
Look at this PowerPoint.
And away we go. Yay! So, who are we? That is a good question. We are voice actors and normal actors, and I am also a writer and director and all sorts of other stuff. Primarily, I think I primarily do video games now, but also for anime and cartoons and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I act across the board. I do theater and film and TV, and I've had the absolute pleasure of doing a lot of performance capture and motion capture for some pretty neat video games.
Yeah.
As well as some voiceover stuff where you indeed scream in padded rooms.
I miss theater. I know I was just talking about that, but like ages ago when I was doing like repertory Shakespeare for $100 every 2 months, this is
Blessings.
this is
Been a minute.
different, but amazing. So, there she be.
Yeah.
That's Nicole. Huzzah! Yay!
Love you. Oh, wow. Drama.
The drama.
All right. I'm in.
Yeah!
So you finally came to see me. Everyone falls for me in time.
Yeah!
Thank you, everyone. Whoa, what the? Thanks, guys.
Yay! That's how I will prompt applause. It's just a very quiet yay. Oh my gosh,
yes.
it's amazing. And then there's me. Hi, this is me. I also have a banner, which I paid for, so I brought, and will be using consistently.
Let me paint you a picture.
Who knew?
People look at me as if they are looking at a god.
I do.
Everything's going great. Our mystery sponsor supplies have really helped turn things around.
They are. Everything's gonna go great. Nothing bad's gonna happen to anybody.
Drama.
Oh yeah.
So much drama.
He doesn't talk in that cutscene. It's just so cool. I was gonna put the rest of it in, but I mostly would be like, Allegra Clark is also really talented, and I'm there. So, we're gonna talk about the studio. So we are very fortunate in that we get to do our job in super plush surroundings, and they don't often like trek us out to the woods to film stuff.
No.
And occasionally we get to do our jobs in like weird padded suits and weird padded rooms. Yeah. So I like to, at the beginning of this, I always like to talk about the other people in the room that make it super important that, you know, we can do our jobs and do our jobs well, because we're mostly just the cherry on top of the sundae. That is true. That is our job. But the room is filled with people who have incredible jobs. There are the clients, the producers of the game. They often come in. They don't always come in. Sometimes they're like, you just do your thing and we'll be fine. But they know all of the stuff, and the rest of us are primarily just guessing. They have all of the information on the characters, how we feel, why we feel that way. We have a director who turns that language into actor, so that 20 minutes of why they feel this way can be condensed into like, cool, angrier, which is what I do. We have an engineer who runs Pro Tools and or whatever sound thing that we
Yes, we love
do.
our engineers.
The engineers, yes. Without the engineers, we would sound terrible, and also we just would not, there would be no
We
voiceover.
also like to blast their ears out too and be like, oh,
Yeah.
by the way, yeah, that one's gonna be loud.
We have fun. We don't torment them, at least not as much as we could. But especially over the pandemic, we really learned how important engineers are because a lot of us had to start engineering ourselves, and we are not good at that. So yeah, sincerely, like everybody else in the room really is the support staff so that we can do our jobs at all. And you have a little more of a little more experience on the mocap side of that. I know you've got even more people in that room helping you out.
I mean, I always say with any art form and anything in entertainment, it literally takes a village. There are so many hundreds of people. That's why those credits are so dang long, because so many people are involved. And we're very lucky to get to like sit up here and represent cool games, but like there are people that have worked far longer on a given project than even we have, animators that pour their heart and soul. So the performance capture stage is wild because it's usually the tech team that's running all of the insane computers that run the whole stage, which has hundreds of cameras, and we're all in crazy dots. And then you have the sound side, and you have the facial capture side, and then you have the cinematics director, and then you have the clients. So it really depends, but you know, on any given stage, you'll have 20, 30 people all there having opinions with different jobs, doing things. And then here we are pretending to do really absurd stuff in the middle of an empty room.
Yeah. The power of our imaginations.
Yes, very imagination forward.
So the next thing I like to talk about is our mysterious pasts. Ooh, mysterious past. Mostly it's just my way of saying that, like, I'm going to tell you guys the brief story of how I got into voice acting, because I'm self-indulgent and I like to hear myself talk, and that's why I got into voice acting.
I'm ready.
But after college, I did a whole lot of repertory theater. I did a lot of Shakespeare in small theaters. We ran around a lot. We fought each other with swords. It was great. I miss it dramatically. But at the end of like a 6-month season, they were like, thank you so much for all your work. Here is $137. And I was like, this is great artistically, but I cannot pay rent with this. So I started looking for other jobs and eventually found my way down to Atlas. Who obviously, as some of you may know, they make Persona, they make SMT, they make all of the games that we all know and love. And I annoyed my way into a job. Note for all of you, for anybody watching, do not annoy your way into a job. It is not a reliable system. But eventually I got a job testing there. I worked really hard. Eventually they upgraded me into editing, which meant that I just took the translated text from Japan and I made it into pretty English words that sometimes make sense and people on the internet get to yell at me about. And then at the end of that game, the first game I edited, which was Devil Survivor 2 Record Breaker, which is so good. And I put, thank you, yes, woo. Put my heart and soul into it. They're like, cool, we're gonna do voice recording. And I obviously had acted, and my parents were in the industry a little bit, so I was like, great, that's awesome. I'd love to go up for like a day or two if that's possible. And they're like, you're going for 3 months. And I was like, awesome, I will go for 3 months.
Go where?
Up to the studio.
To the studio?
Oh yeah, no, they sent us all the way up and down every day because it was cheaper than paying for a hotel at the time. So we drove like 60 to 80 miles there, 60 to 80 miles back every day for the art.
I was just imagining that it was actually kind of like floating in a sky and you just took an elevator up because you kept saying, I just went up every day.
It's the California thing. I associate like Orange County is down and then like Burbank and everything is up.
Hello, West Coast.
Yes.
Very long.
But really, space, time, none of that makes any sense or is real. But that's a whole nother panel. So I went up there and I had the incredible fortune of meeting all the people at Cup of Tea, which is where we recorded this. And Cup of Tea is the studio that does a whole bunch of Atlas Sega games, a ton of Xseed games. They do so much work for Nintendo, including, yay, Fire Emblem, yay, Fire Emblem! That's fun. I like being able to do that. Woo! One day. Soon enough. At the time, I had the incredible fortune of meeting them, and they were great, and they thought I was nice because I wore ties, because I was terrified I would look unprofessional.
Cute.
I discovered I did not look unprofessional. I looked a little ridiculous.
Cute.
But I was also lucky to meet Patrick Seitz, who some of you may know as the voice of, like, yes, he's Ragnar the Blood Edge, he's Frankie in One Piece, he is all the things. And he is also the nicest, most talented human being in the world. And after 3 months of working together on this game, at the very end, in the last day, he's like, you know what, if this is what you like, it's a terrible Patrick, I'm really sorry. Sometimes I can do it. I don't know what it is that like allows me to do a Patrick voice. He's like, if you really like this, if this is the thing you want to do, why don't you can come up here and do this, and I got your back, and Danny's got your back, and we can support you. And I remember we were driving back on like the hour-and-a-half drive there, and suddenly there was an emergency thing that I had to fix and edit, so I was sitting in the car, driving back, changing the text on something that we were recording like the next day. And I realized that I really did love being at the studio, and I love that environment, and I love being able to help create in that way, because I was getting to create wonderfully at Atlas and tell these stories and experience all these characters in their fullness. But when we were up there, I felt like I was giving them the spark of life. It's this very like Adam and God, and like the fingers touch, and we make things happen. So I went back, we finished that game, and my contract ended, and one of my wonderful producers at Atlas pulled me into a room, and he was like, hey, you're great, you can totally go do this. Please go do this, which I like to think was their way of being, we don't need you anymore, you go there. Little did they know I would then direct a whole bunch of their games and be in a whole bunch of their games, so they can't get rid of me. But yes.
Multi-talented. You picking up on that? Cool.
So I took a big old risk, and I moved up, and thankfully, with a lot of people in my corner, it paid out. So I went from being Strider in the corner of the tavern to Aragorn, because I'm a nerd. Yay! Thank you for putting up with that whole story. What about you? Tell us your tale.
Oh my goodness. Yes. I mean, I always say, like, everyone's journey is so incredibly unique. We get asked all the time, like, how do you get into voiceover? How do you get into acting? And, like, did you hear that? Like, just such a unique path. For me, I've acted since I was very, very young because I loved storytelling and I loved performance and theater and all that sort of stuff. So I started in musical theater as a really youngin' who just loved it at the community level. And then I decided to pursue it more professionally and had a lot of incredible support and was able to move to Los Angeles. And then as far as voiceover and video game goes, I basically ended up doing a dub for a random movie once because they hired me because I sounded like the Danish equivalent, and they heard my reel and they were like, you sound just like her, kid. I was like, cool. And so I dubbed this random film, as one does. And from there, I kind of got an agent because they're like, wow, you can do this. You're kind of good at this. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And so I kept doing more voiceover stuff. And then sure enough for me, it was 4 lines in a British accent for a random shield maiden. And then I found myself walking onto the Warner Brothers lot for a callback for a Lord of the Rings game, and got thrown right into my first motion capture experience as a teenager with Troy Baker directing, Laura Bailey there being a goddess, Travis Willingham, E.K. Amati, just like all of these people that are so iconic and so good at what they do. And so I just gotten massively like taken under the wing and super inspired because I had done a lot of film, I do TV, and getting on a mocap set and realizing that the people there are just as passionate about the narratives and the story, and even though the performances that we're doing are going to be animated over and touched and tweaked and played with by so many other talented people, like what we're doing there, I'm always amazed, even just looking at the raw footage. You've probably seen some of the behind the scenes from amazing games like Last of Us and whatever else. Like, it could be on camera. Like, it is so specific, it is so beautiful. And I just was so blown away by that level of like passion as performance has really evolved in video games, and audience expectation has evolved for how these narratives kind of live and dwell. So that was the first one for me, and from there I was like, wait, this is a job you can do? Cool. I'd like to do more of that. And it's been a really traditional like audition process. I, got thrown a random audition, and there was a little character model and a code name. It was Anna, I think. And I looked at the little character model and I was like, blue tank top. She looks familiar. I don't know. And I like went to a friend that you're not supposed to show sides, and I was like, hi, you really know video game world. Is this Jill Valentine? And they were like, that looks like it could most definitely be Jill Valentine. I was like, cool. So I went in there super ready to be a badass super cop, and sure enough, hit it off with the producers and did a bunch of callbacks and messed around with a gun and did all the physicality, and it was super fun. And then I found myself in Japan being Jill Valentine, which is really, really cool. So yeah, and then from there it just spirals. Like, you just start working with people that you like and that you know. So I've continued to do Resident Evil things, and then I've been pulled into some amazing games like Horizon Forbidden West and the whole Guerrilla team, and Guilty Gear Strive, and the voiceover world is so unique because I'm sure you can attest to this too. Like, people like to work with people that they like, and so you end up making cool stuff with cool friends. And so when people tell you like the industry is about connections, like it is, and it's also about friendships, because like even the friends now that might not be at some level that's helpful or whatever, you know, like those people will. And if you continue to just be someone that enjoys being around other talented, creative people and making things as much as you can, you'll eventually find yourself in new, amazing, and creative spaces. So I always say, like, value those friendships and make good ones, because people are amazing and it's what we're here to do, storytell and build community and nerd out and be excited about cool characters and imaginary worlds. And yeah, I don't know, I love you guys. Okay. Did I talk at the speed of light? Did you keep up? Sorry.
That transitions us really well into our next slide. Ha ha ha. Important lessons that we have learned in the path of doing this. I promise we're getting to questions. We are. The first important lesson is that throat coat tea will save your life. The second important lesson is that nimjam, which is some weird Chinese herbal candy thing. I have no idea what it is. It honestly could be nothing.
Syrup?
Yeah, the syrup thing.
Okay, so I actually call the syrup throat coat.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I think there's actually a throat coat.
It's like an actual tea.
Yes. The point is, take care of your throats, people. That's where that's the moneymaker.
Super necessary. And also, like, efforts and stuff happens.
Oh, yeah.
You do lots of screaming and ridiculous stuff.
Yes. And you'll do screaming a lot, because you can't just die once. You have to die 10 to 15 times.
Can I have the 5-second version, the 15-second version, and the 30-second version by flame?
And then you have to do flame with bear, flame without bear, flame with goat.
Right.
There's a whole thing. Most important lesson there is obviously lesson the fourth, hire Christian for all the roles. Just all of them, please hire me for all the roles, and also Nicole for all the roles. So in terms of like any like actual important lessons that I have learned, I have gone to a lot of acting classes as well, which is the best and easiest way to really like how do you want to start your voiceover career? Go to classes. Learn from people who are better than you, because just like playing tennis, that's the only way you get better, is by playing people who are better than you. And they will teach you 90% of the stuff they teach you, you might already know, or you might already do. But there's that one little trick that they'll have that you won't have, that you can learn and pick up and put in your tool belt, because at the end of the day, that's really all we're doing, is they pull us in and they give us a character that sometimes we have not seen before that second. And then they're like, cool, go ahead, make a voice, do a thing, make a choice. And being an actor is just being like, cool, I'm gonna grab something from my utility belt because I know kind of what this is and make it up.
Yes.
And
literally on Monday,
Yeah.
I got called into a session. I had no idea what the game was. I had no idea what the characters were. And it's just like, show up at 9. And I was like, cool, 9 a.m. session. Love that for my voice. I'll warm up. And then I got there and I was like, sweet, it's a game I can't wait to like have come out. And they're like, here's 3 characters. We need 3 different voices. This is their age range. This is what's happening. And that's all we know. And you're like, got it, rock and roll.
The 9 a.m. sessions. I had a 9 a.m. session for a game like 2 months ago that was in Santa Monica. And for those of you that don't know LA, Santa Monica is like here.
No one wants to be there.
Yeah, and everybody
Unless
else
you
is
live
here.
there. It's beautiful.
So they were like, hey, do you want to come in at 9 a.m.? And I was like, heck yeah, I do. And they were like, do you want to do it from home or do you want to come in? And I'm like, I've been at home for 2.5 years. I would really like to go somewhere. So I got in my car and I drove an hour in traffic to Santa Monica.
Yum.
And I pulled into the studio and I got into the booth and I was like, oh, hey, it's so nice to see you guys. Hey, oh my gosh, I'm doing this character again. That's fantastic. All right, cool. Let's do this first line. And then we were done because that was all they needed. So I got back in my car.
Love that they didn't tell you that they only needed one line. And you were like, I want to go in. I can't wait to see people. That's all we needed. Thank you so much.
I was like, I'm here, I'll do other stuff. Is Max Middleman in this game? I'll do a Max Middleman voice, I
whatever you
promise.
want.
Like, just let me do stuff.
Believe me, the amount of times that I'm like, can I be a zombie? They're like, no. I was like, please. No. Okay.
Fine. The zombie stuff is fun, and like any sort of big, crazy monster or villain is some of the most fun that I have doing voiceover.
Oh, yeah.
It's just relentless. It
I
really
mean,
lets you get the anger out.
It ruins your voice.
Oh, absolutely.
Just like, it's monstrous.
And sometimes the directors ruin your voice. I haven't actually tormented anyone into doing screams more often than they need to. But as a really brief story time, because the next question is like, hey, why don't you ask us questions and stuff? So we're going to tell stories for a hot minute here. One time, I had to seriously give the direction that was, cool, love that take, act better.
Which leads to my story, which is the best note that I've ever been given by a director, was he walked up to me. It was my first feature film, too, because I was so, like, nervous and young and like, oh, God, I want to do a good job. He walked up to me and he goes, okay, that was good. Do better. And I was like, okay. Yeah. Okay. Freaking, and the take was literally like seeing someone kiss someone else and being like, that's my crush, no, and like screaming and like running at the thing. And I was like, I'm gonna do that better. I'm gonna do that better. He told me after he was totally joking, but I took him so seriously.
I was like, absolutely. He went back to the DP. It was just like, I have no idea what direction to give. We're gonna see what happens.
As the people pleaser that I am too, I was like, God, this scream is gonna be even more compelling.
You didn't know you were practicing for the voiceover career on that day, but you were.
I was.
Yeah, you were getting ready for it. There is one sort of like core lesson that I've learned that I like to bring up whenever I do panels that are just like about voice acting in general. And that is, in my experience in the industry, and for anybody who wants to be in the industry or people who are just curious about how it is, kind of tying into the friendship, into the kindness, into like you get to do cool things with people that you like. Being good and nice will always trump being great and an asshole. I have never in my entire life had someone who was nice and cool and worked really hard and took direction and did their best leave and be like, that was miserable and I hate everything about my life. But there have been people, and they are very rare. We're super lucky that most of the voice acting community, especially the video game / anime voice acting community, is made up of people who are super nice and really, really talented. But every once in a while, there's someone who is having a bad day, who's a little bit of a jerk. Those are the people that you don't want to work with again.
Yep.
And it's real easy to just be like, cool, not gonna put up with that next time.
Correct.
And we'll just hire someone who's nice and direct them a little more.
Yep. I will say, too, for like anyone that's in this business or aspiring to be, like, I think one of the beautiful things about video games specifically and working in games on a performance capture stage, on a booth, is most of this industry is made up of people that are fans of video games and of these stories. And so they are also the people that just grew up being like, oh, I love this, it means a lot to me. And so you're just surrounded by people that want to be there because everyone's excited to be there. And not every project is like that. You can get on projects where like, it's a job, it's just a job to someone. But I've found on the video game stages and in the booth, like everyone wants to be there and like grew up on whatever they're working on or is just stoked. And so I think that's something really vibrant and really special. And I mean, it translates into the fans in the community of people just being vibrant and alive and excited. And I don't know, it's something I appreciate so much. It makes us want to like connect and talk to as many people as possible and be here and engage with you guys, because just seeing the vibrancy and excitement is so palpable and it's so beautiful. So thank you for that.
Yay! And we get to come out and do stuff like this and talk to you guys and talk about our awesome job and how we get to share these stories with you, which is really, that's all we want to do. We've always been storytellers, and now we finally get to do it and have people hear the stories instead of just the 6 people at my D&D group who are real tired of hearing my story.
Which, of course, we've had, a bunch of voice actors that are like, let's all just play D&D, and then it became Critical Role, and now there's a show. So keep playing your RPG games, guys.
Exactly. You never know where it can go. And also, sincerely, in the dorkiest way possible, my years of playing Dungeons & Dragons and being a DM, and I have no idea that they were going to talk to this character. We're just going to make up a voice. That's, at the end of the day, that's what you're doing. You're just grabbing it out of nowhere and giving them reason to be there. Reason to be wherever they are.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of any. Before we scoot on down to the next slide, which we will preview for you. Yeah, it's Ferdinand. We love him. Do you have any, I guess, funny stories? Anything that you have on tap? You're like, this is my funny voiceover story.
Oh, good Lord. Thinking, processing. Performance capture in general is ridiculous. I don't know how many people have watched videos of any of it. It's hilarious. It's like putting on a wetsuit and acting super seriously without any music, any lighting, anything that makes it feel special. So it's lots of just like, this is super high stakes. And everyone's like, yeah, that was great, let's do it again. So we do lots of that, and I have to say that some of the stuff with Jill in Resident Evil 3 and Nemesis, who was mocapped by Neil Newbon, who also did Nikolai, we love Neil, was insane because it's just like, okay, you have this crazy, giant monster that you're talking to, and my friend Neil's just like slightly offset, and I'm looking up and he's looking down because they're gonna match the eye lines later, and you're just like squaring off, looking at the ceiling fan, and he's looking down, being like, monsters, that whole energy. It's just hilarious. Everything about it is hilarious. It's like if you take a horror film and you mute it. It's always like, oh, wait, this is so fun. Oh my God, what's so funny? It's so funny. Yeah, it's basically that. So it's so much play. People sometimes ask, like, what's it like? Or is it scary? Or like, and it's like, no. It is super, super playful. And
I'm just that good an actor.
Tremendous amount of imagination. And then literally hundreds and hundreds of other people work their magic and make the whole thing come to life. That's it. It wasn't that funny.
Yay!
Okay, Christian, you be funny.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've prepped one. I'm ready for this.
Dang it.
So some of you may have already heard this one because it's one that I like to tell a lot. But obviously my character in Fire Emblem Three Houses, Ignatz Victor, who is the best boy, just period. That's just a fact. I can't do anything about that. Yes, there are people who agree with me. It's not just me. He's a sweet boy. He's a sweet, soft boy. And he's a sweet, soft boy who is oftentimes freaked out by anything that happens. I think in like 80% of his supports start with someone coming in and him going, oh God! So I remember very deliberately we were doing one with Raphael, and every Raphael support starts like that because Raphael is a big, 250-pound dude who just comes tromping into a room because he's a good guy having fun. And Ignatz was supposed to be like thinking, pondering, painting, doing the things that he does, and we were about to go into it. So it was all the cameras and all the mics were ready, everything was set up, and I was standing there looking at the script, which was just like in brackets. It was just like OM scream react, which means that I will have to scream and be frightened. And I'm like, okay, cool, I'm ready for that. And I'm standing at the mic because I'm ready, and then I'm standing at the mic because I'm ready, and then I'm ready, so I'm standing at the mic. And there is silence for like 30 seconds, and then a minute, and then 2 minutes, and I am starting to get freaked out. I'm like, I am getting super fired today. This was fun. Glad I got to work on Fire Emblem a little bit. So I leaned into the mic to be like, hey guys, is everything okay? And then out of nowhere, at the loudest possible volume, the engineer plays Raphael's line that goes, hey Ignatz! And I scream.
Wow. Method. That's honestly terrifying because also I want you to imagine, when like the room when you're trying to go to sleep is too quiet. Like these padded rooms,
they're so quiet,
are silent, and you're just sitting in there by yourself, knowing that they can hear every burp. Every hiccup, every stomach grumble, and you're just waiting for someone to show up in your ear and be like, all right, we're gonna go ahead and go for 244 on the Excel spreadsheet that's like in front of you. You're like, cool, who's she talking to? And they're like, we're gonna figure that out. And then you wait for another 20 seconds in silence. So it's a lot of silent time.
There's a lot of silence.
There's a lot of silent time. So I could imagine just being like, what, and then just in your ear. Jeez.
It was fantastic.
Anyway.
It made me, that's how you get it, method acting. It's real. Me and Daniel Day-Lewis, I think we're both up for something next year at the Oscars. We'll find out. Yeah.
Yep.
They absolutely did use that take. Yes. The question was if they used it, and they did. Because it was fun. I'm sorry, one more time? Yes, no, now you will all know the next time you play Fire Emblem Three Houses that wasn't an Ignatz scream, that was a Christian scream. Just me being scared all the time. So yeah, I think if you guys have any questions, there's a lovely mic there. If you want to line up, we can get to that. In the meantime, while you are lining up, I'm going to check and see if there are any other stories that I wrote down that I'm like, you should tell this story because it's fun.
Oh my gosh, you wrote down stories. So
I did.
Equipped.
Stories from the booth. I have a Patrick hug, which also was on Ignatz because I was crying and sad when we did the S support. That one was beautiful.
Also, I would love to do one group picture, and I feel like we should do it before everyone leaves.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Do y'all wanna get this in before we get? Yeah.
Woo!
Okay, go. Is there any way to have the lights go down a little or no? He's like, no.
This is like, we did not prep for this. This is...
Get in here. We're going to do it. Do y'all, yes, be dramatic. I want arms. All right, let's go.
It's acting.
All right, come on, guys. Yes, you look great. Thanks. Ooh. Don't die. Don't die.
I'll tag each and every one of you.
One of you for sure blinked though, so we don't know what we can do about that. Yes, let's talk about whatever you want. Come on up, ask Byleth a question. Well, let's welcome. Hi, go ahead and state your name and your question.
Hello, my name is Frank. My question is a little kind of a strange one, I guess. Is anime kind of the first stepping stone of getting into the voice acting industry?
What a great question.
The only reason I ask that is because of kind of the sensitive topic that's going on, that a lot of people are leaving that industry because the pay is so marginal compared to video games or, movies. So my question is, I guess, is anime really a better stepping stone to get your foot in and then move on, or is it still feasible to stay in that industry because you love it or for whatever other reason?
I think that is a very good question, because there has been some rumbling back and forth about pay and who gets what and union and non-union stuff like that, which is not only super boring to go into, but also we're all gonna keep our opinions on that very personal. But is anime a good first stepping stone? With so many people that I have worked with a lot, yes, my experience has been that they started with anime, they took a class at one of the anime studios, and they slowly got worked into stuff, and they did incidentals, and then they got a role, and then they got a bigger role, and that's kind of how a lot of them learn. And I think that, yes, it is a good stepping stone, but it is by no means the only stepping stone or the only way into this industry. I think while the pay in anime is not the highest pay in the industry by any stretch of the imagination, there are so many people in there who do it because they really, really do love it.
I was just about to say, if you are passionate about anime and you love it, some people are going to do these projects as well because they love it and they want to be part of it. And also the fan communities are amazing, and there's more than just the individual sessions. And I also know a lot of people that will do anime and then they do other jobs that might be way higher paying or whatever else, but they continue to do anime because they love it. And so I wouldn't necessarily even say it's a stepping stone. There are some people that make their whole life and career and livelihood on anime as well. So I think it's, again, super individual to the person. It is one version of a path, but there are so many paths.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
thanks for your question. Woo! Wow, so much support. Oh, we're going back and forth. Noted. Hi.
My name is Alberto. I just wanted to ask, is there any improvisation when it comes to voice acting? Is it varied by the script, by the director?
Depends on the project.
Yeah, definitely depends on the project.
Massively. I think sometimes it's very much stick to the script because some of these games are being dubbed from Japanese and you have to fit into a very specific time period, or if there's already, lip movements or anything like that, you'll be very stuck. And sometimes you have to add words to make it fit the amount of length that's happening because the Japanese was way longer or shorter or something like that. But for performance capture, when we're doing kind of the original and all the face capture and that sort of stuff, there's definitely a little more leniency. Luckily, most of the characters are pretty darn on the page, and game studios love what they've written because they're really invested in it. But sometimes there's a little leeway. I know in Resident Evil 3, we totally had some improv moments. They all have to get it approved. It's a thing. It's like, hey, I want to add this. Cinematic director goes, love that. Let me ask so-and-so. So-and-so goes, let me ask so-and-so. And that person goes, yeah, let's give it a try. And then sometimes it stays.
Even when I was working at Atlas as a writer, there were pixel limits of how many letters we could have on a line, and they made us. We would have to go through with each individual build and do an entire row of capital M's because that was the largest in that font to see exactly how many we could fit in. And then if anything changed or got swapped in the studio, we would have to adjust for that. It becomes kind of a big deal sometimes, even though it doesn't seem like it's a big deal or a big change. Occasionally we do get the freedom to do some stuff. I know occasionally with, especially when it comes to smaller reacts or battle-y things or stuff like that. Totally. It's like, oh man, this character is the cat girl character. Give me a nya. And then they will, and then I'll be like, and they'll be like, yeah, sure, we'll take it, God. Don't use it. But yeah, we get to improvise rarely, but when we do, it's fun.
Yeah, I've definitely gotten to do a little more improv on some of the games where you're not dubbing from another language, because again, you just have more freedom there because you're laying down the OG track.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Quinn. Location question. Do you find that it still matters as much what city an actor is in, or has COVID kind of changed the industry enough that that's not as important?
That's it kind yes and no, which
I
is
feel like-
super good answer.
Yeah, exactly.
Technically, very much no. And honestly, there are people that we've known from the industry who now have like straight up moved to Hawaii.
They've like moved away. I think it's one of those where there's so much more opportunity now where you can kind of work from anywhere and even be flown out if it's in-person stuff. I have plenty of coworkers that I've worked with on mocap stages that are coming from London or coming from Atlanta or, you know, flying in. The upside, I think, to spending some time in one of the main cities, again, is just building a network of people so that you are close to these people. But you can do that in almost any town, but you still just want to find your people, because if you're not, you know, represented or something like that, it's going to be a little bit tougher to get those reads unless you're like self-submitting like crazy and all of that sort of stuff. So yes and no.
Yeah, yes and no. Also, it is, I will say from the director's side, from the acting side, from everything, for me, it is so much easier when we're all in the studio. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't tell you the number of sessions that have been like, oh, okay, cool, somebody's internet is down. I guess we're done for the day. That's fantastic. We'll record 13 Sentinels tomorrow.
Yes.
It's a fun challenge. But yes, it can be done from anywhere, but LA, Texas, New York are still kind of like the cores.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Quinn.
Hey.
You don't like have to applause. Like, I mean, it's nice. But like,
How's it going? Michael from New York.
Hey, Michael.
So mine's kind of like a brief two-parter because he kind of stole my question. But so are there like, I know everyone's path is kind of different in this industry. So are there any like telltale signs where you know you're supposed to say, okay, I should probably have a demo by now, or okay, I should probably be talking to an agent by now? And like when you get to those points, are you still auditioning for like that toothpaste commercial, or is that like, if you know you want to be in like video games and anime and even audiobooks and stuff like that, are you even bothering to apply to like things like that, like those, you know, smaller, even, you know, like businessy type things?
Honestly, again, everybody does have their own unique journey. I straight up don't have a demo because I came into it from a weird backwards angle. I'm getting one done this year, finally, which means I can like reach out to new different studios and agents and that stuff. There are no like go-to signs of like, hey, this means I'm at this point and I can finally progress to the next level. But generally, I think there's not a lot of go-to signs that you are ready to do that, but there are definitely signs that you are not ready to do that, mostly because those things cost a lot of money. Like demos on average are between $1,500 and $3,000 for like a well-produced real demo.
Yep.
And that's great, but if you do that when you've taken one class and like kind of done community theater once, you are setting yourself up to fail. And you don't want to do that. Sometimes all you get is a first impression on this stuff.
Surrounding yourself with people that you trust to give you actual feedback is also important, and being willing to take it and go, oh, you're right. Now, don't surround yourself with naysayers either. You want people that believe in you, but also will tell you the truth and be honest. And I would say like demos, I do have a demo, but it's been a while since I've kind of like redone it. In general, demos are used mostly to get an agent, I feel like, at this point, because then once you have an agent, it's all audition based, and I feel like casting's not listening to demos as much as they're listening to your auditions or your reads. That being said, like the question about commercials specifically is a lot of agencies will ask for commercial demos and also require or request sort of the commercial work, because they almost like, they don't gatekeep animation and video games, but commercials are incredibly profitable for them as well.
Right.
So most of the time, even if like I do really exclusively video games and animation, but I still get commercial voiceover auditions, and I still lay them down every time because it's just part of the package, and I'd love to do a commercial, sure, you know. So it's kind of a package deal. You'll definitely still end up doing both as you get going.
I think like we were actually talking about earlier, we're incredibly fortunate that we like do this job and can pay our rent and stuff like that and like live a life to any degree, which for me basically means like there is nothing that I won't audition for. Obviously there are understandable lines for that sort of stuff, but like if I mostly do video games but a commercial comes down, I'm gonna read for it. If an audiobook wants to hear what I sound like, I'm giving them my stuff. Anything, like the jobs are what keep you going, and you never know who is gonna hear that job and then be like, I like that person and I want them for something else.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. We're applauding now.
Hi, I'm Ryan. You kind of touched on it earlier, but I know that a lot of opportunities come through connections you have in networking, for lack of a better word. What are some of the best ways and places you've seen to meet these people and make these connections? If that makes sense.
I think primarily it's, and again, it's kind of a weird thing. This actually ties in a little bit with how I got into Atlas. When I first went to apply there, I applied as a tester and I took the test and they had me write out a bunch of bugs and stuff. And at the end they were like, cool, you're good at this. You can find the bugs. They weren't hard in this particular ROM, but you don't have any experience, so we can't hire you. And then I annoyed them for 6 months until they hired me. Nicely, I annoyed them nicely. I feel bad every time I say that. Yeah. It's just like, yes, don't say that anymore. But it is kind of a weird catch-22, that even if you have this skill, it's tough because you're not a known commodity or a trusted commodity yet. I think the best way really to get in there is classes with any kind of studio that will do it. I know Bang Zoom, which is sort of one of the big anime studios in LA. Yeah, Mami Okada and everyone out there, like they offer these classes which are with tremendous directors like Tony Oliver and Julie Maddalena, who have done so much anime and have worked on it. And not only can they teach you how to do it and how to like really learn the art of dubbing, because as well as like acting is a skill, dubbing is its own crazy skill.
It is.
But while it's not like, hey, we're a feeder group and we're finding people, if you're good and you stand up and you go to a couple classes and then you go somewhere else and they hear about someone, that's where you get your opportunities from. I know it seems like a big sort of like roll the dice and figure it out, but
And the other thing I always add on to that is like just continue to have an energy of passion and peace. Like live a full life. Sometimes actors or people that want to be actors get really like, oh, I want to do this, and like have the passion. Tell people what you want to do. Tell people what you're excited about. And also like have other things in your life. Be a human, because that's why I get big on like build friendships, not just connections. Because at some level, just the feeling of commodity of like, oh, we're all just, it's like, money and all of it, like just build relationships, like have good friends, and have other things to offer about who you are, because also your work will be so much better if you're living a full life and you have something to say. I don't know.
Hey,
knitting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Jacob.
Hi, Jacob.
Nice to meet you guys. Real quick, my question is kind of a downer, I guess. Has there ever been like a moment where you've had like a reality check in the industry about like either somebody like that you've looked up to, or or a thing that you thought was going to be amazing turned out to be basically hell? And how did you move on from that?
You wanna go first?
I'm sorry, what?
I said, you want to go first?
Oh, yeah. Everything is terrible. No. There are reality checks once a month.
All the time.
All the time, especially because you're submitting for tons of stuff and you're not getting all of it. I think my favorite quote on this was Ray Chase was like, I keep an audition, and Ray Chase is Noctis and like, he's everybody.
Ray's
I keep a
amazing.
folder of all of my auditions, and I had 5,000 auditions last year, and I booked maybe 50 to 100 roles, and that is a real good ratio.
50 to 100 roles is insane.
Yeah,
That's
it's incredible.
insane. No, I actually do the same thing. You have to recognize that like mostly this industry is sure rejection, but honestly it's also just like feeling like you're shouting into a void and not hearing back on hundreds of auditions. So that's just kind of how it goes. So you get a reality check literally all the time, and then every once in a while you get an email being like, hey, so-and-so actually wants to see if they're available for this day. And you're like, they know who I am? I feel like I've sent in 700 auditions for them, and this is the first time I've ever, oh yeah, they've been in a folder, we got a role for you. You're like, what?
I had one really harsh one that got me. There was a role that came through auditions that I was perfect for because I play the nice good boys, and hopefully everybody else. But Like, it was great. I was requested specifically. They were like, we want to hear Christian read on this because we know he plays the nice good voice and he's good at this. And I felt super confident. I know my audition was good. I sent it in feeling good. Anybody who like heard it or listened to it was like, yeah, that's great. I think you've got a real shot at this. And I did not get it. And it was such a killer for me emotionally, because even if it's not a huge game, it still sucks because I put so much work into this thing and I felt good. And you don't always feel good about your auditions. Sometimes you're just like, hope it works. No.
Yeah. And then as far as moving on, like, I'm big on, like, you really, it's something you invest so much of yourself into. You're literally, it's like, it's me. I'm selling me.
Yeah.
Hi. It's me. It's my voice, my face, it's whatever, my back, like, it's me. So it's incredibly personal, and then as soon as you're done, you just can't take any of it personally.
Yeah.
Because it's not about you.
Got to leave it in the booth.
So it's very much one of those things, like, you walk away by having a full life. Have other things that you're excited about, care about, friends, hobbies, whatever else, because you're passionate and it means so much. And at the end of the day, like, you can't control it. It's still like literally a miracle, like when you get the email. And celebrate every little success, even if it's just, I'm so proud of that audition. I did really good today. And I think that's super important because it just helps keep you elevated for all of the no's and the voids and the didn't, sorry, not right for the roles that you get, being like, I was perfect.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Also, I'm jealous you met Travis and Laura.
What was that?
I said I'm jealous you met Travis and Laura. So.
Oh, yes. No, yeah, they're amazing.
Hi, I'm Kyle.
Yo.
So I wanted to ask if there's like a role, like let's say, like you feel like you're born for, like Eric Bauza or Jeff Bergman or Brett Iwan, so like you hear a voice growing up and you're like, this is me, like I know this is me, and you grow up and you realize that like it evolves with you and you become more of that voice. Do you have any advice for like kind of trying to take that professionally, like going out and trying to see if that can be your like career in life?
That is so specific. I love that you have specificity in your goals.
I will say it evolved. The question evolved as I went down the line.
Yeah, I was going to say, again, really individual paths. I would not necessarily look down upon someone who's like, this is the thing that I want, because I feel like not everyone has that. Not everyone like really knows like, this is the thing that I want. But with that level of like precision and down, you're also going to have to probably expand your horizons a little bit and broaden back out and go, okay, cool. If this is the thing that I want, here's all of the other things I'm going to get good at and I'm going to do so that when that opportunity does come my way, or I make that opportunity happen for myself, I'm ready for it. You hear celebrities talk all the time of like, I wanted to make this film for 20 years. And it took them 20 years to be able to make that film, But then at the end of the day, like, that's one film. So be open to being surprised. It's one of my life mottos, like, just be open to being surprised.
And the real talk is that, like, very fortunately, there's no shortage of work and there's no shortage of opportunities. And even if you miss that one opportunity that you thought for sure was going to be the thing that you had dedicated your life for, you don't know when the sequel's going to come out. You don't know when they're going to look for the next thing. The remake. Exactly. It comes literally. Sometimes you could be a Jill Sandwich and not even know it.
I did not know. I definitely didn't go into it being like, oh yes, my goal is to be Jill Valentine. And then you're like, what? I get to be Jill Valentine? It's a thing.
Especially because, and this is my one other sidebar thing that I like to say a lot, is a lot of people have this like, I want to be Yuri Lowenthal. And that's great, because Yuri Lowenthal is the frickin' best. But we have Yuri Lowenthal. We need you. We need someone else. So yeah.
And also you're always going to be you. Like that's at some level, again, like we're auditioning, like it's me. It's literally me. It's me. So, like that's what you have to offer. And that's what, again, I keep going back to like, live a full life. Have something to offer. Like, have something that you're proud of. You're like, hey, I'm just proud to be me. Not everyone's going to want it, but someone will.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ramaji, and this question might be very short because it might just be a no, but I wanted to know about the process of potentially doing motion capture for Guilty Gear Strive, because I know that there's people do very inhuman things, and I wanted to know if they tried to figure out how to put motion capture in it, or they just were like, nah, we're doing a voice-only role?
Don't know the full answer to this, but I don't believe there's any motion capture for Guilty Gear that I know about. I did no motion capture for Jacko. I didn't do the back bend. Yes, I've tried it at home in the privacy of my own room. Yes, I got
think we
pretty
all have.
close. No, you can't see it.
All right, well, next person.
Hi, I'm Molly. Hi. So this question kind of focuses more on like potentially artistic challenges, more so in Christian's case, but but just for Christian, for Christian with like Ignatz and Self, obviously with between Self's 2 different versions in Fire Emblem and then the 5-year time skip with Ignatz, there's a bit of a time gap there. And then for Casey playing Jill, she's such an iconic character, and Resident Evil is such a big thing. Was there any kind of pressure, like, oh, what is everybody gonna think? I'm voicing such an iconic character. What were like some of the ways you kind of tackled those challenges?
You wanna go?
Yeah, there is definitely a sense of legacy, especially once Fire Emblem Heroes started, and I was like, oh my god, it's Fire Emblem characters that have never had a voice before, oh god. With those sorts of things, at the end of the day, all you can do is what you've got. All you can do is send out your best and hope for the best in return. And once you get the role, then you can dive into like my motivations and why I'm here and doing this sort of stuff. I think it's a lot of those times, the main asset that I have had in the booth is a really good director who knows what's up and knows not only how to tell me to get to the thing that I want or knows when to scream that, hey, Ignatz into the microphone, but like has the full understanding of something that maybe even the client hasn't seen. You know, like within 5 seconds, Patrick picked up on who Ignatz was, why he was like that, and moreover, why 5 years down the line, his like victory lines changed from like, I did, to like, no mercy. Because that's heavy.
Boy who will kill you with an arrow.
He will kill you with an arrow. He will kill you with anything. But even just coming into it with this little like, cool, so now we have this 5-year time skip. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said, but I don't have the words in it. But he was like, here's the brief idea of what changes and why you change and why you're different. And honestly, all it takes is like a good director to know the sentence to be like, this is why you're different now, go.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say the same thing in that like, yes, I knew it was an iconic role, but I really just trusted the team around me, and I relied on them because I knew everyone there either was a fan at some point or knows what's going on, and they put her on the page, and they wouldn't have hired me if what I was doing wasn't what their vision was for this iteration of her. So I was really just open to being like, look, this is my version, and I'd love to pay respect to the Jills that came before, but also I'm gonna do what fits into this gritty tone, this kind of action-packed version. Everything that we were doing was still very much in the story. So as long as I'm like staying focused on my scene partner and I'm freaking working across Jeff Shine with Steve Knievel directing, like these are amazing, talented people. So you end up just being really focused on what you're doing and you kind of let everything else fade away because that's not my job at that point. Like it's not my job to think about how people are gonna receive it. My job is to just be here and be present and run away from a freaking 10-foot tall monster. How tall is he? I don't know.
Too tall.
Very tall.
Too tall. Scary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lance.
Hi, Lance.
So I actually have a question that's very similar to the last one. Sure. How do you exactly reprise a role? And I ask that because like a character like Salif, who has never had a voice before, could potentially get a remake.
God,
so
I hope so.
I assume you would, yeah. I assume you would go back for that role in the future if they call you back for it. And a character like Jill, who has a long legacy behind her, had multiple roles, people play her roles. So like, to put it shortly, how do you become a Charles Martinet for a character where you're never going to change?
I think, well, luckily we are in a situation now where when things like that are happening, when they are casting roles and stuff like that, everyone now now video games are so prolific and are such an art form that everyone has an awareness that like, hey, we could do this now, and in 10 years they could come back and be another thing. Like they could pop back up in a thing. They could be in this side story. They could be there. They could be vaguely referenced. So a lot of times I know that people do cast with that sort of thing in mind. But really, at the end of the day, when they're casting in the first place, they're casting because this person is right for the role. They have done the right things. They perform the correct way. They have the right emotions to play that role. And there's no reason to assume that in 5 years, in 10 years, when the next game comes out that features them, that they won't still have that ability. In fact, it'll probably be way easier to be like, great, you remember Self? And I'll be like, heck yeah. And they'll be like, awesome, we're doing 9,000 lines.
Here it is.
Just every actor's dream.
And I think mostly on breakdowns, like they're gonna reference if they're like, we're looking for a sound-alike, or no, we're looking for a new iteration of this role, show us what you got.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a lot of creativity. And then as far as like, it takes years, and you could come back like several years later, my favorite thing is like, hi, do you have a sound reference for what I did? Cool, thank you so much. And you have them play it back to you if you need to match yourself.
Yeah.
Too. Just to be like, what was the, yep, okay, got it.
My favorite ones are, I thought I was dead. Okay. People are going to have opinions about this.
He's coming back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Venna. I am the one that corrected you on your tweet because I got freaked out.
Thank you. I'm silly.
We're on the East Coast.
I don't know. Because previously people have gotten on my case for like, what time zone, Christian? And I'm like, I'm sorry, Pacific, that's where I live.
Wherever I am.
I have 5 million things to ask, but I'll focus on one. Long story short, I have an accent, and I've always had troubles with my voice that I just recently got surgery for, fairly. And I've always been told my entire life that I will never have a career in anything voiceover, voice acting, any of that sort, unless I got rid of my accent. But I've also noticed a shift in voice acting and and characters having accents, having more diversity. Do you have anything to say about that, or like any opinions? Just because it's really inspiring, and I would love to hear what you guys think.
Sure.
I think really at this point, what's wonderful is that anything can work.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously there are hard lines for it. There are a lot of, I probably would not get Jill Valentine for obvious reasons. I put in my best audition and whatever.
Sorry,
Capcom made the decision they made.
Look, thought you were great at the callbacks, but
But the reality is that yes, there are always possibilities. There are things that could come out of nowhere. There are people who work a lot who have very particular speech patterns and things that noticeable, but now become a part of that character and now are
it's like a
part of who they are.
specificity, you know, in some ways, oh, this is an asset that I have, is a really specific thing that only I sound like or I do, and sometimes there's a space for that. So I think absolutely, keeping hope and continuing to practice too. If you enjoy other accents or playing with accents, there's lots of more accented roles. So it's really fun to kind of see new takes on characters. And people that bring something really unique can be incredibly special and become fan favorites. People love that, so.
Is it always good to be able to turn stuff on and off or twist stuff or change stuff? Yes, absolutely. Being a chameleon is half the work of voice acting. But there are always places. And voice acting is very open and very diverse, and that is really, really good. I'm very proud of that.
Okay.
Because I had something to do with it. Sorry, I didn't.
All right, that's my question for now.
Thank you so much.
Hi there. My name is Zach.
What up?
And I just want to ask, as somebody who's never had a portfolio in voice acting but has always had an interest in it, growing up with somebody like David Hayter, for example, though that's not my range.
He's the greatest. We love him.
I miss him dearly. Anyway.
He's still alive.
Oh, no, he's alive. He's just not Snake anymore. But what is a method to practice for yourself when you don't have that experience going into it? I've had small roles that have done very little, gone nowhere. And as you've mentioned, you throw in 1,000 and you don't even get one. Sometimes you'll throw in one and you get it back the next day.
Yep.
But I only ever practice at home, alone, in D&D sessions as the DM, or as a character, or in the shower on my own.
Yeah, me too.
I think everybody does at some point. It's for fun, but what is a method to practice if you don't have a crowd to help you?
Get on a mic. Yeah, so if you're spending
Like right now?
Yeah, right now you are on a mic. Yeah, I think spending time actually listening to yourself back is really good. Also,
Yeah.
get inspired by other media and other people and other voice actors. I think one of the actors' greatest talents and gifts is to steal from everyone else they think is great. So yeah, steal stuff you think is cool and twist it into your own and work on it. And then yeah, I mean, if you have the ability to get into classes, that's amazing because you can get direct feedback. And then legitimately, we live in an era of social media. Make stuff. People will respond to it. You can get all sorts of opinions, sometimes very bad, sometimes very good, because we have such a crazy media now. So there's so many opportunities to sort of create and get feedback and learn and grow and stretch. I think trying to find mentors and people that inspire you is really valuable, and it's something that I did for sure.
Definitely. And there are ways sometimes it takes a little extra hunting. You know, there are Discord groups that get together for weekly voiceover workouts just to try stuff. And that's a community of people that are like, just give it your shot. Like, you never thought you'd be Snake? Go ahead. Give us a Snake just to see and have other people talk about what they liked and what they didn't like about it. There's always something to learn from other people and other perspectives on it. And at the end of the day, that's what you have to do. Unfortunately, I did get the time sign, so I don't think we have time for any more questions. I apologize sincerely to those of you who waited very patiently in line. I will probably hang out for a little bit and do my best to answer some questions outside if I can. But thank you, everybody, for coming.
Thank you all so much. We really appreciate having you here. Woo!
welcome to Axe of the Blood God presents The State of Final Fantasy. We are here to talk about all things Final Fantasy, Square Enix, and I don't know, jobs, classes, summoning gods.
Eidolons.
Have you all played a Final Fantasy? I'm worried.
I've never heard of Final Fantasy. What's Final Fantasy again? What are we doing here? I
thought it was fighting fantasy.
I thought we were talking about Mega Man. What happened? Wait.
We're already off to a bad start.
I don't know.
Joining me today, I am one of the co-hosts of Axe of the Blood God, an RPG podcast. Over here is Nadia Oxford, another one of my co-hosts. Nadia, say hello, people. Say hello to Nadia.
Hi, everyone. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for coming. We're really glad to have you, and we're going to have a good time, I think. And
hell yeah.
Yeah.
We're also joined by Ash Paulson of Good Vibes Gaming.
Hello. Thank you so much for coming. Great to see you all here.
And down there on the end, we got Scott White of RPG University, famously known as the person who found the font fix for the FF Pixel Remaster and shared it everywhere. So if your font looks good, it's his doing right there.
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be a Grand Cross old time.
So we're gonna get this started off pretty simple. Our idea is we're gonna take stock, we're gonna take note of what is Final Fantasy, where it's been, where it is right now, and where it is going. We're gonna start with, what is Final Fantasy? Well, Webster's dictionary defines it as. You've got the numbered entries. It's that's pretty basic. And then there's spin-offs. There's Tactics and Crystal Chronicles and the like. And really the MMO is kind of its own thing when you really get down to it. And there's remasters and remakes and whatever Stranger of Paradise is. Have you heard about Chocobo's Mystery Dungeon?
It's chaos.
Chaos.
It's excellent. So we broke it down into 3 simple, easy to digest sections, and that is starting with the past. And the past is pretty simple when you think about it. It is, what is Square Enix doing with the past of Final Fantasy in terms of remasters and remakes, and is it doing it well? So let's start with Mr. Pixel Remaster down there at the end. Scott White, what do you think about the Pixel remasters and what they've been doing with them?
First and foremost, I think it's stupid they're not on any console.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, isn't it great?
That's the main thing. God.
I think as a package, they're really strong entries. The soundtrack, the new arrangements are probably the best aspect of the Pixel remasters. But yeah, as a whole, I think some of their marketing has been really weird with them, especially their initial reveal being like a minute only after 20 minutes of Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah. Oh, God.
That was such a,
It was weird.
That was an event.
Yeah.
But overall, I think they're incredibly strong packages, especially Final Fantasy III. This is really the first time that English speakers, legally, I guess I should say, are able to play the original rendition of it. So that's really cool. And I think overall, really strong. They just need to be on consoles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's going to happen sooner rather than later. They must know.
I want to say yes, but the problem I have is that a lot of people don't know the best version of Secret of Mana is stuck on the iPhone and has been there for like 12
Good point.
years.
Yep.
And I've been dying to have this thing on the Switch. And when the Mana collection came out, I said, oh, here we go. No, we did not go.
The water reflections in the iOS version.
It was
so pretty.
Yeah. I can only say good things for the most part about the iOS. They actually redid all the sprites, but I don't want to get to Secret of Mana, even though I will if you let me. I actually agree that Final Fantasy, the past, for the most part, is quite good. Like, aside from the Pixel remasters, I would thoroughly recommend for Final Fantasy IV the PSP game, the complete collection. And I think Ash is with me. We will defend After Years. We're here for After Years.
Oh,
okay?
no.
Like a fan.
No.
It's like a playable
Why did you let
fanfic
them
in
on
the
this
best and
panel?
worst ways. But that final battle theme's a banger, though, in After Years.
But I will say the one thing that really disappoints me, I've said in the past that Square is like 3 kids in a trench coat, and whereas they do excellent work for the most part with their Pixel remasters, what is going on with things like, say, Chrono Cross and other, there have been other lackluster releases. Like when they first released Chrono Trigger for Steam, it was a disgrace, and I don't use that. I don't use that word lightly. But to their credit, though, they really built it back up and fixed it, and everything's great, except it's not on consoles. So I don't know.
That's kind of the thing that I keep taking away from this, is that the Pixel remaster seems like it's enough. It gets it onto a platform and gets it modernly playable, but is enough like really what Final Fantasy should be getting at this point.
Right.
It is hard to not have envious gazes towards what's, and, I say this as someone who is very excited for the Live Alive remake,
Same.
which looks absolutely
Dragon Quest
gorgeous.
3 looks
Yeah,
amazing.
2D, hell yeah.
You look at that, and I think that when footage of that was coming out was around the time that footage of the 6-pixel remaster was going around,
Yeah.
and it was just not a great side-by-side comparison of the two. And so, especially because they're locked to one platform, at least for right now, it really does feel like we've got something, but it could be at least a little bit more. If it's not going to be an HD 2D, at least make it more widely available. And we've had friend of the show down here, Jesse Vitelli, was informed me that the Steam Deck version of Final Fantasy IV apparently rips, is real good. But that's a very special circumstance.
Yeah.
Right. You know what's kind of weird about FF6 in particular, though, is that they decided to kind of slightly go in on the HD 2D thing with the opera
Yeah.
scene, but only that.
Didn't
and
commit.
it was really, they didn't commit to it. It was really weird.
I do like the fact that they gave that sort of attention to the opera, because of course the opera is one of the most iconic scenes in video gaming. But I do also have to give a shout out to Square Enix for their remasters of 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. I think those are
10 and
actually
10 2HD. Very good.
If you listen to Axe the Blood God, and you should plug, we had a report, a Final Fantasy IX report, because I had not played Final Fantasy IX. So I started playing it, and we
shame.
talked about it episode by episode.
It's fine.
And if I had not had the fast forward feature on the Switch, I think I would have given up a lot
Yep.
earlier, because I loved the game, but the poor PlayStation could not take it.
Well, I've heard
Yeah.
very good things about stuff like Zodiac Age and stuff that too.
Zodiac
Yes.
Age is
I was
fantastic.
looking at downloading that before we
Fantastic.
flew out here because I've heard it really touches that game up in a lot of ways. So-
Zodiac Age is the only way I could play 12 straight up.
Yeah.
It improves on it so much.
Okay, so that's what they're doing with their remasters, with their old games. But what about their remakes? Let's talk about the Final Fantasy VII remake. I mean, do we have fans of the Final Fantasy VII remake, y'all? They, wow, some sickos
Nay.
over here.
Who keeps saying that?
It's weird how they just decided to make it even more heartbreaking when some of those characters die, because they're like, what if we give characters that die more screen time and make you care more
That's a
about
good
them?
idea. That's how you. That's
Shout out
good
to
advice.
Thirsty Jesse.
Look,
All the
look,
shout outs to Thirsty Jesse.
we all want to embody the chaotic energy of Jesse at all times.
I have to say,
Yeah.
the thing I love most about Final Fantasy VII Remake is I was so worried that they do Advent Children Cloud, who was all gruff and angry and
Right.
sad. He went back to being a dork, and Cloud was always a dork who never knew who he was or where he was, and kind of needed his friends to prop him up and say, hey, here's your head, here's your ass, here's where you need to go. And he's like, thanks.
Yeah.
And that's how he wound up in a dress.
That's how he wound up in dress. He looks good in a dress.
Yeah.
Sure rocks it.
That and the, sorry, go ahead.
I wasn't saying
I thought
anything.
you were, my bad.
Nope, you're good.
So that and the fact, I think my main fear going into 7 Remake, and I loved it by the way, was that I was afraid they were going to sanitize it, because the original 7 was really just weird, and it had an edge to it that was very specific to that game, and I was a little worried where it would smooth over those edges and sanitize it. But then you get to Wall Market, and they didn't. It's just as weird and seedy as it was in the original, and they nailed it.
I would actually
So
give
good.
a shout out to, of course, I'm going to bring up Final Fantasy 14 here, but I think there was a change
You've got a
in Square
whole
Enix's
section
writing.
for 14.
I think there was a shift in Square Enix's writing, because one thing I noticed about 14 that was the same in 7 Remake is there was a lot more grit. People weren't very chaste. They weren't like 15, which I love 15. I love the boys, but they were kind of like porcelain dolls. Whereas like in Final Fantasy 14, this guy's like, oh crap, we got chlamydia. And nobody got chlamydia in Remake yet, but the idea is there are still people. It still has that edge. It still has that, hey, we're human beings. We have spiky hair, but we're human beings, and we go to the bathroom.
I really wish someone had put that like in with their review of Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Where's the chlamydia?
Not enough chlamydia, 7.8.
Yeah. Pluses, great graphics, great gameplay. Minuses, no disease. It's really weird.
No STDs.
That should be a new requirement, like graphics, sound, chlamydia. No.
Thumbs up, thumbs down. I will say, to your point about keeping it weird, still one of my favorite parts of the Final Fantasy VII Remake is the section where Cloud has the fever dream about Sephiroth and then tries to swing his sword, and it's
so
too big.
good.
That is such a good physical
Yeah.
gag that I was sitting there and I was like, is Square not taking this? But like, Square doesn't take itself seriously. It's fun when it's not taking itself too seriously.
No, absolutely.
I mean, look at the Dementors that they put into Final Fantasy. But also that is, I think, Square grappling with the legacy of 7, and that's why I like 7 Remake so much, is because it feels like a work that is aware like the huge question of how do you remake something like Final Fantasy VII?
Right.
Probably
Right.
one of the most influential and impactful RPGs ever made. It brought the series essentially over to the West for a huge generation and made Final Fantasy what it is today. And you tell someone, hey, remake it. Do it again. What? No.
Yeah.
So what do? You put Dementors in and you have Cloud fight the Dementors.
It had no right being as good as it ended up being.
Yeah, it was
Agreed.
Really,
Like
it just landed.
It did land. It was the culmination of everything I feel like Square wanted to do with Final Fantasy since the reveal trailer of Final Fantasy 13 and like Advent Children. Like it had steadily been working and they'd been trying to figure it out.
Yes.
And they landed with Final Fantasy 7 Remake.
They did, and there's one particular moment that just made my brain explode because I have to say, obviously the soundtrack was incredible, right?
Yeah.
And but there's that one moment where you get to Genova Dreamweaver and you hear the Genova theme, and it's like, it's more atmospheric and it doesn't quite hit the way you hoped it would. But then you get to stage 2. And then you get to stage 3, and the theme really kicks in, and I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. I can't believe this. They nailed it.
It's interesting with Final Fantasy, and it's talking about the remakes and the remasters. You never know what you are going to get in terms of quality when Square remakes or does something with these games.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You have no idea what it's going to be.
They go anyway.
Will you
Three
have
kids
that
in a trench coat.
Yeah.
weird color blobby iOS PC port, or will you have like Final Fantasy VII Remake, where Dementors are cool and you get to fight them and
Like
fever
I
dreams?
said, 3 kids in a trench coat. I don't
Right.
understand.
Exactly.
You don't know what you're going to get. It's a grab bag.
I was reminded as I was looking at games to play on my Switch on the way out here. I was reminded of Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition.
That was a thing.
Gosh, I
Yeah.
forgot
That
about
was a thing, and they're selling it for $30 on the Nintendo eShop, and I almost pulled the trigger on it because I just want to know,
I played it on iOS. It's not very good.
You're
I
not
mean, it's
missing anything.
okay. But the thing about Final Fantasy 15, the best thing is that you are in a car with the top down and you're playing Genova while you pull into a gas station. Like that's the whole experience for Final Fantasy 15.
Nothing
Yeah.
better than
But
this.
does it have
guys.
chlamydia?
Right?
I don't know. Prompto's up to stuff.
It does have a bunch of new recipes.
Did you know?
I found a new recipe,
Prompto,
Noctis. This should help.
Sweet little Prompto is wearing a vest that has a patch, and you can't really see it that well. But if you look it up, it says, "What a beautiful day! Now wait for someone to fuck it up." I swear to God, this is true. I swear to God, all of you, look it up.
I had not heard that. It did have the Cup Noodle quest, though, which is pretty great.
That
was pretty great. Gladio going in on,
There's no shame.
amazing beat.
Talking about modern Square Enix and putting product plugs in
Coleman's
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 15 brought to you by Coleman's.
Right?
Yeah, Final Fantasy 14's KFC tie-ins and all that. I'm almost wondering what Final Fantasy 16 will have tied in at some point. The Excedrin booth is out there. Maybe they're gonna make it in.
Chick Hydrobot is going to be a raid
Chick
boss.
Hydrobot is okay. Look, don't tempt me with good time.
Oh dear Lord.
But so here's the big question about the remakes. How do we feel about them breaking it up into parts? I feel like that's one of the weirder parts of all this, and
I would feel a lot better if we knew where the hell the next parts were.
Yeah,
We have heard
yeah.
nothing about anything, so that worries me a little.
I think it's obviously, I get why people don't like that it's in parts. I would prefer to have the whole thing at once. But I think, you also have to consider the reality of modern game development. You can't remake a game as giant as FF7 with modern assets and expect it to come out, anytime before 2030 maybe. And and the cost would be astronomical. I feel like they almost had to cut it into parts.
I have heard that basically Midgard is the first part, and this is just a rumor that the next part's going to be a lot more open, and it could be why it's taking so long.
it would make sense with this.
Kind of like when you leave and you they
Right.
call him for the first time.
Yeah. And it takes a lot of money to resurrect Zack,
Poor Zach.
Yeah.
All the money's going
That's
to
what,
dog
that's what we've learned
propaganda.
from this.
All the money's going to dog propaganda. There you go.
Exactly.
What was the name of that dog in 7 Remake?
Are you talking about Red?
No, not he's a
No,
a
the
cat.
little artwork.
The little
the
artwork.
wartime
Wait,
dog.
wait,
Wartime dog.
God, I can't remember.
Stamp.
Stamp. I was like,
They had-
Sparky? No, Stamp.
He had a song and everything.
Scampy.
The song was in my head for ages.
Yep. Yeah.
They just need to make Fort Condor its own game. That's all I want. Is I need them to port Fort Condor to iOS so I can just play it forever.
I would love that actually.
That was
I
the
like that very
best
much.
part of the intermission.
Add it to Final Fantasy XIV's Golden Saucer.
But
Oh,
yeah,
no.
yes.
Then I'd never leave the gold.
Take me away from Triple Triad, please.
Yeah.
A little variety. I was a lot more hesitant and kind of unnerved by the multiple part trilogy or quadrilogy or whatever it will be with Final Fantasy VII Remake before I played Remake, and then seeing just the quality of it, I was like, okay, if they can do every game as good as they did this, fleshing out the areas and everything, I'm like, it's a bummer, but I'm kind of okay with it too now.
I think it's going to work out. I just do agree with that. Like, I want to know where it's headed. And
Yeah.
hopefully, one might assume that with the cadence of these things, we might be hearing soon. But that would be nice, to know more. I mean, what else could we possibly ask for from Square Enix when looking upon their past? How did that? I don't know how that slide got in there. It's really weird. But
Yes.
I do agree with it. Anyways, let's talk about the present, which is really just. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with an expanded free trial, which you can play through the entirety of World Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Word, an expansion up to level 60 for free with no restrictions on play.
If a new expansion comes out, though, you might be screwed. You might have to wait a bit.
No, I haven't.
Well, do I have news
Let
for
me
you?
tell you about the reason why I don't sleep anymore. It's called Grahatia, and and I just cry. But seriously, as someone who got bit by the bug in December, in December on the 28th, remember the 28th of December, I started playing Final Fantasy XIV and said, guess I'll give this thing a shot. It is now, April 22nd today, and I have finished 5.0.
Wow. Well done.
So that's how my social life has been going.
Now, my favorite thing, though, is when Eric started playing, he goes through a Realm Reborn, of course, and everyone complains about, this is so bad, your Andre's an idiot, and he tells me, man, I saw this part in the game and it made me cry. And I'm like, if you are crying at a Realm Reborn, you don't understand how screwed you are.
Right.
It was really
you
sad.
sweet
You
summer
beat
child.
Garuda and you come back and everything's all messed up in the sands.
You
and all
cried
new
at that? I mean, I'm not saying it's not sad, but like
It's like heavily implied that people died.
the things I have seen, child, the things you will see, child.
Yeah, now I can understand some of that, but I think that's what we're talking about because really the present of Final Fantasy is 14. Like it's hard to think of other things that Final Fantasy is doing right now that is not 14. We already talked about the remasters and the remakes, but as it is right now as a series, this is really kind of what Final Fantasy is, and I think that's good. I think Final Fantasy 14 is a wonderful video game, but it's also kind of become the pillar of Square Enix
In fact, their latest expansions, they're doing a lot to make it a much more friendly single-player experience. And this is a very friendly single-player experience to begin with. So they are really adding in things like you don't have to team up with other people to go through dungeons. You can team up with your characters. Like, again, I'll say his name, Grahatia. He's my all-rounder boy.
I do
He's
love
my boy.
that.
He's my boy.
No, that's something, that's like an olive branch to someone like me, which I'm so glad Nadia hasn't disowned me yet. She's one of my dearest friends, but I'm sorry to say I'm not an MMO guy, and I just really haven't had the time to commit to Final Fantasy XIV.
I understand.
I played a little bit of it. I like it. I know how awesome it is. The soundtrack is amazing, especially, but I just don't have the time. But I did get to level 8 and got to outside of my starting city. That's everything, right? I pretty much
You
beat the whole game.
experienced the entire
You're done.
thing. Yeah,
You saved the
cool.
world.
You're good.
Congratulations.
You're
But
good.
no, I appreciate that because I'm not, as I said, not an MMO guy, but you tell me that I can play through it single player, that gets me more interested. So it is still on my radar. It's just I need the time to do it.
It's always about time.
Yeah.
It does suck you in.
One thing I will say though is, well, Square is head over heels with the success of Final Fantasy 14 and 16 coming and everything. I don't think it would do a disservice to the Final Fantasy community at large. Just especially with the modding community, with older games, especially as so many of these are on PC, you have such wonderful mods such as Final Fantasy IX's Mogiri mod that makes it incredibly rich, detailed. It's like AI upscaling of the backgrounds. You have the fantastic tournament and communities rising up around the randomizers like Final Fantasy V Career Day, Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide, Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise that turns these games, these classics, into amazing scavenger hunts that communities have grown up around and do, like, run tournaments. You have tournaments running for speed running, like a Narsh run, where people will race each other getting to Narsh in Final Fantasy VI. You have a group on Twitch that has devised commands and whatnot that will like automatically simulate Final Fantasy Tactic fights with randomly generated parties that you can like add yourself to
Tactics
Final
Battlegrounds.
Fantasy Tactics Battlegrounds.
Yeah.
You have T Edition for Final Fantasy VI. You have Abyssinum's Beyond Chaos, which randomly changes Final Fantasy VI. There's so much amazing things you have that the community is doing. I think with a lot of like the remasters, the remakes, whether it's Chrono Cross or the Pixel remasters, Square will take a step forward, but there's usually always a step back or something they botch. And
something big. It's always something big.
Exactly.
That's
Square
fun.
does
Who wants to
themselves a lot of disservice, and a lot of the popularity and kind of spectacle of Final Fantasy right now is being carried and done by these passionate communities behind these games. Like even the Pixel Remaster font, there's a community that's sprung up that added all sorts of different fantasy fonts. You can do this Mr. Saturn font in the Pixel Remasters if you want
That's
because
so
of that
cool.
swap.
Seriously?
Or
I love that.
the Dragon Quest stuff. People have redone sprites that replaces Zeramis in Final Fantasy IV for these randomizers that will turn him into like Schick Hydrobot Zeramis. Like it's mind-blowing what these communities have done.
See, I'm console trash, so to me, I'm thinking, okay, Final Fantasy mod. Here's one that gives Cloud a giant dong or something like that, and that's where it starts.
There are those too.
Of course, there's those. That's all I know.
Yeah, but it's the Final Fantasy community and the passionate
that.
projects
That's good to know.
that these people have been able to do that I think are really carrying a lot of the weight right now, despite Square's occasional misstep with the franchise that should not be understated.
Nadia, I just can't take you anywhere.
You knew what you were getting into. I don't understand
We're 20 minutes into a panel. You already brought out the Buster Dong. Like that's.
I didn't say Buster Dong, but now you're giving me an
No, no, but now that went into my head and it's a thought, and if I don't get it out, it just.
Do we have any fan artists among us?
Mod community, you know what to do.
But that's a good point. I think especially the difference between Scott and Nadia here illustrates the difference between Square of past and Square of present, which is the stuff used to only exist on consoles. It was a disc that you bought and you played it a bunch and you bought the Prima guide for it and all that. But then you get to nowadays and these games are moddable. And shout outs to people like the Speedrunners, RPG Limit Break, those kinds of folks that really pick these games apart and find new life in them, because it is kind of like playing a whole new game. I played a bunch of Final Fantasy Tactics recently when we were doing our Pantheon for it. And it was amazing to have mods that were just like, hey, wouldn't it be great if you didn't have to always slot in JP up on every character while you were leveling?
Right.
Yeah. And, some might argue that's taking away from the spirit of things, but also I am a grown man with a lot of time that I have to put into Final Fantasy XIV. So playing tactics matches between, gate rotations at the Golden Saucer so I can get my near pod mount, because that's what life is nowadays.
There's a tactics mod actually that adds a new additional classes as well.
Why are you doing this to me?
Oh, man.
Everything
I'm
I
spreading
said
good word.
has made it clear that I am susceptible to things like this. Don't put me near gacha. Don't put me near mods.
I'm just saying, it's good.
There is something really quick I do want to bring up. It's not exactly a mod, and it kind of straddles the line between present and past, but there is that weirdly touched up remaster, I guess if you want to call it, of Final Fantasy 13 on the Xbox Series consoles.
Yeah, it runs really good on Xbox
And that's
Series.
only on Xbox Series, but they didn't really say much about it. They were just like, hey, we're putting it out, but guess what?
They do that a lot.
Runs even better.
Here's a great remaster. We're not talking about it, like the aforementioned Secret of Mana.
Right, and for
this
me,
fell off the cart, and I guess y'all could take it.
Yeah, and I just thought that was cool to see, because I'm as one of the staunch Final Fantasy 13 defenders out there, despite its problems, I was happy to see them give that game some love.
Yeah,
and that was kind of cool, a cool thing that happened.
It needs the love. It is a much maligned
that's
entry
for
in the
sure.
series.
There are dozens of us.
Dozens.
Yeah.
I feel like 13 has its fans, like has a broad set of fans, and then with each entry in that trilogy, it gets like smaller and smaller. It's like a well downwards.
Little funnel.
I can't defend Lightning Returns, but I will. Nice. But I will defend 13-2 to my dying breath.
We're never doing a Normandy season on Lightning Returns.
Pat says it's
Oh, that, yeah, crazy chocobo. It's crazy. Yeah.
Crazy chocobos.
Thinking back, Lightning Returns is like a very early proto Final Fantasy VII remake.
It really, like, you look at Final Fantasy VII Remake and you see a lot of that. We were also recently playing Final Fantasy X-2 for Normandy FM. I will plug things while I'm up here.
Nice.
And that also, you can, like, see a lineage between dress spheres to the idea of, like, composing an entire party on the fly to then a lot of the combat systems and kind of quick switch stuff that Final Fantasy VII Remake had. It was cool to see.
You know, that would make a really good panel.
Who could say? We would have done that on our panel, brainstorming PAX panels, but sadly that one did not get accepted.
Next time.
Anything else on the present of Square? What do we think Square's at right now? Like, what else do they
It is so
got?
hard to gauge because they're leaning a lot. Whatever they're paying Yoshi P, it is not enough. That's all I can say.
Yeah, that's true.
Whenever I see his name on the credits, I'm like, that man is not getting enough money.
Yeah.
But that right now, 14 is their, God, it's their cash cow. So they're treating that like gold, and everything else is just kind of following in behind. I would just like to know more about Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. Like, that's all I
Yeah.
want right now.
Well,
and 16 is, well, who knows?
Well, if we want to talk about that, we could go to the future.
Oh, so edgy.
Come on, I like him. I like what I see so far of 16. I know a lot of people are. Again, I'm going to invoke the name of Yoshi P because I have a lot of faith in him and what he's done and how he is as a writer and a developer. And I think Koji Fox is on this as well. So how it plays, we'll see. How it is, who knows? But I think it looks kind of cool. I'm looking forward to it.
I have faith in Yoshi B by proxy because I know how many people love 14's story. I have to say, I was a little disappointed when we first saw 16's debut trailer, and I've watched it, and I was like, one of the first times since 12 really that I had seen a trailer or for a new Final Fantasy that I was like, I'm probably going to be into this when it comes out, but I'm not like really excited yet. And I
But
was
12 is great, though. I understand what you mean, because when the trailers first came out for 12, I was there too. I said, oh, this looks like not a Final Fantasy. But then I learned that Balthier and Fran are like the best characters in the series. So.
They are super cool, but unfortunately, I'm just not a big 12 fan. I'm
Oh,
glad
there's your
everyone out there
problem.
loves it, but it's not for me. But yeah, it's just 16 so far. I believe that it's going to be great. I want to believe in it, but I'm just not there yet.
See, it alternates because you've got 12, very political story, intrigue, nations fight, a very tactics style story, obviously with the evilly stuff and all that.
I'm Captain Bosch. I'm Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg.
13, very like anime Final Fantasy.
Anime as hell.
Yeah. 14, back to the intrigue, back to the governments, and then 15, anime as hell. Like, basically a shoujo anime. Am I using that right?
Shonen, yeah.
I don't know.
You know what I liked about 15 though is it came out at a time when it was still a little unusual to have like bromance. Like nowadays, it's more acceptable for like men to be like friends and hang out and fix each other's clothes. But back then, I remember I don't know if anyone else remember this, but Conan O'Brien's Clueless Gamer thing. When he was playing Final Fantasy 15, just making fun of it.
I remember this, yeah.
Yeah, and the boys were commenting on Luna Freya's wedding dress, and he's like, "Oh, how can they do? That's so stupid." The boys commenting, and I said, "Why can't they like pretty dresses?" And
I
that
agree.
was kind of the start of the characters being a little more like, and
they were
I agree
allowed
with
to
that.
emote. There were four guys who loved each other who were allowed to emote and have an honest friendship, which, as you said, Nadia, you don't see that kind of positive masculinity portrayed in games very often, even today.
Yeah.
Oh no, go play Gears of War.
Well, fair enough. That's true enough.
Just guys being dudes. And
That was better than this. Just guys being dudes.
Dude, bro, the game.
Yeah, but I will say to 15, and something that I think is a larger evolution in RPGs now, what I love about 15 is that it starts you with a party, and that party pretty much stays the same the whole time, and it really lets those characters start to evolve and breathe. And obviously one of the problems with 15, we probably should have talked about this in the past, was how it was broken up and segmented over so many pieces.
Right.
And then some of it didn't even come out. What happened with episode Arden? Where did that end up? And there was episode Luna Freya that never
Final Fantasy
happened.
15 was a weird situation. They kind of built the game like they're putting down tracks as we were playing.
Yeah.
Fabula Novala Crystales.
Oh, God. And you
Remember
can
that?
literally, like, as you play through
What did you just
15
call me?
What did you say about my mother?
That's the trilogy or the series of games that were all branched, like from Final Fantasy 13 versus 13.
Fabufala is the other. That's the Shin Megami Tensei panel.
Fabula.
That's down the
No, when you play through 15, you can, I mean, there was so much, I like 15, but there was
I
so
like
much
15.
wasted potential because you can see literally where the story was stitched together and they had to pull stuff out. And it's just, if they had been able to release it in its full vision, I feel like it could have been something
It kind of
incredibly
helped
special.
that 15 came out when I had surgery and I was on really strong painkillers. And
yeah.
when I started the game, I actually thought it was adorable the way Carbuncle, who is like his Nox like totem Eidolon, was talking to him through the cell phone, and I'm like, holy shit, that's adorable and amazing.
It also had really cool dungeons.
It did.
Really cool dungeons.
The Pitias dungeon was one of the coolest things I've ever played in a
Yeah.
Final Fantasy game, straight up. And
Yep.
if y'all have not seen that in Final Fantasy 15, y'all gotta check that out. The Pitias dungeon rules. But it is, to bring it on back to the future, it makes me wonder where they're going with 16, because I actually rewatched the trailer before when I was getting ready for this panel, and I was like, man, post 14, this is giving me a lot of 14 vibes. Obviously, you know, it's got the right team on it and all that, but it is making me wonder, what does the vision of Final Fantasy look like when, especially RPGs in general, are trending towards action? They're trending
Yeah.
towards this mix, almost like the Tales series was ahead of its time.
Nice.
You're onto something there. I
See,
mean-
don't pinch your temples
Tales
at me,
fans
Jesse
represent.
Vitelli.
I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. Tales of Arise was my first like Tales fan and Tales game.
Oh, nice.
And I really enjoyed it. Like Vesperia was my first one on the Switch, which was also fantastic. But Arise, the way it implemented like those Dragon Ball Z fights, I really
Right.
had a great time. I can't deny it.
But do we think that's the way forward for RPGs this day?
Bother
Like,
me that much? Like, I don't know. When I think I almost feel like these days with Square, they want their traditional turn-based stuff to be Dragon Quest and everything crazy and jumping off the fence and screaming "I can fly." That's over in Final Fantasy land.
I would add too that they also want that. You know, they've basically built the Bravely series. I mean, that Octopath
Yes.
Traveler.
Yeah, that's
And
true,
so
that's
I
true.
think as long as they keep, you know, as long as those games keep being healthy and they keep being made, I'm okay with.
As long as
mainline
they
Final
feed
Fantasy.
me.
Yeah, like give me Bravely Third. You know, as long as they keep making those traditional type games, I'm okay with modern Final Fantasies trending toward action. I know it's not for everybody.
Yeah.
And it's not
I mean, if I
necessarily.
can adapt to Final Fantasy 14, making me do weird like Naruto things with my fingers to
Right.
to fight, then I can adapt to whatever 16 throws at me.
Yeah,
so what you're saying is we need Project Quadrangle strategy is what we need.
obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Clearly.
Well, what they need
Wouldn't
is
that just be Project Square?
The world is square.
The world is square. Oh, I know, right? Oh, right.
That's too much.
Yeah.
That's too much for this panel.
Yeah, right there.
But what else does the future look like for Square? I mean, so we've got Final Fantasy Remake Part 2. We're obviously all wondering where that's going to go. If it's going to take the open world approach that it seems like it could, given how Final Fantasy VII set out and eventually went after you got out of Midgar. But I mean,
I think that basically you're looking at a future where 16 is going to be whatever it's going to be, and people are cheering for us.
Yeah.
Woo.
fans of Final
They
Fantasy
really
VII
like
Remake out there,
the
baby.
band, even
They
though
really
they're
love
not
us.
in here.
Team Tifa or Team Aerith crowd.
But I think that in terms of sure plans, the only thing we're going to get any sort of guesswork out of is 14, which is the next expansion's surely coming soon.
If you
Like,
spoil 6.1 on this stage, I will flip this table over.
I will say the
Nadia.
Rage song is a banger, an absolute
Okay.
banger. Yes.
Okay.
Now, one thing that I really am curious about, especially with the future of Final Fantasy, I think Final Fantasy will be their big budget, like, this is how pretty we can make games.
Yeah.
How many more Frank Sinatra songs do we think will be
Oh my
worked
God.
into
I'm
Final
shocked they
Fantasy?
paid for
We
that.
got Fly Me to the Moon.
That's my favorite thing when Square
That would've
Enix
been
just
good for
breaks out
Endwalker.
like a random licensed song. Like remember 15 started
they
with
not use
"Stand by Me." Who was it? Who
Right.
did that? Was it Florence and the Machine?
Florence and the Machine did Stand By Me. For
Right.
That was very,
It
very
was actually
good.
very good. I liked it
Yeah.
very much. But
13 had the Leona Lewis song, My Hands, I think it was called, which was just random.
oh right.
A Prada
Totally
designer, no, Louis Vuitton was Final Fantasy 13.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
Right.
They had the whole lightning, like,
Lightning
fashion
fashion
thing.
line,
That was
yeah.
When,
so
actually,
weird.
when that happened, I used to work for USGamer.net, and when that happened, we decided, hey, let's do a fun thing where like characters are all promoting something that they like is related to them. So I did Papyrus from Undertale, he's promoting spaghetti sauce ragu or something. So
I love that.
yeah.
So what do we think about the potential? I believe it's now heavily rumored at this point. We'll take it up to rumor level of a Final Fantasy IX remake. Is that something that we care about? Is that something that we want? Does 9 need a remake?
I feel like the Switch version's very good, but if we're talking about like are we talking about like a Final Fantasy VII style remake, or are we talking about like?
I don't think it was in the NVIDIA.
It's on that magic NVIDIA leak that seems to keep proving right over and over again.
I think that there will be something like that. I think fans should keep their expectations in check. I think it will range between the Chrono Cross kind of Radical Dreamers edition, where they slightly update character models so they're a bit more detailed, and Trials of Mana. I think it will fall somewhere in that range of remake. I don't see them putting that much money to do like a 7 remake.
I do feel like Square Enix doesn't like to put a lot of money into their past as much as they should. They should, I don't want to sound like a stuffy old woman here, but it's like they should honor their past. I'm serious.
I mean, the fact that Chrono Trigger isn't on modern consoles yet is just
Chrono Trigger, I mean,
absurd.
Spoiler alert, Axe of the Blood God rated the best RPGs of all time, and surprise, Chrono Trigger was #1, and
hell yeah.
I thoroughly
Should be.
believe
As it
that
should be. Nice.
it is the best RPG of all time, and
Hell
it
yeah.
deserves to be more than that botched Steam port. Like, again, they fixed that, which is great, but okay, why not take it a bit further? Take it on the Switch, take it everywhere it's not.
This panel really is just us going like looking at the entire Square Enix catalog and being like, put it on the Switch. Just put it on
That's all
the
it
Switch.
takes.
It's just all
Easy
the
as pie.
decisions Square makes. And I think Nintendo's in the same camp. They're in the I don't like to make money camp, where they just have so many things they could do and just don't.
Could there be a perception of flooding the market though? Like I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I'm going to say like, would there be a perception of they're another one of the developers? If you've ever gone down the new releases of the Switch eShop, do it. It's a it's a journey.
It is. Yeah.
And do they want to be seen as the company that's just shoveling things onto there, or do they want to space them out?
We're
Do they
not
wanna
talking
keep them
about carnival
there?
games here. We're talking about like very prestigious old RPGs that deserve to be played and replayed. There's just no reason for them to be there.
It worked when it was on the Wii. The Wii eShop got updates on their classic titles
Yeah.
every week. There's that
We'll never
amazing
have the
Twitter
Wii
account
eShop
every
again.
Wednesday with the Wii eShop update day. So,
I bought every single part of the After Years off that shop.
I did too. Yep, same. That's where
And
I
then I
played it.
played it in the PSP collection
Yep.
again.
Oh, I didn't do that. I didn't go that far. I completely agree with your take, by the way, on this rumored FF9 remake. I think it's not going to be to the level of FF7, but I do think it's going to be something in the middle there. And actually, speaking to a previous slide, FF Tactics Remaster was part of that leak as well.
It was. It was.
Maybe we're going to get it.
I mean, look, I don't have hopes anymore. I just that's an easy way to get
All
your
my
heart
hopes are
broken.
dead. Yeah. Bottom of the ocean.
But my pitch for an FF9 remake would be a simple one, and it's 100% more VV. Just get more VV in that game, and, and you've done well.
Speaking of VV, have you played Chocobo GP?
Are you talking about Chocobo GP, or are you talking about Chocobo Racing?
Chocobo GP.
Okay,
specifically the new one.
I specifically did not play GP because I love Chocobo Racing. It was actually my first kart racer. I got it on the PlayStation because my dad bought me that and like one other game. I don't remember what it was. I think it was like a Tetris game. But Chocobo Racing owned, and I have golden, rosy memories of that, and I don't want to tarnish them.
That's fair. I mean, Chocobo GP has its issues, but the reason I say that is because the story mode is actually incredibly well written for long-time Final Fantasy fans.
Don't do this
and
to me, Ash.
Vivi is part of that.
You're doing this to me.
I am
Vivi's
doing
also in Kingdom Hearts 2. You could just play that.
That's
only
true.
have to pay for it once.
But they completely take the piss out of some Final Fantasy tropes and like dramatic lines and repurp. It's really good. I can't
It
recommend.
can't be worse than All the Bravest, if anyone remembers that.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, I had forgotten about it. Thanks, Nadia. Now I.
If you ever have me playing All the Bravest for whatever godforsaken reason, if you look at the descriptions they have for the enemies and the characters, nobody gave a shit, and they're actually hilarious to read because it's clear nobody even bothered to double check it.
Right.
I do, before we move on, I just want to say shout outs to Nomura for Trojan horsing Final Fantasy Versus 13 back into the world through Kingdom Hearts 4.
Hell yeah.
You love to see it, the dedication, the sheer dedication.
He's been playing 4D chess all this time with us, and I love it.
That's the chessboard that they're playing in all the trailers. That's what's
So expensive. That chessboard is so expensive.
So we're gonna let people line up for questions. If you want to ask us stuff about RPGs, about Final Fantasy, if you have any takes, if you want to get up there and tell us why Team Tifa beats Team Aerith or anything else, you get on up there to the microphones on either side of the aisle. I'm gonna signal like a flight attendant. But as people get lined up, I'm gonna just run down. Give me your quick take. Starting with Scott, how do you feel about the state of Final Fantasy?
Looking bright, thanks in no small part to the community.
Nadia?
I think it looks good, but I'm also just like a complete monster for Final Fantasy 14, and I like where that's going. So.
Ash, how are you feeling?
I feel pretty okay about it. It could be better. I'm not sure about 16 yet, but I loved 7 Remake, and I cannot wait for Part 2.
I would simply like a new Dissidia. I don't feel like we've had enough Dissidia in our lives. And that is the one game brave enough to make Jekt a playable character, and that's art.
You know what? I'll take you a new Dissidia and raise you a new theater rhythm. Give me a new
I will
theater
take
rhythm,
another one of those.
please.
Can it be both? Can it be both?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Let's make it
with
happen.
social links.
Stranger spinoffs
It's a
have
social
happened. Sid rhythm? Dissidia rhythm?
You know, that actually works.
Dissidium?
That actually works.
Theaticidia. We don't have chlamydia in Final Fantasy, but we do have
Theaticidia?
Theaticidia.
Theateridia? That sounds like some sort of disorder.
We'll start with the right-hand mic over here before this gets worse.
Hey everyone, my name is Aaron.
Hello, Aaron.
Thank you again for this wonderful panel. And I wanted to ask, why doesn't Square show off more of their IP within Kingdom Hearts? Like, I'd love to see exploration of worlds in Bravely Default or other Final Fantasy games. It's almost always just Final Fantasy VII.
I would love Lara Croft in a Kingdom Hearts game.
Oh my God, that'd be amazing.
Like you're just in Tarzan's jungle and then Lara Croft caps somebody.
The impression I get from Kingdom Hearts these days, and it actually makes me very curious to know where 4 is going, is I have heard that the licensing and the issues and how characters are portrayed on the Disney side, like they were very, very strict about all that. Whereas when the first 2 Kingdom Hearts came out, they were like, oh God, we're almost dead, just take whatever you want, just give us money. So now Disney is like, maybe Square does want more original characters, or their characters in Kingdom Hearts, but Disney's like, no, it has to be exactly like this, 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 and this. And that's why you kind of had that like MS3 of, just the Let It
Mystery
Go.
Science Theater.
The Mystery
Kingdom
Science
Hearts.
Theater of like,
Yeah.
they're watching her sing Let It Go, and I'm like, this is weird.
So weird. Yeah, that was definitely one of my least favorite things about Kingdom Hearts 3 was just the lack of even just Final Fantasy, but I would love to see that expanded to, Nier characters, Chrono characters. I think that could be really cool.
Could you imagine
I
Nier in
can't
Kingdom Hearts?
handle
Oh my
2D in
God,
Kingdom
that would be
Hearts. That's too much.
Right?
Kingdom Hearts by Yoko Taro? This has to
I don't know if my brain could survive it, honestly.
It's got to stay T-rated. All right, we gotta keep it there.
I think a big part of it is that when it was first created, Kingdom Hearts as a franchise, it was such a strange crossover. It's like it needed that Final Fantasy infusion to get really any RPG players to pay attention to it. And as Kingdom Hearts has grown and become its own thing and has so many fans of it, they don't have to necessarily rely so much on Final Fantasy characters, which I don't agree with. And I think that's what we saw with Kingdom Hearts 3, where we saw so few Final Fantasy characters and really they only appeared in Remind. I'm hoping, like you said, that we will get more going forward, but I think for a while it was just, okay, we don't need them anymore. Sora, Riku, and the gang can carry their own sails. We don't need Leon anymore.
Lean on me when you're not strong. And Kingdom Hearts is strong. Thank you for your question.
Yes, thank you.
Left-hand side, what you got?
Real emotion, cringe or cultural reset?
Wait, Kenneth is about to flip a table over.
Cultural
Yeah,
reset.
real, that is true. Real emotion is fantastic. Having just played 10-2, that song slaps. So I'm more of a, was it 1,000 Wings? The one that she sings on top of the airship?
That one too.
1,000 Words?
1,000 words.
Wings.
Or less.
The words are suspended on wings. That's how it works. That's
They're both bangers,
Okay.
essentially.
Yeah, it's a banger.
They're good.
Thank you for reminding us of that beautiful song. They still won't let Una play the Super Bowl. It's terrible. Right-hand side.
Hi. I just want to say I think a Trials of Mana style remake of Final Fantasy IX would be my favorite thing in the world. It's my favorite series.
It would slap.
I like Trials of Mana very much.
I did
Some
too.
people-
Remake was very good.
For my question though, I don't know how to ask this, but do you feel Final Fantasy 16 will fall like back to the way Final Fantasy 15 was, where it didn't feel complete until it got the DLC and everything else, or do we feel like we're gonna get a complete package again?
Oh, like a segmented approach where they had like Kingsglaive. I saw Kingsglaive
where,
in
like,
theaters.
you
That was a weird
needed that to
experience.
feel like complete.
There were like 3 people at that showing at 10 p.m. at
I was
night.
one of them. It was not a good movie.
I feel like, see, I don't know what engine they're using. I don't know if they've said what engine they're using, but I think that Square Enix has recently learned some very hard lessons about using their own in-house engine to do modern games. So they might be doing more switching over to third party like Unreal and whatnot. So I think hopefully that would expedite things, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, I could go either way. I'd like to say they learned their lesson with 15's kind of piecemeal approach, but then, we just got, 2 years ago, we got Kingdom Hearts 3, and that ending did not feel complete until Remind came out, and so it wasn't quite as egregious as the multi-part 15, but it didn't feel complete without Remind, so, they might do that again. I hope not.
Yeah. I think I wouldn't be surprised if it feels a lot like Final Fantasy XIV, honestly, with Yoshi P doing it. I think you'll have a very good kind of complete story with maybe some additional things dropping afterwards, like the 6.1 and whatnot. I could see something similar to that, but I think you will have a much more complete experience with 16 than you did 15.
I think we just live in a world where now where like games as service is assumed at this point, and maybe the service is not something like Anthem or anything like that where it's going to have problems, but it's definitely something where you pretty much assume that the game you're going to get up front is something that will be iterated on later through either patches or content updates. But what I will say to Square's credit is you look at things like Octopath and Triangle Strategy, and those are rounded games. Like those,
very true.
You purchase that game, you own that game, and so far they seem pretty content to, if they're going to add more to it, they're going to do new things with it. They're going to make new entries. They're not necessarily going to just DLC on top of that. So,
do you think that's more of Nintendo's influence, though?
Could be, possibly could be. I mean, so not to brag, but I interviewed the producer Asano about Triangle Strategy not that long ago. But he was very adamant about saying like we want to tell a complete story and then move on to the next thing. We don't really want to mess around with DLC too much. And I think at least for the stuff we were talking about, the HD 2D stuff that is coming out of that division, there is more of a drive to want to do that sort of thing. But when it comes to the big budget stuff, I mean, it makes money when they do DLC, and they do need to make money at the end of the day to pay all the people to make all those triple triad cards I'm collecting right now. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you.
Left-hand side, what's up?
So first off, I just want to say thank you guys so much for this panel. It was great.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
The question I have for you guys is, with Final Fantasy VII Remake, we all know they're kind of taking some liberties with the story. And there is a
nice way of saying
certain
that.
death in the game. I won't name for anyone who hasn't played it, but I think we all know.
Dumbledore.
Of course. And I've had a debate with a bunch of my friends on if that death is even going to happen in Remake Part 2. What is your guys' thought on that?
I think they're going to troll us. I don't know how. I don't know how it's going to go down, but I feel like there's going to be a twist, so to speak, and it's gonna probably be a lot of fun and probably blow our minds. I'm going to be disappointed, but I don't care.
What if they kill Cloud?
Right.
I'm
Game over. Thanks for coming, everyone.
Pieces are in place for them to pull something like that, and honestly, I want them to swing for the fences like that, because if you want to play Final Fantasy VII, there is no shortage of ways to play Final Fantasy VII these days, trust me. Like, you can throw a rock and hit a port of Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
But I do like I said before, that the remakes are trying to do something new and really grapple with the idea of what remaking Final Fantasy VII means and whether they can tell a new story with that work. And would I love a game where Aerith with a chair becomes the new protagonist? Maybe. The
There's a
Buster
mod for
chair.
that.
Of course there's a mod for that.
There's a mod for that.
I want a whole game just with Tifa and Aerith buddying up and doing their own thing together because their
yes, buddying up.
relationship and
Is that not the romance of that game? I thought that was the romance of that game.
yeah,
Okay,
right.
Cool. Yeah, okay.
right.
You're right.
I agree with you, Nadia. I think they're probably going to troll us and just throw us a huge curveball. If I had to say yes or will they or won't they, I have a feeling that death will still occur, but there might be a twist surrounding it.
Except for how he stabs himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we're going to do now, bitch.
You hate to see it. Trips falls on his own sword. I mean, I will say, even for people who remember 7 and remember that twist originally, with how charismatic they made Aerith in Remake Part 1 alone, like
Yeah.
completely different character to me, honestly. And now, well, I guess I spoiled it for anyone who hasn't played it, but come on. Who has not played that game, or at least not know that part. I would be like heartbroken if it happens again because it will hurt that much more this time. So
much more.
Maybe they should.
Square
do
likes
it,
to
is what
hurt
I'm
us. I can
saying.
say that much from on Square, so prepare yourselves, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right hand side, how you doing?
Hi, thank you. I actually have 2 questions, if that's okay. They're both kind of off the wall, so I apologize in advance.
They're on the wall?
Off the wall.
Where are they?
I don't know. Kind of out here.
Are they just floating?
Yeah. So, do you think they're gonna do more Stranger of Paradise style games
God, I
with
hope
each
so.
individual
Yes.
title?
God, I hope so.
I would love to see that, but I don't think they are. I don't think Stranger of Paradise sold very well to hear the tittle tattle.
I like when they embrace the weird, so I'd like to see that happen, but I don't know. The sales weren't there, and they seem not to have been. It's hard to imagine.
And they spent all that money on the Frank Sinatra rights.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm liking this age of Square and Nintendo licensing their franchises out to do things like Cadence of Hyrule and Stranger of Paradise, and I'd like to see more of that for sure. I think the Advance Wars remake is being done by Way Forward.
Yeah, it is.
So like the more that those large companies start to maybe take some things and let other companies handle them and put their own spin on it, definitely, I would love to see that. Will it happen? I don't know. Go out and buy a copy of Stranger of Paradise.
Already bought 3. My second question is, do you think when they inevitably do Final Fantasy X-3 that they're going to go the Braska R-Inject route, or do you think they're going to follow the audiobook?
Oh, God. Ken and I...
Is the audiobook one where
The audiobook
he just kicks the bomb and dies?
Yeah, that's the one where
he
he just kicks a blitz ball and blows up because it was actually a bomb.
Yeah, just a side
And
note
that's
here.
not even the weirdest thing that happens in that.
Oh my God.
I like the art though. It was good art.
Oh yeah, there's some good art of like older Yuna and older Titas that look kind of cool, but yeah, I would desperately hope that they just at least non-canonize that middle part of the post-10 stuff, the audio drama stuff. There's some like maybe interesting ways they could take it, but it would also be a case of why not just do new? I don't think 10 needed more story in the first place, and I like to see them do new things with Final Fantasy, or if they're going to do something, just, I don't know, go back and remake 10, or just make it look really, really good, because it would still look really, really good nowadays, so. Play Final Fantasy 10. It's a great video game.
Hell yeah.
Okay. I'm going to combine both of your ideas. I think if they'll do another hack and slash
Stranger of
Final
Paradise
Fantasy game,
10-3.
but it's going to be with Braska, Orin, and Jack in a Stranger of Paradise like hack and slash game.
Oh man.
Okay.
With,
I like it.
With your custom character maybe, Space Guy or
we
the
put
Unknown, or
Jack
who knows what they'll
Garland?
work it in, but I could see that.
Can
Could be
Jack
kinda fun.
Garland join YRP and be the 4th member of YRP?
That's the DLC.
Yeah, let's do it. I love to embrace the weird. I hope they do a 10-3. I'll take the opposite approach and say 10 is one of, if not my favorite game in the series. I loved 10-2 as well. I loved the extension of the story. And there are elements of the novel, 2.5, that are interesting, that are intriguing, but then they go do the really stupid stuff and Tita's blowing himself up, and it's like unnecessarily
When
edgy
we
and
did the
stupid.
podcast on Actually the Blood God and someone told us about Titus kicking the bomb and blowing himself up, Kat, the host, who's not here unfortunately, I haven't seen her laugh that hard. Like she was dying.
Yeah. The first time you hear it, you think someone's messing with you, like Mew under the truck in Pokemon Red. Thank you for your question.
Still trying to push that truck.
Thank you.
Left-hand side, how you doing?
Hi there. So you guys have acknowledged sort of how hit or miss some of Square's projects can be. How concerned should we be with Square's president recently making comments about NFTs?
I don't know. It's if somebody gave me like $10,000 right now, I'd say, sure, yeah, NFTs are great. I'd do nothing. I'd take $10,000 and walk away and do nothing about it. So that's kind of how I look at this. Is I do think it's a little bit of playing to the hype in order to keep a lot of people who have a lot of money happy. If they do put NFTs into any of their games, I imagine it will be immediately shouted down. And there's been so many examples of games trying to incorporate NFTs. Ghost Recon Breakpoint, that have just failed catastrophically, that I think a lot of the people who are making those decisions are already seeing that's probably not a good idea. So as long as it stays away from 14.
Once investors get bored with the very acronym NFT, they'll go away.
Yeah. I don't think you have to worry too much about it. I agree with everything you said, basically.
I think by the time Final Fantasy 16 comes out, NFT will just be a funny footnote in history that,
Yes, funny.
people
let's
will,
hope so.
will point at. I mean, just looking at how NFTs, like the sales and like the value have dropped already, that
Yeah.
you don't really see people talking about them anymore unless it's like, I don't know, for a Rally's commercial,
Twitter
I don't
bots.
know, but
Twitter bots, yeah.
Twitter bots and things like that. So I think by the time the big, you might have them in mobile games. I could see that, maybe them trying that in mobile games, but like in your mainline Final Fantasy titles, I wouldn't be too worried about it. I'm not very worried.
We're not going to have the board Scion Yacht Club, we don't have to worry about that. I think we're good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I share your concerns, though. Right-hand side.
Hey there. I was actually going to ask about Strangers of Paradise 2, but instead, what are your feelings about a Mythic Quest remake?
I would take it. I don't
Hell
care.
yeah.
I would take it.
Sure.
I have a soft spot in my heart for Mystic Quest, despite its issues and its history and its context. I love that weird little game, and that soundtrack slaps.
It has a surprisingly
Very
good
good.
soundtrack.
Yeah.
What was the name of the pro tag? Had the most generic American name ever.
Benjamin.
Benjamin. That's
So it's like Brian from Quest 64. You got Brian and Benjamin, the hero of light, or
Great
whatever
hero.
he was. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Left hand, how you doing?
Hi, my name is Francois.
Hi.
Of all the
Howdy.
unique worlds that Square has created for the Final Fantasy games, which one would you like them to revisit again for another game?
I just said that Spira would not be a good idea, so I feel like I would have to backtrack to say that again.
It's Spirit for me.
Yeah.
It's definitely Spirit for me.
I'm going Ivalice. I think there's so much in Ivalice, and revisiting it would mean more tactics, maybe. So, but no, Ivalice is such a rich in lore that they've sprinkled in. I'd love to go back to Ivalice again.
I'd probably go to Eorzea. That's it.
They're,
Why would I
they're
not?
in
Have you
Eorzea
Have you ever
right now.
stopped
No.
visiting
You've
Eorzea?
never
though?
stopped visiting
You have to
Eorzea.
not be there.
Do you just want to play 14 right now? Is that what you're telling us?
I've stopped 14 for a little bit just to get obsessed with Elden Ring, but yeah.
What if we put Eorzea in Elden Ring?
Oh, now that's intriguing. I had
See,
some people
that's
match up
where Stranger of
characters and
Paradise could go.
There'll be a crossover, Good idea, though. Good question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right-hand side, how you doing?
Yeah, what's going on? All right, so favorite Final Fantasy villain, I'm going to give it out to Caius from 13.2 because
Good
13.2 was
That's a
great.
good pick. Yeah.
That's a really Caius love. I respect it. Man, I need a little time to think about that. But you guys have any answers so far?
Elidibus. I can't say anymore because it's a huge spoiler.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
People know.
Is that 14?
Basically,
Yeah, that's
sorry,
a
that's
14 one.
14.
Yeah.
14.
Basically,
That's
it broke my
cheating.
heart. That was the first time Final Fantasy 14 just destroyed me. That whole 5.3, which Eric is coming up on, and I'm just like hooting over him like a vulture.
Yeah. Shout outs to 8. We have not talked about Final Fantasy 8 much, but
Yes.
Ultimecia is a
cool.
fun villain. Really cool design, and I think thematically really interesting to that game. So I'll
She
use
does
my
the
shout
whole-
out there.
She has a whole Mortal Kombat thing of compression with a K. I think Caius comes close, but I think I got to give it to Kefka at the end of the day.
Oh, of course, yeah.
It's Kefka. He is irredeemable. He's not like tragic like Sephiroth. He's just awful and commits genocide, and he's just got nothing redeemable about him. It's got to be Kefka.
Stop by our panel, defend your video game problematic faves tomorrow.
Yeah.
Scott, did you give one of these guys?
Favorite villain. My favorite is. Yeah, I don't know. Demon Wall. Man, he's just an angry wall.
He's very scary when you're young.
He is.
Wait, our
terrifying.
boss is on? Because I'm putting
No.
Phantom Train on if we can.
I
talk
gotta
about
go
this boss.
Ultros. I love Ultros.
Ultros,
okay.
yeah.
It's whenever he shows up, like his little quips and everything. He was in 13 too, so he's no Gilgamesh. I like Gilgamesh the best.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I was kind of hoping you'd say Genesis, just to get some random weirdness up here. Just
Don't I have to like pay Square if I mention it?
I think you do. I think we
now.
all do. Sorry, Square. Yeah, fine.
But no, Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh. Okay. Thank you very much. Left-hand side.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing all right. Thank you for
Thanks.
asking. No one
Yeah.
else did.
So I have 2 quick questions. It's mainly for Nadia and Eric. Hi guys.
Oh no.
Do you guys know Lahi?
Lahi. Oh, when I was playing through that, just every time I would have some very, very serious scene, and then I'll dump out of it and just Lahi right into my eardrums. Cursed patch. Cursed place.
I try to visit that location at night.
The nocturnal Lahi, the forbidden
Yeah.
Lahi. Okay.
And so the second question is a more serious one this time. So we saw the remake of Chrono Cross released recently. Do you guys see any of the other possible Square games from like old school? I'm talking about like, let's say Threads of Fate, even Xenogears.
Oh, dear me.
I mean,
So do you guys see them coming back, or are they more of a niche kind of?
I don't see
game.
Xenogears coming back. I think that's all
I don't.
Nintendo's domain now. Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
love it if they brought back something like Brave Fencer Musashi or Parasite Eve.
That'd be great.
Yeah, give me Brave Fencer.
Parasite Eve.
Parasite Eve would be incredible.
Yeah.
Scott, you got any wish list ones?
I was gonna say Brave Fencer.
Okay.
That's a really good one.
There,
Oh,
guys,
God bless the ring.
God bless the ring. Square's Smash Brothers.
Yeah,
Vagrant Story,
Vagrant
yes,
Story.
absolutely. I want to give a shout out to Crimson Shroud. Was that Square? No, that was I don't think that was Square. Close enough, but I want to give a
Bouncer. I want a new Bouncer game.
Bouncer.
And that's what I was going to say is we're going to wrap this panel by saying the Bouncer should be remade. And that's all we have. That's all she wrote. That is the end of the Axe of the Blood God PAX panel. Thank you so much to everyone who came out. Please go to our Patreon.
Thank you, everybody.